concepts, Schmidt invokes the privilege that negation must be maintained in a dialectical determination of the life of law and the theory of law, but also, let us recall, in the life of the living in general. The law of killing, the enemy, war, politics, etc., no more presupposes a philosophy of death, indeed, the essential existence of something like death, for Schmidt, paradoxically there is no death, than the unceasing insistence on the enemy would in any way imply a prevalence of the negative, or at least the primacy of what is thereby negated. It is as if, in a language which is not literally his own, but which seems to me to impose his own logic, Schmidt responded, in sum, I insist first of all on the enemy rather than the friend, and this is proper strategy because it is correct method. Should I have to start from the friend, as you invite me to do, I would first have to provide its preliminary definition. Now, such a definition would be possible only in reference to the opposed term, the enemy. I must therefore start from this oppositional negativity, hence from hostility, in order to attain the political. To start from the enemy is not the opposite of to start from the friend. It is, on the contrary, to start from the opposite without which there is neither friend nor enemy. In short, hostility is required by method and by definition, the very definition of the definition. By the dialecticity or diacriticity, by the necessity of the topic as well, which cannot function without the possibility of war. There is no space, nor is there any place, neither in general nor for a thought, for a definition or for a distinction, without the real possibility of war. No doubt Schmidt's language is, in appearance, more strictly juridical than this, but his response to the objections moves back up to the very genesis of a juridical concept as such. Hence his response affects the non-juridical or pre-juridical origin of the juridical. It is a question of knowing what to put at the beginning if one wishes to go about thing in the right way. The objection claiming that I give primacy to the enemy concept is a quite generally widespread cliché, allgemein verbreitet und stereotype. It fails to understand that any development of a juridical concept, Jedbewegung eines Rechtsbegriffs, issues, by dialectical necessity, from negation, aus der Negation. In the life of law as in the theory of law, to include the negation means anything except a primacy of the negated contents, altes entier als ein Primat de negierten. A trial qua legal action is conceivable only once a right has been negated. It is not a fact, tat, but a wrongdoing, untat, that penal action and penal law pose, setzen, at their commencement, and ihren Anfang. Would this, for all that, be a positive conception of wrongdoing and a primacy of crime? 28. Like the Aristotelian discourse on friendship, this argument could also be inscribed in the logic, at least, in one of its moments, of the unsettling logic of Lysis. Once the enemy had disappeared, the friend would disappear at once. He would vanish in the same stroke, actually / effectively and virtually, in his very possibility. The possibility, the meaning, and the phenomenon of friendship would never appear unless the figure of the enemy had already called them up in advance, had indeed put to them the question or the objection of the friend, a wounding question, a question of wound. No friend without the possible wound. The tension between friendship and enmity would be pharmacological. Friendship to remedy a wrongdoing, friendship to answer a possible wrongdoing or crime, friendship of consolation or of mourning, friendship of reparation, in the hypothesis that there could ever be another. But it is true, there are quite a number of differences, that this passage from Lysis represents only a stage in a process. It is equally true that Lysis names the friend rather than the enemy. And, what is more, the enemy is ekthros, not polemios. For if there is nothing any more to hurt us, we have no need whatever of any assistance, Eudemias Ophelias Dioimitha. And thus you see it would then be made apparent that it was only on account of evil that we felt regard and affection for good, dia to kakan tagathon agapamen kai ephilomen, as we considered good to be a medicine, os pharmakon, for evil, and evil to be a disease. But where there is no disease, there is, we are aware, no need of medicine, nosmatos de me ontusudan dei pharmaca. It follows, then, I think, that the original thing to which we are friendly, that wherein all those other things terminate to which we said we were friendly for the sake of another thing, bears to these things no resemblance at all. For to these things we called ourselves friendly for the sake of another thing to which we were friendly, but that to which we are really friendly, to antiphilin, appears to be of a nature exactly the reverse of this, since we found that we were friendly to it for the sake of a thing we could go so far as to translate, by reason of, in view of, indeed by virtue of the enemy, thanks to the enemy, ecthro enic to which we were unfriendly, and, if this latter be removed, we are, it seems, friendly to it no longer. 29. Here the analogy between the foregoing argument and Schmidt's would end, or so it would seem. After this logic of contradiction, the friend as the adverse response to the enemy, the friend as the rejoinder to the enemy, Lysis seeks another reason to love, another cause of loving and being loved, aletis aetio euphilion te kai philisthai. In order to prevent the foregoing from becoming idle talk, a kind of lengthy poem, the hypothesis of desire, epithumia, is then put forward. The friend is the friend of what he desires, but if he can desire only that which he lacks, and if what is lacking can be only that of which he has been deprived, that which has been taken away, then one must indeed imagine that before this feeling of privation, and precisely in order to experience it, friendship, philia, qua eros and epithumia, must indeed be found to be linked to what is proper, suitable, appropriate, and familiar, oikios, to it. The value of oikiotes dominates the end of the dialogue. It is most often translated as suitability. It frequently qualifies the bond of friendship itself, an always natural bond. We necessarily recognize in philion some kinship or natural familiarity, to menda fuse anagean emen pufantai philion 30, but it forms an indissociable network of significations which are of import to us here, a semantic locus totally assembled, precisely, around the hearth, oikos, the home, habitat, domicile, and grave, kinship, literal or metaphorical, domesticity, familiarity, property, therefore, appropriability, proximity, everything an economy can reconcile, adjust, or harmonize. I will go so far as to say present 31 in the familiarity of the near and the neighbor. If the hearth is found within the semantic locus of philia, and if philia cannot function without oikiotes, then little would stand in the way of saying that the central question of this essay, and we have already seen why this question comes before the question, indeed, before the affirmation that precedes it, from the moment of the perhaps that they both presuppose, would be that of a friendship without hearth, of a philia without oikiotes. Ultimately, a friendship without presence, without resemblance, without affinity, without analogy. Along with presence, truth itself would start to tremble. Like this prayer which, as Aristotle reminds us, could be neither true nor false. Is an uneconomic friendship possible? Can there be any other friendship? Must there be another? Can one answer this question otherwise than with a perhaps, that is, by suspending in advance the very form of a question, and the alliance of the yes, in order to think and to dream before them? And must not this reflection account for a certain end of Lysis, in its final leave-taking? Must not this question take as its starting point this place where it is avowed, after the ordeal and the experience of oikiotes, after the so strong distinction between oikion and homoion, between the familiar and the proper on the one hand and the homogeneous and the like on the other, we have not as yet been able to discover what we mean by a friend. Departure after the departure of certain pedagogues, these demons who speak bad Greek, apobar horizont. They have, then, departed, those who seemed hardly fit to talk. We owned ourselves vanquished, and broke up the party. However, just as they were leaving, I managed to call out, "Well, Lysis and Meneceneus, we have made ourselves rather ridiculous today, I, an old man, and you children. For our hearers here will carry away the report that though we conceive ourselves to be friends with each other, you see I class myself with you, we have not as yet been able to discover what we mean by a friend. The structure of this conclusion announces the reported statement of Aristotle, such, at least, as it is most often translated. Here, too, someone is addressing friends. He speaks to them to tell them, in the vocative ela of the apostrophe, we who are, among ourselves, friends, my friends, we who call ourselves friends, we do not know what a friend is. And we should have to imagine, we should never exclude the possibility, that perhaps, therefore, there are none. Or perhaps so few. Exactly how many friends, if there are any, are there, my friends? Let us return to Schmidt, and expand our perspective. That which a macroscopic view is able to align, from afar and from high above, is a certain desert. Not a woman in sight. An inhabited desert, to be sure, an absolutely full absolute desert, some might even say a desert teeming with people. Yes, but men and more men, over centuries of war, and costumes, hats, uniforms, soutanes, warriors, colonels, generals, partisans, strategists, politicians, professors, political theoreticians, theologians. In vain would you look for a figure of a woman, a feminine silhouette, and the slightest allusion to sexual difference. At any rate, this seems to be the case in the texts that deal with the political as such, the concept of the political and the theory of the partisan. Granted, there are indeed these two allusions to fratricide, but they are so brief. They lead to no reflection on the difference between a brother and a sister. Sisters, if there are any, are species of the genus brother. In this Christian space, we will speak later of the Christian scansion in the history of fraternity. One remembers that letter of the great and good Saint Francis of Assisi, who could not help but write to a nun, "Dear brother Jacqueline." Granted, there is this remark that we picked up on a stasiology that was to deal with civil war within the Holy Family or with a conflict interior to the Trinity, and it seems to us potentially ripe with the most serious consequences. But Schmidt does seem to give it short shrift, at least, in so far as it concerns sexual difference. Granted, too, there is this essay on Hamlet or Hecuba, but that deals more with the queen's taboo and with being an accomplice, perhaps, to a fratricide. 32. What could, then, be massively evident in this immense, modern, and ageless procession, in this theory of the political working its way in the middle of the desert? What strikes us in this philosophy of merciless war, in this staging of physical killing, in this implacable logic of absolute hostility? What should be massively evident but goes as unnoticed as absence itself, what disappears in becoming indiscernible in the middle of the desert, is the woman or the sister. Not even a mirage. Nothing. Desert and absolute silence, it would seem. Not even a woman soldier. Not even in the theory of the partisan is there the least reference to the role played by women in guerrilla warfare, in the Wars 33 and the aftermath of wars of national liberation, in Algeria today, for example, for another liberation, since Schmidt speaks of the Algeria of Salon. Never a word for the action of women in resistance movements. Schmidt is then more eloquent, let it be said in passing, when he evokes the resistance against the Napoleonic Empire, against French imperialisms in general, and he remains so discreet on the subject of those women whom the Nazi occupation forces encountered not so long ago. They could nevertheless have provided him with interesting examples at the time of the theory of the partisan. If the woman does not even appear in the theory of the partisan, that is, in the theory of the absolute enemy, if she never leaves a forced clandestinity, such an invisibility, such a blindness, gives food for thought. What if the woman were the absolute partisan? And what if she were the absolute enemy of this theory of the absolute enemy, the specter of hostility to be conjured up for the sake of the sworn brothers, or the other of the absolute enemy who has become the absolute enemy that would not even be recognized in a regular war? She who, following the very logic of the theory of the partisan, becomes an enemy all the more awesome in not being able to become a female enemy, an enemy, in his blurring, in her blurring and interference with the reassuring limits between hostility and hatred, but also between enmity and its opposite, the laws of war and lawless violence, the political and its others, and so forth. Is this a question? Is it a question in the form of an objection? Nothing is less certain. If it were the rhetorical ploy of an objection, a rhetorical question, as it is called in English, it would be so foreseeable, so massive, which does not mean, for all that, unjustified, that it would undoubtedly issue in an amused and condescending protestation on the part of Schmidt. He would hardly put himself out, he would hardly lift his little finger, to start up the argumentative machine which has proved its worth. Of course, he would say, there is reason to be worried about the absence of woman in this analysis, one can even find therein what you are calling her clandestinity. One may, on the subject of woman, pursue sociological or psychoanalytical explanations. You can even protest in the name of morals, justice, or the universal equality of the rights of man. This may all be legitimate, even urgent, and I would be ready, under certain conditions, to join you, and to share in your interest in the cause of women, who, moreover, are indeed indispensable in the formation of enemy groups and peoples without which there would be no politics. But mind you, such a cause may derive from all these disciplines, psychoanalysis, morals, law, even religion, and you may even deal with the question from the vantage point of economics. But it remains the case that all this has no political pertinence as such. All this is undoubtedly, like love or friendship in general, between men, between women, between men and women, a universal human cause, but I have shown that what concerns humanity in general, and as such, had no political significance. Reread the 6th chapter of my concept of the political. I explain that the concept of humanity is an efficient ideological instrument of imperialist expansion, and, in its ethico-humanitarian form, a specific vehicle of economic imperialism. The universal concepts of humanity, the earth, or the world are, by definition, foreign to the political. What you call globalization is a strategy of depoliticization enrolled in the service of particular political interests. What is more, the analysis I propose, in which, in effect, sexual difference plays no part, and the women never appears, is above all a diagnosis. It is a matter of saying what is, the subject of the political is genderless, moreover, it has always been, in fact and as such, a man, a group of men determining his or their enemy and determined to physically kill him, as you have just explained. I never do anything but diagnose. How are we to respond to this rejoinder? We have already called into question this pretension to diagnosis and to the pure delimitation of regions, the very topic of this discourse. We shall not return to that, although we could now add the hypothesis according to which Schmidtian's strategy, as well as his topology, perhaps, has as its clandestine finality only the sealing away, this clandestine house arrest, this phallogocentric neutralization of sexual difference. In question would not be waging war on this being called a woman, or the sister, but repeating and consolidating in the diagnosis a general structure keeping under control and under interdiction the very thing which constitutes it, and which has for so long been called the political, indeed, the theologico-political. There would, then, remain only one choice, and it would call for a decision. One either to admit that the political is in fact this phallogocentrism in act. Schmidt would record the fact, and we could not fail to recognize that indeed, so many indications attest to it in all European cultures, in the Bible and in the Quran, in the Greek world and in Western modernity, political virtue, the warrior's courage, the stakes of death and the putting to death, etc., has always been virile virtue in its androcentric manifestation. Virtue is virile. Woman's slow and painful access to citizenship would go hand in hand with the symptoms of depoliticizing neutralization noted by Schmidt. This structure can be combated only by carrying oneself beyond the political, beyond the name polities, and by forging other concepts with an altogether different mobilizing force. Who would swear that this is not in progress? To or else keep the old name, and analyze the logic and the topic of the concept differently, and engage other forms of struggle, other partisan operations, and so forth. If there were a single thesis to this essay, it would posit that there could be no choice, the decision would once again consist in deciding without excluding, in the invention of other names and other concepts, in moving out beyond this politics without ceasing to intervene therein to transform it. For example, here. This double gesture would consist in not renouncing the logic of fraternization, one fraternization rather than such and such another, therefore one politics rather than some other, all the while working to denaturalize the figure of the brother, his authority, his credit, his phantasm. The preference given to one or another fraternization, the democratic one, presupposes such work, presupposes that the brother figure not be a natural, substantial, essential, untouchable given. This same work would effect, in changing it, democratic fraternization, everything which, in democracy, still presupposes this natural fraternity, with all the risks and limits it imposes. To be consistent with this denaturalization of fraternal authority, or, if you prefer, with its deconstruction, a first necessity, a first law, must be taken into account. There has never been anything natural in the brother figure on whose features has so often been drawn the face of the friend, or the enemy, the brother enemy. Denaturalization was at work in the very formation of fraternity. This is why, among other premises, one must recall that the demand of a democracy to come is already what makes such a deconstruction possible. This demand is deconstruction at work. The relation to the brother engages from the start with the order of the oath, of credit, of belief, and of faith. The brother is never a fact, nor any bond of kinship. Thus when Schmidt classes the oath of fraternity or the fraternity of the oath, Schwurbruderschaft, among bonds of birth or alliance implied in the originary concept of the friend, when he sees it only as a case or an example, he still argues for a distinction between the bond of alliance and the natural bond, between the structure of credit, or of faith, and a natural attachment which would go beyond credit. Now, such a distinction, however powerful its effects, remains a phantasm. It rises up on the background of that phantasmatics or that general symbolics in which, in particular, all bonds of kinship are determined. If, elsewhere, Schmidt privileges the brother, even in the fatality of fratricide, it is still in the vigilance of the frightened watchman. A watchman on edge auxiliary aguets would still protect himself, in his watchtower, in the fort of a fortress, from the tower or the loophole. He would remain in this logic of the political that we think is deconstructible, in the process of deconstruction. Wisdom of the prison cell 34. After the war, through his prison experience, Schmidt recalls Max Stirner. Stirner is convoced like the phantom of Schmidt's childhood. Like a brother as well, an admirable but estranged brother. Max Stirner kann ich seit unter prima. For he had read Stirner in his public school years, this ghost, this childhood friend, this same Stirner whose specters the German ideology was already conjuring up. Schmidt then acknowledges his debt, knowing that Stirner had prepared him for what would happen to him today, which would otherwise have surprised him. Poor Max, he notes just before 1948, belongs part and parcel to what is exploding today and to what was in preparation before 1848. And now Stirner pays him a visit in his prison cell, the specter of the man who invented the most beautiful tide in German literature, Der Einzige und sein Eigentum. Schmidt cites the ego and its own, he paraphrases it, he plays in its wake with the words pan and plan, this beautiful example of the oracular power immanent in our German language. Having meditated on nakedness and on its opposite, on economic planning, productivity, technics, the technologized earth, the new man and the new paradise, he takes up the theme of deceit or imposture, more precisely, of illusion about oneself, the deceiving oneself, Selbstbetrug, of this Narcissus victim of the dupery of self proper to solitude, of this poor self who can only marry his own echo, as if echo could not have been able to speak in turn, and Schmidt quickly forgets his metamorphoses, yes, as if echo had not invented the necessary ruse for speaking in its own name, for reclaiming the floor, for calling the other while feigning to repeat the ends of sentences. The prisoner evokes, then, the terrible anxiety of Descartes pursued by the evil genius, the deceitful one par excellence, by the other spirit, the spiritus malignos. In the anxiety of Duperrey, the philosopher masks himself, he shields himself from nakedness. Larvitus Proteo. Schmidt quotes and echoes, in the first person, he speaks of himself in taking on the mask of Descartes. From one end to the other of these red-hot and despairing pages, haughty ones, too, whose rhetoric does not always avoid, with a certain pride, a landscape and commonplaces only too familiar today, they are the confession of one who confesses his doubts about confession. The anxiety is all the more terrifying, he admits, when it gives birth to new impostures. He throws himself headlong into this anxiety, having imagined himself, in order to conjure it away, confronting deceit head-on, imposture of feeling and understanding, imposture of the flesh and the spirit, imposture of vice and virtue, imposture of husband and wife. These vis-a-vis are all equivalent. Then comes death, come, gelitter Todd, come, beloved death. These words appear to close a chapter, they follow immediately the sigh of the deceit of man and woman, betrug de mans and de wives. Yet another chapter, for there is more, death can also abuse us. It is the next to last chapter, a fraternal kiss will be spoken of. The phantom of the friend, Stimmer's phantom, has returned, the phantom of the thinker of phantoms. Everything the latter will have done to shield and to barricade himself is but the greatest deceit of self. As anyone is mad with self, mad with the I, ich verrucht, mad with me, sick of me, as we say, he sees the enemy in the non-I, sieht ihm nicht ich den Feind. Then the whole world becomes his enemy. For now we have him imagining that the world should let itself be caught when, guarding its freedom, it offers him the fraternal kiss, den Bruderkuss. He then hides from the dialectical dissociation of the ego, and seeks to escape from the enemy in the very time of deceit. But the enemy is an objective force. It is impossible to escape him, the authentic enemy will not brook deceit. This last phrase then opens a brief meditation, a few lines, on the enemy. The enemy in the figure of the brother. We see Schmidt, the thinker of the enemy, he who in this century will have become famous for having made the enemy his theme, his concept, his theater, in his prison putting his head in his hands and beginning the final anamnesis. He is ready to put himself in question, precisely on the subject of the enemy. He will not do so, he will never do it, no more than he will ever avow or disavow his Nazism. 35 But he will attempt to say, on the subject of what calls into question, of what calls me into question, something that will still be called the enemy, the brother enemy. The question that resounds in this cell is not the converse of the question in Lysis, who is the friend, nor even the general or ontological question, what is the enemy? What is hostility or the being hostile of the enemy? No, it is the question who, as the concrete question I put to myself, and for which I will have to conclude that with this question the enemy puts me in question. It is the question who, to be sure, but first of all or simply who for me. Wer ist den mein Feind? Who, then, is my enemy, mine, here, now? Is it my enemy, he who feeds me in my cell? He even dresses and houses me, kleidet und behaust mich sogar. The cell is the piece of clothing that he has offered to me. I therefore ask myself, who can finally be my enemy? Wer kann den überhaupt mein Feind sein? Before this question, the jurist finds a second wind, he is willing to confess, but he recalls, across general considerations, that he is a jurist, not a theologian. These general conditions redialecticize the question. A dialectic of recognition, Anerkennung. In order to identify my enemy, I must recognize him, but in such a way that he recognizes me also. In this reciprocal recognition of recognition resides the grandeur of the concept. That is hardly a fitting piece for an age of the masses and its pseudo-theological myths of the enemy. The theologians tend to define the enemy as something which must be annihilated, vernichtet. But I am a jurist, not a theologian. Oh really? What does he mean, exactly? That contrary to what certain theologians claim, the enemy, the concept of enemy, must not be annihilated? This, indeed, is exactly what he has always maintained. Or else that the enemy himself would not be something which must be annihilated. But had he not defined the enemy in these terms, and more than once? Had he not repeated that the enemy is first and foremost he who must be physically killed? And as for his refusal to be a theologian, one wonders who said, and often in so convincing a manner, that all the concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts, and that one must start from theology if one is to understand them, and if one is to understand the concepts of decision, exception, and sovereignty. 36 What game is this man playing, then, when he says he is a jurist, not a theologian? Should he not be the first to smile at this distinction? After this dialectical exercise, a Hegelian one, it must be said, the question returns, more or less identical, literally. One simply passes from being enemy to the recognition of the enemy, that is, to his identification, but to an identification which will carry me to my identification, finally, myself, with the other, with the enemy whom I identify. Previously, the sentence was, I wonder, then, who can finally be my enemy? Now it is, whom may I finally recognize as my enemy? Response, manifestly, he alone who can put me in question, der mich in Frage stellen kann. In so far as I recognize him as my enemy, I recognize that he can put me in question. And who can effectively put me in question? Only myself. Or my brother. That's it. The other is my brother. The other is revealed as my brother, and the brother reveals himself as my enemy. 37. The power and the sleepwalking levity of this progression. The prudence and the sureness of a rhetoric. The prisoner gropes about in the night, from one corner of his cell to another. He hazards a step, then another, then stops to meditate. We first went from a question, whom can be my enemy? Whom can I recognize as such, to the pre-inscription of the question itself, as a calling into question, in the who to be identified, in the enemy as he who calls into question. Who is my enemy? How is he to be recognized but in the very question, which puts me in question? The question is no longer a theoretical question, a question of knowledge or of recognition, but first of all, like recognition in Hegel, a calling into question, an act of war. The question is posed, it is posed to someone puts it to himself like an attack, a complaint, the premeditation of a crime, a calling into question of the one who questions or interrogates. It is posed to oneself in terms of a break into the other, or its breaching. One cannot question oneself on the enemy without recognizing him, that is, without recognizing that he is already lodged in the question. This is what the wisdom of the cell teaches the solitary prisoner. The enemy is properly unavoidable for the person who thinks a little, if, at least, thinking begins with the question. The quotation of a verse by Dobler will express this in a moment. The enemy has the figure of the question, of our question, he is our own question as figure, als Gestalt. To another step in the night, we then went from calling into question to calling oneself into question. The enemy in question is he who calls into question, but he can call into question only someone who can call himself into question. One can be called into question only in calling oneself into question. The enemy is oneself, I myself am my own enemy. This concept of one's own enemy at once confirms and contradicts everything Schmidt has said about the enemy up to now. It confirms the necessity, so often stressed, of correctly determining, concretely, one's enemy, but it contradicts the same necessity, for nothing is less proper to self, than one's enemy. The solution to this problem, the response that comes from a word like a key found inside the home, whereas it was being sought outside, is oder mein Bruder. The or else, oscillates between the oscillation of the alternative or the equivalence of the equation, aut or vet. Who can put me into question? Myself alone. Or my brother? Oder mein Bruder. This is an a priori synthesis of the following sequence: I am, myself, the other who puts me in question, puts myself in question, the other is my brother is my enemy, and so forth. The a priori synthesis, the armed tautology, the genetic pleonasm comes down to making the enemy he who is at one and the same time the closest, the most familiar, the most familial, the most proper. Oikiotes would gather up the totality of these values to define the friend in lysis. But now Oikiotes characterizes the enemy, my own enemy, in the brother figure, myself as my brother, myself or, if it is not me, my brother. Such would be the originary complaint. We shall abandon as of little interest the question of knowing if that reverses or repeats Platonism. One does not exclude the other, since thanks to my brother, on his account, I am the other, and the closest is the most removed, the most proper is the most foreign. Why do we suspend the question of Platonism or its reversal? To some extent because for some time now it has been slightly wearisome. But above all because what follows and finishes this brief meditation brings together in the filiation of the brother a biblical lineage and a Greek lineage. And we are all the more intent on marking off this genealogical bifurcation, which will divide the history of friendship qua the history of fraternity, given that it announces the argument of subsequent chapters of this work. Which brother are we talking about? Who are these brother enemies? And which one is their father? Where were they born? On biblical or Hellenic ground? In a finite family or an infinite one? And what if these two families of brothers were precisely giving birth, procreating, the brother enemies, the true brothers truly enemies? And what if both, twice two, what if these two couples of brother enemies had exactly in common the fact that they never renounce either belonging, to a natural ethnic group or to a group of choice, to the family and to the fatherland, to the phratry, to the nation, to blood, and to the earth, or the universalism for which they claim responsibility, all men are brothers 38, a responsibility that is always, of course, exemplary. The powerful and traditional logic of exemplarity would allow all the brothers in the world to reconcile the two imperatives. To believe it possible, in any case, to allow it or to have it believed. A brother is always exemplary, and this is why there is war. And among all the meanings of this exemplarity we do not exclude that of the exemplar, this Ciceronian model of friendship with which we decided to begin, a model at once both the original and the copy, the face and its mirror, one and the other. In the very next paragraph, Schmidt grafts one family onto another. And again dialecticizes. Deliberately or not, he names Cain and Abel, then a father of all things who cannot not cite a certain Heraclitan Polemos panton men pater esti, 39 the Bible and Greece. Adam and Eve had two sons, Cain and Abel. Thus begins the history of humanity. That is how the Father of all things appeared. It is the dialectical tension that maintains the history of the world in movement, and the history of the world is not yet over. Between the Greek family and the biblical family appears the thinker of the infinite, the thinker of the true infinite, not the false infinite. He has the features and bears the name of philosopher. We recognize the specter of Hegel, even though he is not explicitly named. Schmidt ventriloquizes once again, to recall that the infinite passes through the annihilation of self. An allusion to all the exterminators face to face with one another, we are in the aftermath of the war, Schmidt writes from his prison. Prudence, then, one does not write in levity of the enemy. One is classed according to one's enemy. One situates oneself according to what one recognizes as enmity, hostility, Feindschaft. The exterminators are assuredly sinister, who justify themselves in the allegation that the exterminators must be exterminated. But all extermination is but self-extermination. The enemy, on the other hand, is the other. Remember the formidable propositions of the philosopher, the relation to oneself in the other, there we have the true infinite. The negation of the negation, says the philosopher, is not neutralization. What is truly infinite on the contrary depends on it. But what is truly infinite is the fundamental concept, der Grundbegriff, of his philosophy. Then he quotes Theodor Dobler's verse, the enemy is our own question qua figure, der Feind ist unser Einfrage als Gestalt, 40. Immediately afterwards, just before the epilogue, a double echo resounds in this prison cell. The wisdom of the solitary one lets two apostrophes ring out, one attributed to Aristotle, the dying sage, and the one that Nietzsche cried out, in the name of the living fool. Two grievances, two complaints, and two warnings name here the friend, there the enemy, each time the friend or enemy one has not. A double echo, to be sure, both wise and mad, but yet another language, that of the man who is undoubtedly awaiting judgment. Woe to him who has no friend, for his enemy will sit in judgment upon him. Woe to him who has no enemy, for I shall myself be his enemy on judgment day. Epilogue. Here everything is in the form of epilogue and epitaph. Everything chimes with this dying voice in English of which Schmidt speaks so much in his Hamlet or Hecuba. Will it be said once again, in conclusion, that the sister is altogether mute in this interminable and eloquent dialectic of inimical brothers? An Antigone between all these families, finite or infinite, of inimical brothers. 41 No, one would do better to become attentive to several enigmatic signs in the epilogue of this Weisheit Something of a eulogy to Echo can be heard, her name appears twice. It is true that she speaks German, and celebrates her belonging to the German language. Such is the wisdom of the cell, Schmidt notes. I lose my time and gain my space. He then pulls up short on the word space, Raum. The same word as Raum. He is admiring the marvels of the German language, its potential and its powers, its spatial energy and its generating force, its spatial and germinal dynamic, die Raumkraft und the Keimkrafter durch Sprache. In his own language speech and place rhyme, word und Ort. His language was able to safeguard in the word rhyme its spatial sense and its space of sense, seinen Raum Sinn, while bestowing on its poets the obscure play that brings together, untranslatably, Riem and Heimat, rhyme and the motherland, rhyme and the at-home le chez soi. Let us not attempt to translate the assonance, for that would be to translate what should not be translated, precisely the untranslatable, that which does not have the good fortune of echo in another language. Another nation, especially France, as we shall see. And here it is, no, not yet Echo's sister, but already the kinship of brother and sister, in the very rhyme in which the word seeks the fraternal resonance, den geschwistlichen Klang, in its sense a son sens, im Reim such das Wort den geschwistlichen Klang sens sins. But geschwisterlich qualifies the fraternal qua kinship between brother and sister. And the fraternity of this rhyme is German rhyme, not the traffic signal, look at Fugger, or the fireworks of a Victor Hugo. She is Echo, ist Echo, the clothing and the finery, the heart of the text is the theme of nakedness and clothing, she is the witch's broomstick for the place, Ort, of sense, its location and its dislocations. Schmidt then evokes the speech of Sibylline poets, his friends, in fact, Theodor Dobler and Conrad Weiss. The obscure play of their rhymes becomes sense and prayer. This is the obscure friendship of rhyme, alliance, harmony, assonance, chime, the insane unking apparement of a couple. Sense is born in a pair, once, randomly and predestined. The friendship of these two friends, and that makes three, would opportunely remind us that a friendship should always be poetic. Before being philosophical, friendship concerns the gift of the poem. But sharing the invention of the event and that of the other with the signature of a language, friendship engages translation in the untranslatable. Consequently, in the political chance and risk of the poem. Would there not always be a politics of the rhyme? The prisoner lends an ear to the speech of his poet friends, he is suffering, and sees that he is not naked but dressed and on the way home, bekleidet und auf dem Weg zu einem Haus. The last words are those of a poem. As untranslatable as its rhymes. Naming Echo, it calls out to her as, naturally, she is born, grows or matures, waxed, like pusses, in front of each word, before all speech, and she in effect comes first, she is the first word of the poem. Echo waxed vorgetum word. Everything begins with echo. But only in a language, for a people, and for a nation. Rhymes sign, and in cadence seal a belonging. Rhymes attune the word of a language with place, then with a place's gate, an open place, but our gate. And the stamp of the rhyme, like the hammer of a storm, bestows on echo, we will be hearing it, an accent as exalted as it is sinister. Wie ein Sturm vom offenen Ort. Hammert es durch unsere Pforte. A sinister exaltation, for one would have had to remind Schmidt, among so many other things, so as to warn him, if it were not too late, that in all languages, and therefore for all peoples, a rhyme can become a traffic signal. And sometimes worse still. Such a risk is inscribed flush with the structure of rhyme, in the insane couple it forms with itself, in the philaudy of its linkage. It is also a technique, and can become mechanized to serve the law of the worst. To speak, soberly, only of traffic signals, all languages fall prey to them, as do the great poets of all languages. And nothing looks more like the traffic signals of one country than those of another, in Europe or elsewhere, this is the law. On another occasion, we shall say something different to honor echo, the echo of the Metamorphoses, in any case. This is not the place. Here, in its obscure play, yes, in what such play recalls of what is most somber, a particular German echo retains the power to make both those who agree to hear her and those who prefer to remain deaf tremble. We shall therefore translate neither for the former nor for the latter. Echo waxed vorgetum word. Wie ein Sturm vom offenen Ort. Hammert es durch unsere Pforte. 7. He who accompanies me. Amor enim, ex quo amicitia nominala est. Ex quo exodus civ amor civ amicitia. Utrumque enim ductum est abamando. 1. Cicero. Nature, the minister of God and the governor of men, has made all of us in the same form, in the same mold as it were, so that we should recognize each other as fellow beings, or rather, as brothers. Rather must we believe that in giving greater shares to some and less to others, she wanted to leave scope for the exercise of brotherly love, with some people being in a position to offer assistance and others needing it. Since then our good Mother Nature has given all of us the whole world as our dwelling, and has, so to speak, lodged us all in the same house, and has designed us on the same pattern so that each of us could see himself reflected in others and recognize himself in others, and has given us all the great gift of speech so that we could come to a still deeper acquaintance and brotherhood, and acquire a common will by sharing our thoughts one with another, and has striven by every possible means to bind us together in the tight embrace of kinship and companionship, and has shown in everything she does that her intention was not so much to make us united as to make us one. We cannot doubt that we are by nature free, since we are companions of each other. And nobody can imagine that nature has placed anyone in a position of servitude, since she has made each of us the companion of all others. Point 2. La Boétie. But there is no example yet of woman attaining to it. Montaigne. And the brother is revealed as my enemy, Schmidt said. My own enemy. The suitability convenance, also affinity, correspondence, appropriateness, convenience of the enemy. The suitability of the enemy at one's own convenience. The enemy had indeed to be there already, so near. He had to be waiting, lurking close by, in the familiarity of my own family, in my own home, at the heart of resemblance and affinity, within parental suitability, within the oikiotes which should have lodged no one but the friend. This enemy was a companion, a brother, he was like myself, the figure of my own projection, but an exemplarity more real and more resistant than my own shadow. My truth in painting. The enemy did not rise up, he did not come after the friend to oppose or negate him. He was already there, this fellow creature, this double or this twin, I can identify and name him. The proof? He has disappeared, he has slipped off, and I must call him back. The proof, above all others, is that I am still able to address him as well as them, enemies. There is no enemy, for there immediately are, and by this very token, more than one of them, for the enemy, by definition, includes me. To the point of madness, how many of them, of us, are there? Are we going to count the enemies now? And suddenly, how many brothers? I can call the enemy to appeal to him. I can do so owing to him, owing to his being the origin as well as the destination of the call. When did this begin? Who began? Friends, there are no friends, cried the dying sage. Enemies, there is no enemy, shouts the living fool that I am. A moment ago, we were saying that I can call the enemy. The friend too. Theoretically, I can talk to both. But between talking to them and speaking of them there is a world of difference. In the apostrophe, there are first of all the friends to whom the dying sage was talking, and the enemies whom the living fool addresses. This is in each case the first part of the sentence, the vocative moment of the interjection. Then come the friends and enemies, the second part of the sentence, of whom the sage and the fool speak, on the subject of whom they pronounce a verdict. On the subject of whom something is said in the form of assertion, predication, judgment. And as if by chance, from the moment they are spoken of instead of being spoken to, it is to say that they are no longer, or not yet, there, it is to register their absence, to record constater after having called. They are summoned to be spoken to, then dismissed, fort, saying to them, speaking of them, that they are no longer there. One speaks of them only in their absence, and concerning their absence. We are now going to deal with this difference. We are going to speak of it while speaking to you, through several detours. In English, this would be to address the possibility of this question. The question lies clandestinely on the threshold of our sentence, restlessly occupying the grammatical secret of its first word, a single letter, omega. We are going to speak of it, talk with it, talk to it, across several philological debates around the unstable status of this initial omega. Everything, in effect, begins with the last letter, everything begins in a certain undecidability of the omega. But before saying even one word about it, we can divine a certain friendship towards the enemy to whom we are talking, and sometimes this friendship is more intense than the one with the friend of whom we speak. But nothing is ever certain. When you speak to someone, to a friend or an enemy, does it make any sense to distinguish between his presence or absence? In one respect, I have him come, he is present for me, I presuppose his presence, if only at the end of my sentence, on the other end of the line about to fill, at the intentional pole of my allocution. But in another respect, my very sentence simultaneously puts him at a distance or retards his arrival, since it must always ask or presuppose the question, are you there? This drama of presupposition is at work in the messianic sentence we were speaking of above 3, the incredulous believer who presently addresses the Messiah, while the latter, in rags in one of the capital's suburbs, moves about, as always, incognito, when will you come, thereby removing or deferring into the future the very thing whose coming he verifies, calls for, salutes and perhaps fears. There is nothing fortuitous in the fact that this same contretemps also dictates, being itself just as insane and inevitable, the teleopoetic sentence, an example of which we recognized in the Nietzschean promise of philosophers to come, philosophers of the perhaps who may perhaps come but who are already, perhaps, at the end of the sentence promising them, providing your friendship for me lets you hear it. In both cases, appealing to the other presupposes his advent. By this very gesture the other is made to come, allowed to come, but his coming is simultaneously deferred, a chance is left for the future needed for the coming of the other, for the event in general. For, furthermore, who has ever been sure that the expectation of the Messiah is not, from the start, by destination and invincibly, a fear, an unbearable terror, hence the hatred of what is thus awaited? and whose coming one would wish both to quicken and infinitely to retard, as the end of the future. And if the thinkers of the dangerous perhaps can be nothing other than dangerous, if they can signify or bring nothing but threat and chance at one and the same time, how could I desire their coming without simultaneously fearing it, without going to all ends to prevent it from ever taking place? Without going to all ends to skip such a meeting? Like telepoiesis, the messianic sentence carries within it an irresistible disavowal. In the sentence, a structural contradiction converts a priori the called into the repressed, the desired into the undesired, the friend into the enemy. And vice versa. I must, by definition, leave the other to come, the Messiah, the thinker of the dangerous perhaps, the God, whoever would come in the form of the event, that is, in the form of the exception and the unique, free in his movement, out of reach of my will or desire, beyond my very intention. An intention to renounce intention, a desire to renounce desire, etc. I renounce you, I have decided to, the most beautiful and the most inevitable in the most impossible declaration of love. Imagine my having thus to command the other, and this is renunciation, to be free, for I need his freedom in order to address the other qua other, in desire as well as in renunciation. I would therefore command him to be capable of not answering my call, my invitation, my expectation, my desire. And I must impose a sort of obligation on him thereby to prove his freedom, a freedom I need, precisely in order to call, wait, invite. What I thus engage in the double constraint of a double bind is not only myself, nor my own desire, but the other, the Messiah or the God himself. As if I were calling someone, for example, on the telephone, saying to him or her, in sum, I don't want you to wait for my call and become forever dependent upon it, go out on the town, be free not to answer. And to prove it, the next time I call you, don't answer, or I won't see you again. If you answer my call, it's all over. Enemies, there is no enemy. The enemy is not given. Nietzsche's catapostrophe was long since prepared, as we have seen, by such an avowal of hostility in self, within oneself. Not necessarily by a declaration of hostility but in the avowal of enmity, and in that of an enmity within the very intimacy of friendship. Prepared before Hegel, whose powerful heritage we have just recognized in the concept of the political, older than him in the patrimony, the ancestral interlocutor is once again he whose paternity Hegel was most inclined to invoke at every turn, Aristotle the grandfather. We must then return once more, and it will not be the last time we do so, to the one who will have been credited with these four incredible words that we are still transcribing without accent and without breathing, in an approximative spelling, o philoi, udius philos. We must return to the one to whom will have been lent, with so much interest, in a doubtful syntax, the indestructible capital of what, one day, one time, he would have given up to be heard by the young Greeks admitted into his school, that is, this time citing Florian's quotation. My friends, there are no friends. The epigraph of the preface, 1963, to the concept of the political, prior even to its first word, also convokes Aristotle. It does not relate at that point what Aristotle said about friendship or war. Nor what is said of what he said. But what he is said to have reported. For though his sayings are sometimes reported, like "O my friends, there is no friend," Aristotle also reported the sayings of other sages. Schmidt's epigraph, then, reports what Aristotle is said to have reported of what numerous sages declare and want to say, what they think of friendship as well as war, institution as well as destruction. It is said that Aristotle subscribed and spoke in unison with these sages, und spricht es mitsamt in. Like them, he believed that the cause, Ursache, of the institution, Stiftung, hence the cause of the social and political bond, but also that of destruction, Störung, is friendship on the one hand, war on the other. Now for the epigraph, again a quotation, Aristotle reports what numerous sages say and think, and he speaks with them, friendship and war are the origin of all institutions and all destruction for If something is converted or inverted in the two Nietzschean apostrophes, this is perhaps not so much because of the content of the utterances, the reversal of friendship into enmity. Once again, a reversal would perhaps leave things unaltered. What is of more import is what is inscribed rather, earlier Pluto, plus tot, prior to their contents, in the modalities of the uttering. Here and now, the quotation in the past tense, so rief, the exclamation attributed to a dying sage, der Sterbend wise, is replaced by a quotation, or rather, by the performative uttering of an exclamation in the present tense, Ruffich. A first-person singular responds to it, a person presented precisely as a living fool, Ruffich, der Leben tau Omicron r, a fool and living by that very token, and perhaps, too, because the loss of the enemy no longer leaves him either enough reason or enough force to identify himself, to pose himself in opposing himself, to present himself in the present or to gather himself as himself, ego cogito, ego sum, the I think which accompanies all my representations, transcendental consciousness. Gemeinigkeit of Dasein, etc. Without an enemy, I go mad, I can no longer think, I become powerless to think myself, to pronounce cogito, ergo sum. For that I must have an evil genius, a spiritus malignas, a deceitful spirit. Did not Schmidt allude to this in his cell? Without this absolute hostility, the I loses reason, and the possibility of being posed, opposing, or of opposing the object in front of it, I loses objectivity, reference, the ultimate stability of that which resists, it loses existence and presence, being, logos, order, necessity, and law. I loses the thing itself. For in mourning the enemy, I have not deprived myself of this or that, this adversary or that rival, this determined force of opposition constitutive of myself, I lose nothing more, nothing less, than the world. How will reason be safeguarded in such a mourning? How is the enemy to be mourned? How is that to be worked out, however timidly? But at this point, how will you avoid thinking that reason is intimately linked to enmity, that reason is the friend of the enemy? Philosophy is at stake here, and this is what the cry of the living fool gives up to be heard. This is the piece of news brought forth on the winds of rumor, in its direct and continuous propagation, O my friends, or in inverted form, enemies. Hence a first question, in what respect does Nietzsche here reverse a Greek and properly philosophical tradition of philia? In what respect, in a context which would rather be Zarathustra's, does he denounce, instead, the Christian mutation that prefers the neighbor, to the Greek friend? And the neighbor, this other brother, is he not something else again than the Greek friend, than the near one of oikiotes or, to speak Ciceronian, the near one of propinquitas, the proximity of neighborhood and familial alliance? Would this neighbor be something altogether different from my relatives, something else again in being simply altogether other, the trace or the son or the brother of the altogether other? At the origin there is a rumor, and it is said that he is supposed to have said. The origin of a rumor is always unknown. Indeed, this is how a rumor is identified. To say the origin is not known and never will be is always, let us not doubt the importance of this risk, to open up the space of rumor and to license the it is said, idle talk, and the myth. But the question who signs a rumor, does not necessarily amount to the question who becomes responsible for its proverbialization. If the author of these 4 words, their very first signatory, is a matter of conjecture, can you at least trust the letter of the reported remark? The very spelling and grammar of the transcription? Nothing is less certain. From quotation to quotation, from glosses to glosses, from poems to philosophemes, from fables of morality to precepts of wisdom, from Montaigne to De Guy and Blancot, including Florian, Kant, Nietzsche, and so many others, an impressive convoy of Western culture has perhaps opted, at one particular marshalling yard, for a mistake on the part of a copyist or specialist in hermeneutics. Perhaps, there can be no testament without the possibility of a philological sidetracking. A testament is read, offers itself to readings, but also ordains readership. The Testament is the Bible of hermeneutics. The fool would then not be the hare, its friends, and the two chipmunks, but, rather, what the storyteller accuses the hare of not knowing, what Aristotle is reported to have said. But my hare had this whim / and didn't know what Aristotle / used to say to young Greeks upon entering his school, / my friends, there are no friends. Come now, would Aristotle ever have said that? And what if it were a fool? And even supposing he said it, what could he have meant by it? Let us first take note of this: the citational rumor does not seem to have any origin. It would never have begun, but would have simply alleged the simulacrum of its inauguration. In his Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Diogenes Laertius does not himself quote the sentence Aristotle is reported to have said. He is already playing the spokesperson for what favor he knows reports in his memoirs. Everything here seems to issue from a last will and testament. Explicit arrangements were entrusted to lawful authorities by a mortal. The reference to Aristotle's testament, diatheke, is its tone-imparting context. Friendship will never be described differently. Its description requires the last will and testament. Diogenes Laertius describes the contents of the testament like a public notary, a friend of the family, sharing in their mourning. He is, as it were, one of the legatees. As if he were conducting an inventory, he first reports the fine sentences and attractive apophthegms attributed to the philosopher. He is said to have answered the question, what is a friend? Tist philos, through the economic figure of habitat. The body houses the soul, offers its hospitality, inviting it to stay over. But how is this typology of habitat in friendship to be thought? What is a friend? Response: one soul in twin bodies. 5. Dislodging the logic and identity of the territory in general, designating a principle of errancy, the letter of this response might well leave no one at peace. It would provide food for thought. A friend, having more than one place twin bodies, would never have a place of his own. He could never count on the sleep or nourishment of the economic intimacy of some home. The body of the friend, his body proper, could always become the body of the other. This other body could live in his body proper like a guest, a visitor, a traveler, a temporary occupant. Friendship would be unheimlich. How would unheimlich, uncanny, translate into Greek? Why not translate it by adipose, outside all place or placeless, without family or familiarity, outside of self, expatriate, extraordinary, extravagant, absurd or mad, weird, unsuitable, strange, but also a stranger to. Fundamentally, unsuitable would be the most ominous, since friendship was so often defined by that suitability, oikiotes, fitting to familiarity, as in a bonding affinity. And here we have madness rising up on the premises. If we are stressing this strange atypia of the friend, the reason lies in the irreducible tension that may ensue in its confrontation with the principle, at once topical and familial, precisely the principle of suitability, which elsewhere defines the political, but in its bond to the bond of friendship. A digression here, remaining between square brackets, on suitability, unsuitability. Montaigne draws the most audacious and the most uncontestable consequence of this, if you like, doubly singular definition of the friend qua one soul, singularity, but in two bodies, duplicity. Here again quoting Aristotle, keeping to the letter of his discourse, Montaigne nurtures this double singularity. He maintains its rigor to the point of the most troubling paradoxes in the logic of gift, loan, debt, or duty, indeed, in the logic of gratitude, and therefore in the genealogy of morals. For any and all calculations are impossible, and these very words lose their meaning if it is true that friends are one soul in bodies twain, following that most apt definition of Aristotle's. The impossibility of this calculation, the ruin of the ordinary meaning of words, the avalanche of logical and grammatical absurdities, are the signs that allow the difference between sovereign and masterful friendship and other ones to be determined. The philia most devoted to the other, the most heterotopical or heterophilial, is no other, finally, than the friendship of self, philotia, if not narcissism, and that's not bad for a start. No more gifts or debts or duties between friends. If someone is to say thank you, it is the person giving to the person accepting. Montaigne has just quoted Aristotle, "Oh my friends, there is no friend," and he then moves on. In this noble relationship, the services and good turns which foster those other friendships do not even merit being taken into account. That is because of the total interfusion of our wills. For just as the friendly love I feel for myself is not increased, no matter what the Stoics may say, by any help I give myself in my need, and just as I feel no gratitude for any good turn I do to myself, so too the union of such friends, being truly perfect, leads them to lose any awareness of such services, to hate and to drive out from between them all terms of division and difference, such as good turn, duty, gratitude, request, thanks, and the like. Everything is genuinely common to them both, their wills, goods, wives, children, honor, and lives. Their correspondence is that of one soul in bodies twain, according to that most apt definition of Aristotle's, so they can neither lend nor give anything to each other. I emphasize correspondence convenance. Earlier Montaigne had defined friendship as the correspondence of wills, convenance de volontés. Such is the ineluctable communal and communist consequence, stylistically at once both Platonic and Aristotelian, of this absolute community qua the community of souls. But a communism dreaming in secret of the secret, as we shall see, a political and apolitical communism which does not count, no further than to one, and therefore not even up to one. Not even against one, to cite the second tide given to unwilling slavery by the Protestants, which Montaigne, at the outset of his chapter on friendship, on this great testamentary stage, recalls. The allusion to our civil wars at the beginning of the chapter gives us the clue. We are going to speak again of stasis and fraternity, of stasis among brothers. What is, in fact, the inevitable conclusion of this correspondence, this so beautiful word often used to translate oikiotes? If correspondence is another name for an indivisible community of the soul between lovers, why should it harbor this taste of death, of the impossible, of the aporia? When friends correspond, when they suit one another, are a good match, when they match, one matching the other, when they agree to come to each other, then division would affect only their bodies, it would not harm the soul of those who thus love each other in sovereign friendship. In a moment Montaigne will draw from this indivisibility, for the perfect friendship which I am talking about is indivisible, still other consequences, dangerous and abyssal ones. They will interest us under the heading of number, secrecy, and brotherhood confrery. For the moment let us follow the economy of the gift without gift that Montaigne deduces from this joint ownership of the soul. In this gift without gift consequent upon the joint ownership of the soul, Montaigne recognizes not so much an indistinction, a confusion, or a communion but, rather, a disproportionate inversion of dissymmetry. The liberal is the one who consents to receive, the debtor the one who gives. The gift is not impossible, but it is the receiver who gives, and from this point on neither measure nor reciprocity will legislate in friendship. Neither synchrony nor symmetry. As if friends were never contemporaries. Broaching this passage, we shall be wondering whether the model of this friendship with neither measure nor reciprocity, this break with the mutuality of exchange, still derives from the Greek paradigm of philia, from which Montaigne still literally seeks inspiration. And whether this question makes sense, whether there is such a paradigm, if it is one, which would be an example of one, an exemplary model or artifact, and would be one. The person who gives is therefore the one who receives, as we are told in On Friendship. The former thus gives only on condition that he does not have what he gives. The great but discreet tradition of this giving what one does not have, which is bequeathed from Plotinus to Heidegger, then to Lacan, they do not return or give the gift back, of course, thus no one is in possession of it, would now have to include Montaigne. But we should underscore the fact that Montaigne, by presenting marriage, as he typically does, as that which bears only an imaginary resemblance to this holy bond of sovereign friendship, silently dismisses heterosexual friendship, excluding a holy bond that would unite anyone other than two men, two male companions, in the figure and the oath of friendship, if not in so-called natural fraternity. The bond between female companions or between a woman friend and her companion could never be equal to its model, the bond of two male companions. The person who accompanies me, if he is the friend of the friend that I am, is a man. In any case, it indeed seems as if friendship between a man and a woman cannot be, in Montaigne's view, sovereign and capable of joint ownership. That is why those who make laws forbid gifts between husband and wife, so as to honor marriage with some imagined resemblance to that holy bond, wishing to infer by it that everything must belong to them both, so that there is nothing to divide or to split up between them. In the kind of friendship I am talking about, if it were possible for one to give to the other, it is the one who received the benefaction who would lay an obligation on his companion. For each of them, more than anything else, is seeking the good of the other, so that the one who furnished the means and the occasion is in fact the more generous, since he gives his friend the joy of performing for him what he most desires. When Diogenes the philosopher was short of money, he did not say that he would ask his friends to give him some, but to give him some back. And to show how this happens in practice, I will cite an example, a unique one, from antiquity, p. 214, emphasis added. Once again, it is always the example of a testament. Poor Eudemus bequeaths nothing to his two rich companions, nothing but a responsibility, a duty, a debt, to provide for his mother until her death, and to provide the dowry for his daughter's marriage. He is the liberal, since he bestows a grace and favor on his friends when he makes use of them in his necessity. He left them heirs to his own generosity, which consists in putting into their hands the means of doing him good. But for Montaigne, this is only a pretext for posing the question of number. This example supposes more than one friend, at least two, since Eudemus made one of the heirs the potential heir of the other. How are you going to reconcile more than one friend with what perfect friendship maintains of the indivisible? Each gives himself so entirely to his friend that he has nothing left to share with another, to share elsewhere. But arithmetic defies arithmetic. Here indivisibility permits and interdicts counting. Yes, indivisibility, that of the soul and of friendship, but the perfect friend that I am, totally united in my soul to my friend, I wish to give him so much that I would prefer to see the singularity multiply to give him even more. I give of myself entirely, but this is not enough. I wish, so great is my love, in fact it is infinite, to multiply, to double, triple, quadruple my very entirety, so as to give myself entirely more than once. For the perfect friendship I am talking about is indivisible. Each gives himself so entirely to his friend that he has nothing left to share with another. On the contrary, he grieves that he is not twofold, threefold or fourfold, and that he does not have several souls, several wills, so that he could give them all to the one he loves. Common friendships can be shared. We touch here on the most sensitive spot, the fragile and indispensable distinction, once again, between two kinds of fraternities, the natural one and the other. Natural fraternity, Montaigne, like Schmidt and so many others, seems to believe in the existence of such a thing, is not indispensable to perfect friendship. It would even be improper to it, as is natural paternity, for there can be no correspondence in the factual family. Father and son can be of totally different complexions, so can brothers 7. Likewise natural friendship can be only one of the attributes which I appreciate in the other, one among others in those common, customary friendships which are by definition divisible. Whereas the fraternity of alliance or election, the figure or the oath, the correspondence of convention, the fraternity of the covenant as one would say in English, the fraternity of spiritual correspondence, is the indivisible essence of perfect friendship. Natural fraternity is only an attribute, spiritual fraternity is a full-fledged essence, the very indivisibility of the soul in the coupling of sovereign friendship. Common friendships can be shared. In one friend one can love beauty, in another, affability, in another, generosity, in another, a fatherly affection, in another, a brotherly one, and so on. But in this friendship love takes possession of the soul and reigns there with full sovereign sway. This cannot possibly be duplicated. If two friends asked you to help them at the same time, which of them would you dash to? If they asked for conflicting favors, who would have the priority? p. 215. Not only the indivisibility, nor the uniqueness of the soul, but the singularity of the couple. Montaigne seems perfectly certain that one friend, one true friend, can never demand conflicting favors of you. This contradicts, at least, the desire for several souls and several wills, a desire properly immanent to the one true friend and recognized as such by Montaigne. Montaigne, above all, marks off the simultaneously political and apolitical, or acivic, structure of a perfect friendship which assumes the impossibility of honoring multiple demands and doing one's duty beyond a couple of friends. This tension between politicism and apoliticism is all the more paradoxical since the model of the fraternal couple for such comparisons is regularly engaged in an extremely politicized scene. Here we have an invariant feature of which the friendship with the author of Against the One is only an example. Yet Montaigne also seems to mark off a certain transcendence of friendship with respect to the public or civic realm. Not without a subtle equivocation for which we shall have to account. It occurs at least twice in On Friendship. One, the first time when Montaigne insists on the exceptional nature of this sovereign friendship. If it is exceptional, it depends on fortune, on what happens, Tuke, and if it is already something, if fortune can achieve it once in 3 centuries, 8, no political project can predict, prescribe, or program it. No one can legislate on the matter. A passive decision, an unconscious one, the decision of the other in myself. Exceeding all generality. If Aristotle tells us that good lawgivers have shown more concern for friendship than for justice, this is precisely because the former should be placed above the latter, and even that such legislation is perhaps no longer of a juridical or political order. Michelet will say in his journal, and we shall come back to this, fraternity is the law above the law. 9. The law of friendship here seems, at least for the Montaigne who refers in his own way to Aristotle's authority, heterogeneous to political laws. Better yet, its universality being only one of exceptional singularities, it would be heterogeneous to genericity, to all law, indeed, to all concepts that would not form the genus of the non-genus, the genus of the unique. The unique must be, every time, as is said of genius, a genus, in its own unique respect its own genus. The condition for the outburst of the I love you of love or friendship. Hence the obligatory conclusion that spiritual fraternity is ageneric and agenealogical. There is no law of the genus for such unique brothers. Thus preparing for that loving friendship between us which as long as it pleased God we fostered so perfect and so entire that it is certain that few such can even be read about, and no trace at all of it can be found among men of today. So many fortuitous circumstances are needed to make it, that it is already something if fortune can achieve it once in 3 centuries. There seems to be nothing for which nature has better prepared us than for fellowship, and Aristotle says that good lawgivers have shown more concern for friendship than for justice. 10 Within a fellowship the peak of perfection consists in friendship, for all forms of it which are forged or fostered by pleasure or profit or by public or private necessity are so much the less beautiful and noble, and therefore so much the less friendship, in that they bring in some purpose and or fruition other than the friendship itself. Nor do those 4 ancient species of love conform to it, the natural, the social, the hospitable, and the erotic, p. 207. Friendship at the principle of the political, to be sure, but then, and to this very extent, friendship beyond the political principle, is that right? Is that the good, beyond being? The friendship of a justice that transcends right le droit, the lot of friendship above laws, is this acceptable? Acceptable in the name of what, precisely? In the name of politics? Ethics? Law? Or in the name of a sacred friendship which would no longer answer to any other agency than itself? The gravity of these questions finds its examples, endless ones, every time a faithful friend wonders whether he or she should judge, condemn, forgive what he decides is a political fault of his or her friend, a political moment of madness, error, breakdown, crime, whatever their context, consequence, or duration. 2. The second time, in praising the response of Blusius when he declares his allegiance to the orders of Gracchus, an apparently unconditional fidelity, since it would have held even if Gracchus had ordered him to set fire to the temples. But, perhaps things are not so clear. They were more friends than citizens, friends, more than friends or foes of their country or friends of ambition and civil strife. Having completely committed themselves to each other, they each completely held the reins of each other's desires, granted that this pair were guided by virtue and led by reason, without which it is impossible to harness them together. Blusius' reply is what it should have been. Point 11. The dividing line between the political and the apolitical is no longer assumed as soon as the unconditional engagement, and therefore the apparently transcendental engagement with respect to the public realm, with the friend supposes a priori reason and virtue. They could never incite wrongdoing, nor even allow something harmful to the public sphere to be done. Friendship can exist only between good men, repeats Cicero. Point 12. Reason and virtue could never be private. They cannot enter into conflict with the public realm. These concepts of virtue and reason are brought to bear in advance on the space of the residential publica. In such a tradition, a virtuous reason or a rational virtue that would not be in essence homogeneous to the best reason of state is unthinkable. All the couples of friends which serve as examples for Cicero and Montaigne are citizen couples. These citizens are men whose virile virtue naturally tends, however successful or unsuccessful the attempt, to the harmonization of the measure of friendship, unconditional union or affection, with the equally imperative reason of the state. The friendship between these two men who are as brothers is also the passion of a love. At least love is its origin, for Cicero never fails to recall the affinity of friendship and love which gives the former its name, amor enim, ex quo amicitia nominata est 13. There is no secret capable of separating two experiences in which sometimes, in the singularity of an occurrence, what is fundamentally the same socius, the same friendship, the same virtue, the same reason, is revealed. This identity is sometimes revealed, it is perhaps bestowed by fortune and in a state of wonder, the toque of what happens to a virile couple of friends, once every 3 centuries. Yet Montaigne seems to continue to dream of a fundamental apoliticism or transpoliticism, which would command secrecy, an equally unconditional secrecy. Placing the law of secrecy above the laws of the city, this apolitical drive divides reason or virtue. The apolitical drive allows the essence of secrecy, or the interdiction of perjury, and, simultaneously, the essence of the political, to be read. Essences not qua facts or orders, but qua 2 oaths, 2 engagements, 2 responsibilities. Here again, this double bind does not happen to fraternity like an accident, but draws an interior and tragic structure out to its limit. One must choose between the sovereign fraternity of secrecy between two, in the friendship of exception, and, on the other hand, the brotherhood or the conjunction of political secrecy, which begins with 3. If one entrusted to your silence something which it was useful for the other to know, how would you get out of that? The unique, highest friendship loosens all other bonds. That secret which I have sworn to reveal to no other, I can reveal without perjury to him who is not another, he is me. It is a great enough miracle for oneself to be redoubled, they do not realize how high a one it is when they talk of its being tripled. The uttermost cannot be matched. If anyone suggests that I can love each of 2 friends as much as the other, and that they can love each other and love me as much as I love them, he is turning into a plural, into a confraternity, that which is the most one, the most bound into one. One single example of it is moreover the rarest thing to find in the world, p. 215. In each feature of this sovereign friendship, exception, improbable and random unicity, metapolitical transcendence, disproportion, infinite dissymmetry, denaturalization, etc., it might be tempting to recognize a rupture with Greek philia, a testamentary rupture, as some would hasten to conclude, a paleo or neo-testamentary rupture. How easy that would be. The eruption of the infinite. A reassuring principle would thereby be found, the diachronic order of a scansion, a periodization which the painstaking historian would then have to refine or overdetermine. But the fact is here before us, we have just verified that this new paradigm is not the coherent and applied consequence of a Greek principle of correspondence or suitability, oikiotes. This logical concatenation could rightly, even literally, place itself under the aegis of Aristotle, under that of his argument reported by Diogenes Laertius, that correspondence is but one of one soul in bodies twain, according to that most apt definition of Aristotle's, that therefore friends can neither lend nor give anything to each other. If this continuity spreads across a logic, a rhetoric, and a politics of spiritual friendship, then it would be difficult indeed, more reckless than might be believed, to oppose a Christian fraternity to some form of Greek fraternity. Not that the discrepancies are negligible, they are undoubtedly profound and irreducible, but they do not follow from a principle of distinction or opposition. Therefore their analysis demands other protocols. We are here in the vicinity of a generative graft in the body of our culture. Our culture is such an old body, but such a young one too. It is a child's body, the body of so-called European culture, between all these testaments, between Greek philosophy and the so-called religions of the book. A patriarch, born yesterday, who knows but forgets, too young and too old to remember that his own body was grafted at birth. There is no body proper without this graft. This body begins with this prosthesis or this supplement of origin. Among other consequences, endless political consequences should follow from this law. Furthermore, this is the exact locus of what is happening today more than ever, and will continue endlessly. One last word to close this long parenthesis on one soul in bodies twain. One soul in bodies twain, according to that most apt definition of Aristotle's, between Aristotle and Montaigne, among all the discourses setting off a powerful historical tremor, there is not only Cicero, but so many others. In the tortured landscape of these geological folds, on the crests of another massif rising out of it to leave on it an immense and singular signature, there is Saint Augustine. On the Friend, the Couple of Friends, on Mourning and the Testament, the Flow and the Economy of Tears on the Death of a Friend, the Christian infinitization of friendship or of spiritual fraternity which continues, beyond all conversion, to implement, in their translations, Greek and Roman schemata, Book 4 of his Confessions would here deserve, for itself alone, an interminable meditation. We will, however, have to limit ourselves to a sort of preliminary topology. In the first place, Augustine adopts, without quoting it, the most apt definition of Aristotle's, one soul in bodies twain. But he does so in surprise at having survived his friend. If he is one with the deceased, if their soul is indivisible, how could survival be possible? Augustine knew his Aristotle, thus he could write, still more I wondered that he should the and I remain alive, for I was his second self, I'll alter eram. How well the poet put it when he called his friend a half of his soul. I felt that our two souls had been as one, living in two bodies. From this admirable and rightly erroneous calculation, Augustine first draws, this will be a first stage to his move, a cunning, profound, troubling consequence, which bears both his inimitable signature and a form of universal revelation. He avows horror, and confesses to a double terror, that of surviving and not surviving, of surviving with half his soul amputated, the ineluctable arithmetical consequence of the Aristotelian axiom, but also that of not surviving, that is, of perhaps, forte, not keeping within himself, in what is left of self, at least a little of the beloved. Perhaps signs the wager, and signs the calculation as well, life to me was fearful because I did not want to live with only half a soul. Perhaps, forte, this, too, is why I shrank from death, for fear that one whom I had loved so well might then be wholly dead. 14 This is an abyssal calculation. Do you desire to survive for yourself or for the person whom you are mourning, from the moment the two of you are as one? The paradoxes concerning the gift we were evoking above, concerning what would come down to giving in the name of the other donner au nom de l'autre, also, giving to the other's name, in this case translate as follows, to survive, or not, the name of the other or, in the name of the other, for self or for the other in self, in a narcissism which is never related to itself except in the mourning of the other. Augustine can be suspected of offering his own egotistical interest in the conservation of the ideal pretext of the other's survival in self. Let us not proceed too quickly. For Saint Augustine will have preceded us on this path, and he will perhaps have been mistaken to accuse himself so quickly, later on, in his retractations. In fact, he will beat his breast in a retrospective denunciation of the declamation and ineptitude of the Confessions, when he presumed to desire survival in order to have his friends survive in him. But here he is assigning all the weight of the excuse, in truth, the chance of mitigation, of an extenuating circumstance if not of an exoneration, to a modest adverb, the one to which we have entrusted so much, on which we have wagered so much, the adverb perhaps. This declaration appears to me as flimsy as the confession is grave, although the ineptitude is in some fashion tempered by the perhaps added to it 15. In the second place, an economy without reserve is unleashed, announcing literally what we were calling above, with Montaigne, the arithmetical challenge of arithmetic, the indivisibility that induces a desire for an infinite multiplication of the subject. Hence a desire that aggravates all the more, to the point of vertigo, the originary guilt born with friendship. There is nothing fortuitous here, nothing necessarily indicating the path of a historical influence. For it is due to the internal logic of the indivisibility of the soul in the couple of friends. This is what we cherish in friendship, and we cherish it so dearly that in conscience we feel guilty if we do not return love for love, si non amavit redamentum, asking no more of our friends than these expressions of goodwill, praeter indicia benevolentiae. This is why we mourn their death, and life becomes a living death because a friend is lost. 16. Lastly, in the third place, the infinitization qua conversion in God, if this can be said, of this model of fraternal friendship. Here, one would then have to call on the testimony of the entirety of the Confessions, for this is the very law of their movement. In following our lead, we will limit ourselves to this point of passage where that which is turned towards God, towards His face, entrusted to God, trusting in God, assembled in and affected by God, in the dwelling place of God, in the home, that is, in the family or in the filiation of God, in this God of virtues whom we pray to convert us and to tum us towards Him, Deus virtutum convert noset ostend fadum tuum. 17, is not only the friendship of the friend but the enmity of the enemy. The enemy, too, must be loved according to God. The friend should be loved in God, the enemy must be loved not, to be sure, in God, but because of God. The question is not loving the enemy in God, this would, moreover, be impossible, but one can and must love one's enemy because God ordains as much, for himself, because of the cause he is. The enemy is thus inimicus, not hostis. One can imagine what Schmidt would have done with this passage, how he would have articulated it onto Christian politics and onto the properly political texts of Saint Augustine. Augustine says this at the heart of the Confessions: blessed are those who love you, and love their friends in you and their enemies for your sake. 18. Was this a digression? We shall go no further for the moment. This is perhaps enough to deconfigure, if not disfigure, the exemplary paradigms, the classifications, and the customary periodizations. The fact that Saint Augustine and Montaigne, among others, continue to develop, deploy, and make explicit Aristotelian and Ciceronian motifs, to claim authority for themselves in the letter of these texts while undoubtedly submitting them to a sort of infinite transplantation, to an uprooting and a transplantation of the infinite, is enough to cause us to suspect something untimely, some non-identity with self, in each of the presumed models, Greek, Roman, Christian. Later, and again on the subject of fraternity between brothers, we shall speak of other revolutions without revolution, the French Revolution, for example, and its relation to Saint Augustine among others. When Diogenes Laertius reads off Aristotle's bequest, the issue is more than one of friendship. The lead is hardly hidden from view, it only disappears, to appear again a little further on. Instead of citing a sentence written by Aristotle, Diogenes is content with reporting the memoirs of Favorinos, which themselves report sayings which are supposedly Aristotle's. Some series of apophthegms seem to line up aphorisms. The deductive law seems non-apparent. Under their surface discontinuity, a secret logic is controlling the reported sayings and the indirect propositions. Immediately following this domestic quip, if you like, on the way in which the soul of friends inhabits more than one body, and on the arithmetical oddity that then transforms the habitat into a haunting fear, how might a single soul inhabit more than one body without haunting them? Here are two aphorisms on the brevity of life, on the economy of survival and on the blindness of the gaze. Among men, there are the savers, they believe they are immortal, they economize, rein themselves in. Abstain, dispense with expenditure as if they have to live forever, osaiz seminus. Then there are those who spend and dispense without calculation because life is too short, as if they are about to the next minute, os audica tathnixomenis. As for the question of knowing why so much time is spent on the handsome, Aristotle would have rejected it as a blind question, tuplu, f, to erotma. Why? Because one must be blind not to know the answer in advance, beauty itself? Or because only a blind person is interested in beauty, in the visibility of bodies? More or less under the safekeeping of writings to which reference is sometimes made, Aristotle's sayings thus consigned are most often inspired, like all wisdom, by an ethical or political concern, equality, reciprocity, we might say a mutualism, a friendly society of antiphily in which we shall later distinguish, as rigorously as possible, however difficult it sometimes remains, from egalitarianism and social security, distributive or proportional justice, a certain concept of the rights of men or of the human person. All these themes come to conspire in the murmur of an ambiguous psi, omega lambda omicron iota, omicron delta epsilon sigma lambda omicron sigma, a cryptic phrase whose grammar, written form, and initial accentuation still remain to be determined. Let us repeat, for the moment we are writing it without accents. In particular without an accent on the omega, without an underscored iota and without a spirit. This letter will have sketched, so as to give it space and form, a sort of crypt, replete with twin ghosts. Around the crypt, mourning and ritual, in the course of centuries, ceremonies repeat themselves, and incantatory formulas inherited across generations of priests, and philological haunting, for love of a phrase, the history of a canonical sentence, a history, then, of exegesis, the work of the copyist, transcription, translation, tradition. All the transfers imaginable. But around a so discrete diacritical mark, the underscored mark of a single letter which appears and disappears, around another pronunciation, in other words, around a way of saying otherwise. It would all come down to a difference in the way of accentuating, chanting, therefore of addressing the other. Would such a history really have depended on a single letter, the omega opening its mouth and tossing a sentence to the other? Hardly anything at all. Less than a letter? Yes, it will have been necessary to decide on an aspiration, on the softness or hardness of a spirit coming to expire or aspire a capital O, an omega. Is it the sign of a vocative interjection, omega, or that of a pronominal dative, omega with a hoi, and hence an attribution? The friends, lambda omicron iota, remain motionless, indifferent to what is happening to them in either case, the vocative or the nominative. Omega lambda omicron iota, omicron delta epsilon sigma lambda omicron sigma. What does that change? Everything, perhaps. And perhaps so little. We shall have to approach prudently, in any case, the difference created by this trembling of an accent, this inversion of spirit, the memory, or the omission of an iota, the same iota synonymous in our culture for almost nothing. we shall have to approach these differences wherever they count, in the modality of the uttering, the meaning of the sentence, the choice of philosophemes, in the very politics conforming to, or exploiting them qui sy pliant ou employent. Underscore 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 underscore. Further on, Montaigne will speak again of the scene couture that joins souls together, on the page preceding the exposition on perfect friendship, namely friendship among men. Brotherly harmony is a solder binding brothers together. The vocabulary of the artifice, seam, and solder, are as important as, if not more important than, fraternity itself. Montaigne insists on this point: friendship is not and must not be a natural fraternity, but a fraternity of alliance, adoption, election, oath. Why, then, this natural figure? Why this adherence or this reference again to a natural bond, if one has set out to denaturalize? Why does the natural schema remain? This is our question. Nicomachean Ethics, 8, 1, 11:15-22-6, Politics, 2, 4, 1262b 7-9. Nicomachean Ethics, 8, 1, 11:55-26-7, when men are friends they have no need of justice, while when they are just they need friendship as well. P 1825 Revised Oxford Translation. 8. Recoils. In truth, those who have subscribed in complete confidence to the vocative reading that we have been pretending to follow from the outset, "Oh my friends, there is no friend," have not even been properly haunted by the possibility of such a secret. They have gone so fast as to be unaware of its existence. Unless the haunting begins where the extravagance of the sentence thus accentuated is troubling enough to become unforgettable to the point of obsession, thereby allowing the unsuspectable to become unconsciously suspect. And those who have allowed it, those who have preferred the interjection to the dative, the eloquence of the interpellation to the attributive assertion, are by no means few in number. To my knowledge, those who have cited, celebrated, even published the vocative sentence under examination in henceforth canonical discourses have all, without exception, read the omega as an interjection, a vocative o, which is anything but certain, which would in fact be rather dubious, as we shall show. Montaigne, Florian, Kant, Nietzsche, Blanquet, and Guy, for example, rely on this reading. And the same goes for the French, German, and Spanish translations of Diogenes Laertius that we have been able to check. Point 1. This, then, is the most widespread reading, the only one to have become legendary, the one to which On Friendship subscribes, where Montaigne distinguishes great friendship, sovereign master friendship, not only from those other common friendships but, indeed, from the most perfect of their kind. The bond uniting me to the soul of the friend is not only the knot of an attachment between two equals, two subjects, or two symmetrical wills. This bond places me under the law of the other. It disjoins and disproportions me, inspiring a confidence, a faith, a fidens fiancé greater in the other than in myself, and this dissymmetry itself, alone, marks the rupture between knowing and loving, reason and effect, between knowledge and the heart, or the body and the entrails. Here, ardent affection; there, coldness. The knowledge we have of each other may be symmetrical and reflective, equally shared in the glass of a mirror, it is nevertheless autonomous on both sides. As for trust, it could never be measured in this way, in truth it cannot be measured, it hails from the depths le fin fond, it is not aligned on knowledge, even if, in its own sublime way, it also has such knowledge. I must trust the other more than myself, and this sliver of mirror is indeed the sign that my friendship reaches towards, and is sustained in, the other. It depends more on the other than on myself. Passion and heteronomy. Our souls were yoked together in such unity, and contemplated each other with so ardent an affection, and with the same affection revealed each to each other right down to the very entrails, that not only did I know his mind as well as I knew my own, but I would have entrusted myself to him with greater assurance than to myself. On Friendship, p. 213. This fidance does not bear upon this thing or that. I do not trust the other more than myself relative to this or that object, this or that decision for which I would thus depend on his counsel, his wisdom, knowledge, or experience. No, it is on the subject of my very self, deep down in myself, it is regarding myself, in the inner recess of my regarding myself, that I entrust myself, without measure, to the other. I entrust myself to him more than to myself, he is in me before me and more than me. Because it was him, because it was me, another Aristotelian topos too, another Ciceronian topos, est enim is verus amicus, qui est tomcum alter idem 3. Heteronymic trust exceeds the reflexive forms of knowledge and consciousness of a subject, all the certitudes of an ego cogito. No cogito can measure up to such a friendship. I think from out of it, it thinks me before I even know how to think. It needs only to become evil to start looking like the evil genius. Providing, however, that this friendship is not confused with the others, that the homonymity does not lead us astray. This is the moment when Montaigne quotes Aristotle, and trusts that he is quoting an interjection. He is seeking to limit its range to common and customary friendships, those that can also turn into hatred. Montaigne, then, would not have been at all surprised at the Nietzschean reversal, he would have limited it to common friendships and enmities. Let nobody place those other common friendships in the same rank as this. I know about them, the most perfect of their kind, you would deceive yourself. In those other friendships you must proceed with wisdom and caution, keeping the reins in your hand, the bond is not so well tied that there is no reason to doubt it. Love a friend, said Chilo, as though some day you must hate him, as though you must love him. That precept which is so detestable in that sovereign master friendship is salutary in the practice of friendships which are common and customary, in relation to which you must employ that saying which Aristotle often repeated, O my friends, there is no friend. Pages 213 to 14. Is Montaigne therefore following Diogenes Laertius? Does he not, once again, distort the Aristotelian thematic, while developing and deploying its letter? Does not the heteronymic disproportion of sovereign friendship, once translated into the political realm, endanger the principle of equality, mutuality, and autarky which, it would seem, inspires Aristotle? But our question at every moment concerns political translation. It is indeed a question of knowing the rules of translation, but first of all of making sure that translation is possible and that everything can be translated into politics. Is the political a universal translating machine? We continue, then, to wonder what it might well mean for lawgivers to have shown more concern for friendship than for justice, as Montaigne likes to say, Aristotle liked to say. Concerning, for example, proportional justice or a measurable equality of rights, qua human rights, Diogenes is intent on saying on two occasions, and in two slightly different forms, what Aristotle never failed to say on the subject, that his concern was for the human qua human, the human before the individual, the human prior to all moral difference differentiating the human and the individual. If a man gives, for example, to someone unworthy, a con man, for instance, he gives to the humanity of the human in him, not to his character, to his manner of life tropos, or to his morality. He was accused of taking pity on a knave. He answered that he was thinking of the man, not of his morals, for he thereby invokes the form or essence of the human. This humanity of the human destroys the finite proportionality that would ordain the calculation of worth, to give following only this rule. A principle of infinity has already entered the proportionality. In proportioning everything on the scale of the human, in measuring everything against the standard of my friendship for the humanity of the human being, I no longer hold to the finite proportion of empirical determinations or of law, the con man is worth less than the gentleman, etc. This excess of one proportion over another heralds, in certain respects, the excess found in Montaigne that is of interest to us. But here it remains measured by a generality, the human in each human being, in every man and woman, and not by the singularity of an attachment, by the affection or sovereign friendship of a couple the likes of which is seen once in every 3 centuries. The problem of inegalitarian heteronomy remains intact. Unless equality, a certain equality, could be saved in respect of disymmetrical and heteronymic singularities. This equality would be at once calculable and incalculable, it would count on the incalculable. The same logic is at work on the subject of freedom, when Diogenes reports another of Aristotle's sayings. This one speaks of freedom, as well as of servitude, in a language closer to that of unwilling slavery than to the one sometimes attributed to it by the Dasein, which greatly reduces its complexity. Once again, it is approximately the same question as before. He was accused of giving alms to a knave. He answered, "For the fact is related in this manner, I have given alms not to the individual, but to the man." 5. He gave it not to a man, to a particular man, but to the human, to the humanity of the human race. This sentence can be compared to the Nicomachean Ethics, 1161b. Aristotle recalls the friendship due to the slave, but the slave qua human, not qua slave. What makes the difference, here, what finally justifies friendship, is the soul or the life, psyche, of the slave. More precisely, psyche insofar as it will not be reduced to the technical, to the machine, to the automate or to the tool, organon. The soul is what makes the slave a man. One could not be friends with an organon as such. The slave is an animate tool, impsychon organon, the tool is an inanimate slave, opsukos doulos. Insofar as he remains a tool, the slave will never inspire friendship. But the animate tool is also a man, and there is general agreement that there is something just, dikaion, that there is a relation of justice between all men, that is, between beings capable of entering into a community of sharing or participation, koinonse, according to law, nomos, or convention, synthik, the suitability of convention. To say that one can be friends with a slave qua man, kai philia de, kath asin anthropo, is to imply, in the same systemic cohesion, a series of indissociable concepts: friendship, philia, man, anthropo, soul, psyche, the just, dikaion, law, nomos, and the contract, synthik. A few lines above, Aristotle had underscored the bond between justice, friendship, and communal sharing, koinonia. 62 Consequences for friendship can immediately be drawn. 1. Friendship is irreducible and heterogeneous to the tool, at ganon, to instrumentalization, or, if one can widen or modernize things in this way, to all technical dimensions. 2. This same axiomatic dooms friendship in advance to democracy qua its destiny. There is here not a fact but a tendential law, a relation of proportion, since there are more shared things where citizens are equal, since communal sharing implies more law, more contract and convention, democracy is, then, more favorable to friendship than tyranny, 1161b 5-10. For the paternal relation is a royal or monarchical one, the relation between a man and his spouse is aristocratic. But the relation of brothers is properly political, often translated, democratic. Salomon translates it, that of a commonwealth. The politeia is the brother's affair, Tunad Elphon, Eudemian Ethics, 1241b 30. Tyranny, oligarchy and democracy, Aristotle says simply demos here, are derived from these 3 forms. Between the political as such, fraternity, and democracy, their co-implication or mutual appurtenance would be quasi-tautological. This concept of democracy is confirmed in the Eudemian Ethics, 1236. Of it is a politics of friendship founded on an anthropocentric, one could say humanist, concept. To man alone, insofar as he is neither animal nor God, is appointed the primary and highest friendship, that from which all the others receive their name, as it were, even if they are not simply its homonyms or synonyms, even if they are not its species, and even if they do not relate to this primary sense in a simply equivocal or univocal way. This friendship in the primary sense, eprotophilia, which is also the highest, if not the universal, sense, is that of friendship founded upon virtue, diareton. It is reserved to man, since it implies this faculty of decision, of deliberation or reflective choice, proairesis, voliasis, which appertains to neither animals nor to God. A system link will be easily recognized here between this properly human faculty, neither animal nor divine, of deliberation or calculation, on the one hand, and on the other, the concepts of law, nomos, convention, synthek, or community, koinonia, which, as we noted above, are implied in friendship as well as in democracy, and which, furthermore, bind together, in their very essence, friendship and democracy. There is no friendship, at least in this primary sense, with animals or with gods. There is no friendship, either, between animals or gods. No more so than democracy, fraternity, law, community, or politics. But are things this simple? Is one entitled to speak only of friendship in the primary sense, of friendship founded on virtue, without slipping into aporias and contradictions? These aporias and contradictions are perhaps of another order than those Aristotle announces as such, while promising to undo them. Having multiplied the aporias, aporiatai de pala parites filias, beginning with those of all values that seem worthy of friendship, likeness, unlikeness, the contrary or the useful, the Eudemian ethics had, as it were, set down the task, beyond these opinions, daze, to find a definition, prior, precisely, to a logos of friendship allowing both for an account of different opinions on this subject and to put an end to aporias and contradictions. Point 7. We would like to approach here, perhaps, other aporias and other contradictions, knots of thought which perhaps promise something else, and this perhaps to which we hold is perhaps no longer a mere working hypothesis. In any case, these knots would no longer promise such an analytical outcome. They would no longer submit to being understood by such a program, by the tasks and bonds of such a logos of friendship. Consequently, they would no longer submit to being named, adequately, aporia or contradiction, at least in this sense, in the logos of this logos. They would exceed it, not towards the space or the hope of satisfactory solutions, in a new architectonic, analytical, or dialectical order, but in the direction of a sort of hyperaporetic. It would be the archi-preliminary condition of another experience or another interpretation of friendship, and, by this very fact, the condition, at least negative, of another political thought, that is, another thought of decision and responsibility as well. Politics of friendship, our theme thus invites us to privilege, indeed, to isolate, the place of the political in the general logic of this hyperaporetic, in the hierarchy or architectonic proposed by Aristotle. On the one hand, as we have seen, the work of the political, the properly political act or operation, comes down to creating, producing, making, etc., the most possible friendship, 1234b 22-3. This tendential law, one might say this telos, seems, in the same move, to bind friendship to politics, in their origin as well as their end. If the political carries out its work in the very progress of friendship, then the two motifs, as well as the two movements, seem contemporaneous, co-originary and co-extensive. In each and every aspect, friendship would be political. Is this not confirmed in Book 3 of Aristotle's Politics? Does it not stress that everything that comes to pass in the polis is the work of friendship, filias agen? That the deliberate choice, proairesis, of a living together, tou susan, is friendship itself, 1280b13? Be it a matter of living together, cohabiting in the same place, topos, contracting marriages, or participating in the life of the phratry, offering sacrifices, etc. All this, in effect, defines the polis. Let us note in passing that the emphasis here is on the familial bond qua phratry. The phratry is certainly not dominated by the position of the brother, adelphos, but it could never, in its very derivation, be totally alien to the brother's position. The telos of the state, polis, is the good life, to eus n, and the good life corresponds to the positivity of a living together, Susan. This is nothing other than friendship in general. The polis not only cannot not set itself up in dispersion or separation, but it cannot even be gathered into one place to answer in reaction to injustice or to be content with ensuring commerce. The final project of a community, koinonia, of the good life, for families, houses, filiations, is required. And this is in view of a perfect and autarkic life, Zois teletos Korinkai autarkos, 1242a, 11-12. The force and movement of this social bond qua political bond, the telos assuming its origin no less than its end, is indeed philia. Philia seems, therefore, to be thoroughly political. Its binding or attractive force binds the state, the city, the polis, to the phratry, family, generations, fraternity in general, as much as to place. This is indeed a difficult conclusion to accept in the light of a reading of other analyses. Even if all friendship is in some respect political, strictly or properly political friendship is only one kind of friendship. Above all, it is not the primary or the highest of its forms. One wonders how this disjoining in the very concept of the political, where it articulates itself onto the political, is to be interpreted. Why does its range seem to exceed itself or to annex a shadow which sometimes follows, sometimes precedes it? Why does the political seem to begin before the political? Lower in the hierarchy, under primary friendship, under the friendship of virtue, two other kinds of friendship share at least the same name. The third and last is grounded in pleasure, dia to edu. It is unstable and most often found among young people. But concerning what is of the utmost importance to us here, the second type of friendship has something troubling about it for the very order of this conceptuality as a whole. In question is a friendship grounded neither in virtue nor in pleasure, but in usefulness, dia to chrysimon. Unlike friendship between parents, sigenic, or friendship among comrades, ateric, so-called political friendship is grounded in association or community in view of the useful. The political community, koinonia, is therefore neither the family nor comradeship. But given that the point of our question has for some time now directed us towards the political question of the family and, within it, to fraternity, we are obliged to take a closer look. The family is a friendship, Aristotle says so explicitly, oikia dst tis philia, Eudemian Ethics, 1242-28. Oikia is the family, but also the house in the broad sense of the term, race as well as domesticity. Now this economic friendship, this parental or domestic friendship, also constitutes a community, koinonia, and thus features a kind of justice, dikaianti. Even in the absence of polis, there would be a kind of justice, notes Aristotle, Ibid. In other words, the family, in this broad sense, features the two traits of the political, community and justice, but it would be better to say law, where the political as such has not yet appeared, nor appeared indispensable. Familial friendship is therefore already political, where it is not yet political. But the question of the brother returns in this equivocation or in this contradiction of already not yet, which could be found up to and including the Hegelian concepts of family, bourgeois society, and the state. 8. Familial or syngenic friendship in effect comprises several species, several forms or figures, ida. The excursus found in the Eudemian Ethics contains only two of them, friendship between brothers and between father and son. Neither woman, daughter, nor sister is named at this point. Although they are not excluded, they appear at least derivative or exterior to this genealogical cell. But more precision is needed around this crucial point. If the feminine figure seems exterior to the determining center of familial friendship, father/son/brothers, this does not mean for Aristotle that all friendship is excluded, in general, between man and woman, husband and wife. It means only, and here is the exclusion, that such a friendship belongs neither to properly familial or syngenic friendship nor to friendship in the highest sense, primary or virtuous friendship. This friendship is based on the calculation of the useful, a friendship of partnership, koinonia, hence one of a political kind, Guna ekos to kai Andres philia oskhr Simon kai koinonia, 1242-32. Community between man and woman relates to useful goods, it is a community of services, and hence political. In this sense, it is true that it is more just if, as Aristotle notes above, the most just, dikaion, is found in friendship grounded on usefulness, for such is political justice, to polit icon dikaion, 1242-11-12. Let us be still more precise and, if possible, more just. We have been following the Eudemian ethics as closely as possible. In the Nicomachean ethics, in which numerous developments intersect with the former work, Aristotle not only proclaims once again that friendship between husband and wife is in conformity to nature, kataphusin. He adds that the inclination to form couples and to procreate is even more natural than the inclination to form a political community. The family is anterior to the city, and more necessary. But the thing is that, unlike animals, the human family goes beyond creation. Couples form not only for the sake of reproduction, because of the division of work, they spread out into life as a whole. Man and woman bring to the couple their own capacities. This is a community for usefulness, and sometimes, this must never be excluded, and Aristotle never does exclude it, for pleasure. The two secondary friendships, of pleasure and of usefulness, are capable, therefore, of uniting husband and wife in a familial couple. Now among the secondary friendships, there is indeed politics. Up to this point, we have nothing but what is set out in the Eudemian ethics. The clarification brought to bear by the Nicomachean ethics on our previous subject, seemingly in contradiction with it, is that philia between spouses may also, sometimes, be grounded in virtue. This would make conjugal philia a friendship par excellence, primary friendship. For this to be the case, each party must have its own virtue so that both, reciprocally, may profit from and delight in, karain, the virtue of the other. The enjoyment of this mutual delight, the joy of this mutual karain that delights in and profits from the other's virtue, and even his or her jouissance, is friendship par excellence, the virtuous friendship of spouses. Very well. But this does not last. If it does, it is owing to the children, who are the indispensable link of the bond, sundesmos. Without children, spouses part, their bonds unravel, dialentai. The children are the common good, and only that which is common can maintain conjugal union. In other words, in short, conjugal friendship cannot be grounded in virtue, and thus be grounded durably, for duration is an essential trait of virtue, unless there are children. The child is the virtue of the parents. This virtue is deposited, bequeathed, delegated to the child. The difference from animal procreation is the testament. Now we have seen, and will verify once again, that the bond with children, the friendship between parents and children, is ordained to the father-son relation. The daughter is not named. Aristotle had just recalled, precisely in the Nicomachean ethics, that if the affection between parents can take on several forms or figures, if it is polyoids, all of these species seem to depend on paternal love, passa ek tes patriarchs, 1161b 15-20. Without following up at this stage the taxonomic refinements that abound in the Aristotelian casuistic, let us retain at least its most determining criteria, at the points of greatest import to us, that is, in following out our guiding thread. 1. In the androcentric family unit, the father-son relation is distinguished from the fraternal relation according to the type of equality involved, propositional or analogical equality in the first case, catanalogon, numerical equality, catarithmon, in the second. This is why, Aristotle states, there is proximity between fraternity and comradeship, 1242-5. This proximity constitutes a major stake from the moment interest is taken in equality in the city, and an account is needed for the figurability of the brother, the possibility of calling a true comrade brother, legitimate brother, not bastard brother. For let us not forget that it is not the fraternity we call natural, always hypothetical and reconstructed, always phantasmatic, that we are questioning and analyzing in its range and with its political risks: nationalism, ethnocentrism, androcentrism, phallocentrism, etc. It is the brother figure in its renaturaling rhetoric, its symbolics, its certified conjuration, in other words, the process of fraternization. There is no, there could never be a, political fraternization between natural brothers. But here Aristotle stresses the resemblance or proximity between fraternity, which he supposes to be natural, and comradeship. And exactly in so far as it concerns equality, in all places where it can be a political model. Having remarked that friendship between brothers is eminently the friendship of comrades, friendship grounded in equality, e de ton adelphon pros aulus ateric malista e caticeteta, Aristotle quotes Sophocles. For I was not declared a bastard brother to him. But the same Zeus, my kind, was called the father of us both. 1242-35-9. The symbolic paternity of Zeus founds the equality of allied brothers, and therefore genealogical legitimacy, confraternity without bastardization. 2. There are, then, three kinds of friendship, respectively founded, as we recall, on 1. Virtue, this is primary friendship; 2. Usefulness, for example, political friendship; and 3. Pleasure. Now each species divides up into two, according to equality or according to difference, Aristotle says, according to superiority. In this move, justice too will divide into two, following numerical or proportional equality. Communities will organize the sharing out sometimes in terms of equality, sometimes in terms of the other. When numerically equal sums of money are contributed, they are shared according to their number. If the sums contributed are unequal, the money is shared out proportionally. When the inferior inverts the proportion and links up the terms crosswise, kata diametron, the superior comes off the worse in the exchange. Friendship or community remains that of service rendered, the liturgy, liturgia, of public service. The proportion must therefore be restored and the profit, the benefit, the gain, kurdos, compensated. This is the distinguished role of honor, time, of esteem or entitlement to consideration. This entitlement to honor belongs by nature, phose, to the archon, to the ruler or to the god. The evaluation of honor is that of a priceless price. Priceless, honor would be what saves friendship from calculation and raises it above the bargaining of rendered services. Above a certain recognition, the thanks of commerce, the market of patronage, hence the recognition of gratitude, but in the name of another recognition, the recognition of entitlement to honor. Honor thus removes philia from the market. But providing that philia is strictly proportioned to a hierarchy, and to a hierarchy which naturally, phose, attributes it to the rule, to the beginning and to command, to the archon and to the god in their relation to the ruled. 9 Honor still commands from the side of the incalculable, but the incalculable is naturally in hierarchical form, and naturally so from the standpoint of arch. This hierarchization is nothing other than the sacralization of the beginning, qua command. And as it is on the side of God, it is on the side of the Father. Of him of whom the brothers, natural or by alliance, but always by alliance, is it not, always by election or convention, say they are the legitimate sons, pure of all bastardization. Honor is on this side, it withdraws itself from the market only by reason of this proper filiation. This leads us to another important distinction. If political friendship essentially depends on usefulness, it may nevertheless be subdivided into legal political friendship, nomic, nomic, friendship, and ethical, ethic, political friendship. Cities, polis, may be friends with one another, and citizens, polita, as well. If there is no longer what is called usefulness, which also supposes mediation, the means/ends relation, etc. But, rather, an immediate, from hand-to-hand relationship, states and citizens no longer know themselves as such. Everything passing from hand to hand is neither of the useful nor of the political order. As for the ruler/ruled relation, at con/archomenon, it is neither natural, phusikon, nor of the order of the kingdom, basilikon. It supposes the alternation of turns, by turns. This by turns is destined not to do good or to do well, as God would, but to distribute received goods and the liturgy of rendered services fairly. For political friendship, qua absolute principle and general truth, desires equality, it has as its decided and declared, voltae, project to ground itself in equality. This is the moment when the distinction between the legal and the ethical intervenes. Political friendship is attentive to equality as well as to the thing, the affair, pragma, to the former as much as the latter, to one inasmuch as it also relates to the other. This is what political friendship looks to, blapii, and what concerns it. As in a market, in commerce between sellers and buyers. Equality and the thing, the equality of things, therefore the third party and the common measure, an account and a fixed wage gauge are necessary, a salary, a fee, a counter value, misthos. Aristotle quotes Hesiod, a fixed wage for a friend, misthros andri philo, which has sometimes been translated, short reckonings make long friends. When it is grounded on consent, consensus, convention, homologia, this friendship is at once political and legal, nomic. It is, then, a matter of a homology of reciprocity, as in the case of a contract, an agreement between two subscribing parties. When, on the other hand, the parties leave the matter to each other's discretion, in a sort of trust without contract, credit becoming an act of faith, then friendship wants to be moral, ethical, ethic, and of the order of comradeship, ateric. Why is it that in this latter case recriminations and grievances abound? Because this ethical friendship is against nature, paraphusin. Indeed, those who associate themselves in this way wish to have both friendships at once, one in the service of interest, based on usefulness, and one appealing to virtue, the reliability of the other, friendship of the second type and primary friendship. Here we have an equivocal calculation, a barely honest accumulation, in sum, a way of backing these two horses of friendship. Through the sober aridity of his discourse, Aristotle thus describes a tragedy as much as a comedy, major and minor calculations, this irrepressible desire to overinvest in a friendship or a love, to count on a profit in renouncing profit, to expect a recompense, if only a narcissistic or symbolic one, from the most disinterested virtue or generosity. With the help of a distinction which should not be judged a summary one, Aristotle never gives up analyzing the ruses that enable one friendship to be smuggled into another, the law of the useful into that of pleasure, one or the other into virtue's mask. Those who prefer ethical friendship believe it is possible to dispense with the legal, nomic form of political friendship, they disregard the contract or mutual agreement, thus opening themselves up to disappointment. Moreover, it is in useful friendship, and within it, then, political friendship, that the greatest number of grievances and recriminations are encountered. Friendship based on virtue is, by definition, impeccable. As for friendship based on pleasure, friends part, and bonds unravel once the enjoyment has run its course, the friends have had their delight, they have given, received, offered, they have had, and do not request anything more. Of course, all the forms of aporia then spring up. Aporia is Aristotle's word, Eudemian Ethics, 1243 14-35, as to the criteria of the just, and when we must determine what is just, dei krinion to dikaion, from the vantage point of quantity or quality, the vantage point of the enjoyment of what is given or of the rendered service. On this count, how are we to get the person giving and the person receiving to agree? Who gives and who receives? It goes without saying that if political friendship considers the homology, the contractual agreement, and the thing, it is less just, its justice is less friendly, dikaiosun phi-like, than ethical friendship, which counts on intention, will, and choice, proairesis. The fundamental conflict lies in the opposition of the beautiful and the useful. Ethical friendship is certainly more beautiful, but useful friendship is more necessary. The criterion is painfully lacking if we are to judge the just, where friendship based on usefulness and friendship based on pleasure end up intersecting in a couple that may very well be called, then, a couple of friends or a couple of lovers. What is lacking at this point is the straight line, the straight and narrow path, eutheoria. When the straight and narrow path does not appear, it becomes difficult to measure the just. This happens with lovers, with erotics, apiton eroticon, when one of them seeks pleasure and the other usefulness. And undoubtedly when the sharing out of these quests becomes equivocal. Everything can function as long as love is there. When love ceases, the two lovers strive to calculate their respective share, and they wage war, like Python and Parmenides. But in this confusion of friendships, the conflict is not limited to the beloved. It arises everywhere when the straight and narrow path recoils, along with the common measure, between the master and his disciple, the doctor and his patient, the musician and the king. One then indeed wonders when such a measure would ever be accessible, capable of regulating any social exchange. And how do you calculate the just salary, or an equality of proportion, be it a case of instruction, medicine, technique, or art? In each case of this aporia, each time it becomes impossible to judge the just in friendship, each time a grievance consequently arises, not between enemies but between friends who, as it were, have been misled, and have misled each other because they have first mistaken friendships, confusing in one case friendship based on virtue with friendship based on usefulness, in another, legal and ethical friendship, etc. Each time that the common measure and the straight and narrow path are in default for these friends who are indeed friends, but have not managed to concur on friendship, one wanting one of its forms, the other yet another, a third wanting more than one in the same, etc. Each time in the grievance one can address to the other, calling him friend but telling him that in their case there is no friendship, here where I am talking to you, my friend, there is no friend. This is indeed a question of accounts, once again, and of equality, of calculation between calculabilities, or calculation between the calculable and the incalculable. Friend, there is no measure of equality, I cannot count on you, don't count on me any longer, etc. Is this what, according to Diogenes Laertius, Aristotle meant? Probably not at the moment when he is said to have uttered O philoi, Udius philos, but in what manner, according to which spirit? Not directly, in any case, not in a straight line, not in this form. But then, what did he mean? Let us return to Diogenes by another detour. If the three friendships, based on virtue, usefulness, pleasure, require equality, we have seen that a certain friendship can also entail superiority. Aristotle says this is another species of friendship, that of the divinity for man, of the governor for the governed, of the father for the son and the husband for the wife. Moreover, these friendships differ between themselves and imply no absolute reciprocity. In the development devoted to this inequality, Aristotle evokes friendship with the dead, a friendship which knows without being known, Eudemian Ethics, 1239 ab, see above, chapter 1. The requirement of reciprocity is one of the most obscure themes of the doctrine. In certain cases, when superiority is excessive or hyperbolic, Aristotle judges the expectation of reciprocity incongruous, as for example in the case of God. Hence one must not ask to be loved in return, antiphilisthai, or to be loved in like measure to one's own love. On the other hand, the reciprocity of antiphilion does not mean equality. If friends are friends in equality, a certain reciprocity without equality can also bring together beings who love each other but would not, for all that, be friends, 1239-20. Now, it is in a concatenation of sentences informed by this question of reciprocity and mutual justice that the exclamation attributed to Aristotle is reported by Diogenes Laertius. To the question how we should behave to friends, he answered, as we should wish them to behave to us. He defined justice, dikaisosun, as a virtue of the soul, araton psux, which distributes according to merit. Education he declared to be the best provision for old age. Favorinus in the second book of his Memorabilia mentions as one of his habitual sayings that he who has friends can have no true friend. Further, this is found in the seventh book of the Ethics. One part of the enigma concerns the little word true, no true friend, which the French and English translations judge necessary or charitable to add to the text. Without further ado, in the French translation the word true is between parentheses, no doubt to stress the value of insistence often connoted by odious, no one or nothing, truly, no one or nothing worth its weight, absolutely no one, no, friend, deserving consideration, truly deserving the name of friend. The other part of the enigma lies in the syntactic instability, indeed, the apparent grammatical undecidability, of the sentence of which we have already spoken at such length. The time has perhaps come to decide the issue. It would be fitting in this case to give one's reasons for deciding to opt for one side rather than the other, even if, let us reassure ourselves, a tiny philological coup de theatre cannot prevail in the venerable tradition which, from Montaigne to Nietzsche and beyond, from Kant to Blanquet and beyond, will have bestowed so many guarantees to the decision of a copyist or a rushed reader in staking a bet on a tempting, so very tempting, reading, but an erroneous one, and probably a mistaken one. Luckily for us, no orthographic restoration or archival orthodoxy will ever damage this other, henceforth sediment archive, this treasure trove of enticed and enticing texts which will always give us more food for thought than the guardrails with which we would protect them. No philological fundamentalism will ever efface the incredible fortune of this brilliant invention. For there is here, without doubt, a staggering artifact, the casualness of an exegetical move as hazardous as it is generous, indeed, abyssal, in its very generativity. Of how many great texts would we have been deprived had someone, but who, in fact, not one day taken, and perhaps, like a great card player, deliberately feigned to take, one omega for another. Not even one accent for another, barely one letter for another, only a soft spirit for a hard one, and the omission of the subscript iota. And yet, we shall not say here what is true or false. But why should we not honor another passage? The passage from a neat but less probable, less convincing reading to one that is more discreet, more steadfast, more patient in the experience of the text? This passage could resemble a substitution, undoubtedly, even the correction of an error. But what should in truth be in question is something else, a less normalizing procedure, we hope. More respectful of the great ancestors. Without a trial around probity but in a concern for philological probability. In order not to go against a sort of statistical realism. There is in effect an improbable version, the one we know, the one we have been ceaselessly citing, the odds are less in its favor, as we shall attempt to show, and nothing convincing can come to its defense. However improbable it may be, this version will retain its titles, there can be no doubt about that, its coats of arms, a rich and henceforth archived tradition, a canonical authority protected by great names. It will have lined the library shelves of this tradition with illustrious variants, and remains available like a priceless stock. Better, like a capital with bottomless surplus value. Another, more probable version, can henceforth make, or, rather, find, its way again. Without any value of orthodoxy, without a call to order, without discrediting the canonical version, this one might well engage, on other paths, sometimes at the intersection of the original one, with new adventures of thought. This other wager will certainly be less risky, since it corresponds to the greatest probability. It will call into play another another bias, certainly, but without absolute assurance. There will be a pledge and a wager, as in all readings, there will be speculation on possible interest, where it is not only a question of spelling, grammar, and accentuation. Several questions arise. They urge us on, but we must distinguish them, even if we are unable to give a complete answer to each one. One, where is the grammatical uncertainty in the construction of Diogenes Laertius' text? 2. Who translated it differently? How was it done? 3. Are there grounds for the other translation? Why? 4. Does this other reading change anything in the original analysis? What? 1. According to the way the omega, is written in o philoi, udius philos, we are confronted with either a vocative interjection, omega with smooth breathing and a circumflex accent. This is the reading that has traditionally prevailed, O my friends, no friends, or the dative of a pronoun, omega with rough breathing, circumflex accent, and iota subscript, hot. This reading has not been retained by the tradition. He for whom there are friends, a plurality or multitude of friends, has no friend, or again, too many friends means no friend. Paraphrased, he who has too many has none. This would be, in sum, a thesis on the number of friends, on their suitable number, and not on the question of the existence of the friend in general. 2. This second translation is not unheard of, even though it never comes to the foreground of discussion. It is true that this translation is flaccid and apparently lackluster. We shall call it the recoil version, the labor and the manoeuvre of recoiling. It is in effect more modest, laborious, craft-like, and painstaking. It restrains the provocation, it adds or suppresses a coil, it counts the coils, attempting to flatten out the phrase, and above all, with this additional or withdrawn coil, it reopens the question of multiplicity, the question of the one and that of the more than one, of the one qua woman and the more than one, of the feminine one. And the more than one feminine one as well, of the feminine one and the more than one feminine one, etc. It thus explicates the grave question of arithmetical form which has been our obsession from the beginning: how many friends, men and women friends? So far as I know 10. There is an English edition of the text, giving for the Greek omega lambda omicron iota, omicron delta epsilon sigma lambda omicron sigma, he who has friends can have no true friend. 11. This could also be translated, cannot have any true friend. Then there is an Italian translation, chi ha amici, non ha nessun amico, he who has friends, has no friend. 12. Then another German translation, Viel Freunde, kein Freund. 13. But first of all, the translation closest to the source, in the best economy of its literal form, in Latin, cut amid, amicus nemo. 14. 3. So it all comes down to less than a letter, to the difference of breathing. The third question, what grounds would there be for such a translation, and hence, for preferring such a written form, requires a broader answer, in a more probabilistic style. Supposing that up against an original manuscript, or a first reliable, Babios, transcription, we had the means to choose between the two versions, such a possibility of literal deciphering, however interesting and determining it may be, seems to me, here, of secondary importance. It comes after and alongside other criteria, the internal coherence of Diogenes Laertius' text, the systemic consequence ruling the Aristotelian text to which it refers. For one too often forgets to take into account, as one should, however, the following sentence, Alakai entu eptomo ton ethicon esti. Further, this is found in the 7th book of the Ethics, as the English translation gives it. Alia can take on the value of what is more, at least, but also, moreover, further, ank, ouch, también, are the translations we have quoted. The point is to recall that the saying reported by rote is found, esti, also, moreover, into the bargain, in the 7th book of the Ethics. Diogenes would, in sum, be suggesting, for those who would rely only on the written word, without taking me at my word or without trusting the memorabilia of favorinos, they can refer to proof and seek confirmation or support for the reading in the text of the master. The same thought is also found elsewhere, consigned and archived in a book by Aristotle. One then begins to have doubts. Reading a reference as precise, as attentive, as cautious as this one begins to have doubts about the canonical version. For the contents of the interjection, the theme of the great apostrophe, the equivalent of the major tradition, cannot be found in Aristotle, it would seem, in any case, nowhere in the seventh book of the Ethics. On the other hand, the recoil version has more than one reference to account for it, to justify the dative, and hence to make Diogenes' clarification in the ensuing sentence intelligible. More than one reference, hence more than one confirmation, more than one support, in both Ethics and, this clue should close the discussion, in the seventh book of the Eudemian Ethics. For this leads us to the final question. We shall set out to split it into two. This will not, when the time comes, prevent us from combining them, content and form. A. Content. In the seventh book of the Eudemian Ethics, 1244b, Aristotle undertakes an analysis of the relations between friendship and self-sufficiency. It is indeed a matter of a problem, even an aporia. Aristotle's usual word returns here, the aporia of autarkia. As Jean-Claude Fraisse rightly notes 15, this aporia also belongs to the Lysis tradition. A virtuous man, a good man, a man sufficient unto himself, in the way God is, would such a man need a friend? Would there be a friend for him? And if a friend were sought out of insufficiency, would the good man be the most autarkic, the most self-sufficient, depending only on himself in his initiatives and in mastery over himself? If the virtuous man is a happy man, why would he need a friend? In autarkia, one needs neither useful nor pleasant people, not even company. So that the happiest man will least need a friend, and only as far as it is impossible for him to be independent. This question of measure, then, opens up a space in which, it seems to me, one can then identify the declaration that might indeed be the sentence or one of the sentences attributed to Aristotle by Diogenes. Immediately following is Aristotle's declaration, therefore the man who lives the best life must have fewest friends, and they must always be becoming fewer, and he must show no eagerness for men to become his friends, but despise not merely the useful but even men desirable for society. 1244b10. The chain seems clear and tightly linked. If virtue can unite with happiness only in autarkia, the virtuous man should tend to dispense with friends, he must do everything in his power not to need them. In any case, a multiplicity of friends must be avoided, rarity must be sought after, thereby tending towards absolute scarcity, extreme scarcity, as it were, at the risk of having no friend, cut amici, amicus nemo. If this reconstitution were not sufficient, if one were not content with this reference to the seventh book of the Eudemian Ethics, the one explicitly evoked by Diogenes Laertius, then one could go to the Nicomachean Ethics. In the ninth book, 9-10, 1170b20, 1171-20, the same theme is handled with such elegance and so extensively that there would no longer be room for doubt. The arithmetical or metarithmetical motif of extreme scarcity serves as its prop for an intertwining of themes which come to wind themselves around it, in a natural, elegant, supple, economic movement. Whether it be a matter of hospitality or politics, useful or virtuous friendships, poets or lovers, scarcity is worth more, and sometimes to the extreme. Scarcity sets the price, and gives the measure to true friendship. A scarcity which gives the measure, but one which one does not quite know how to measure. Is it not incommensurable? The word hyperbole crops up twice. The English translation gives, excessive. Instead of following up this development in detail, let us be satisfied with moving to the outermost point of these two hyperboles. First hyperbole. In the first place, far from seeking to make the greatest possible number of friends, it would be better, as Hesiod says, to be neither the host of many guests, polukainos, nor inhospitable, akinos, neither xenophilic nor xenophobic, hence neither friendless, aphilos, nor polyphilic, hospitable to too many friends, amenable to friendship to the point of excess, katapatbolin. No hyperbole, just a happy medium, a measured measure. But where does it stop? Next, a small number of friends should suffice, whether they be sought for the sake of usefulness or for that of pleasure, just as a small amount of seasoning in food is enough as for friends based on virtue. Must one, on the other hand, have the greatest possible number? Or is there a measure, as in the population of the polis? 10 men is not enough, 100,000 is too many, says Aristotle. In the Politics, he distinguishes between polis and ethnos in referring to what would today be called a demographic threshold of tolerance. Over a given number of people, as we would translate in modern terms, this is no longer the state but the nation, with all the problems created for the democratic model by demography. Since we are dealing here, as regards number, with an analogy between friendship and the polis, between friendship and what constitutes the political as such, it should be noted that Aristotle does not recommend a determined number but, rather, a number falling between given limits, to metexotenon or ismenon. Happy medium, moderation, proper measure. For one cannot parcel oneself out among too many friends. Furthermore, and for this very reason, these friends must be friends of one another. This limits their number even more. Who has never come across this limit in his or her experience? Second hyperbole. The example of love, of sensuous love, as it is translated. Eros is a hyperbole of philia. A hyperbolic scarcity. Eros addresses only one at a time, prose end. But this is also the case with great friends, those whose friendship the poets praise. These hymns to friendship always concern couples. Never more than two friends. Although the end of Aristotle's development seems to issue in a concession or an exception, to have too many friends is to be complacent, it is to be the friend of no one, except in the case of properly political friendship for fellow citizens. Rarity still remains the law of all friendship grounded in virtue. Rarity is the virtue of friendship. He who has friends, too many friends, has no friend. The recoil version thus recommends a recoil. Friendship is what it must be, virtuous, only under the condition of a recoil or a retreat. Several friends, 1, 2, 3, but how many, exactly, who are like brothers? 16. B. Form. What difference is there, from the vantage point of the structure of the utterance, between the canonical version and the recoil version? A. The first speaks to friends, the second of friends. Opening with the vocative o, the famous interpellation harbors what some would call a performative contradiction. How can you claim to address friends when you tell them there are no friends? A serious philosopher should not play such a game which, moreover, damages the transparency and necessary univocity in the communicational space of democracy, etc. 17. With all the reversals, all the revolutions it engenders ad infinitum, the above performative contradiction, as we have amply seen, has the advantage of quickening, indeed, of dramatizing, a desire for friendship which, never renouncing what it says should be renounced, at least opens thought up to another friendship. As for the recoil version, it appears to remain merely reportive constative. It is not an appeal or an address, but a declaration without an exclamation mark, a description, or a definition. In a neutral tone, calmly, without a gaping-mouthed clamour, it claims to speak to what is. It no doubt still defines the truth of a contradiction. He who has many friends in truth has none, but this contradiction is pointed out from the position of a third party. It is not a self-contradiction which would come to torment the very act of enunciation. B. To define the relation between the two versions, one cannot be satisfied with a simple opposition, however evident, between an apostrophe and a reportive utterance. Such an opposition would be of limited interest, especially for what we are calling here, so as to appeal to them, politics of friendship. What is precisely of interest to us is the chiasmus that the call structure introduces between the two versions. If the interjection of the canonical version launches a call which cannot be reduced to a report, the articulated phrase as a whole includes, clasps, a reportive type declaration, "Oh my friends, there is no friend." This report is common to both versions. But in the apostrophe, the reportive determination forms the substantial content of a non-reportive utterance, a call in whose impulse this content is, as it were, carried up, swept off, overrun. I am speaking to you, calling you my friends, to tell you this, there are no friends. If there were a performative contradiction, it would then arise between this reportive moment and the form or performative force which included it and carries it along. This performative form already itself entails, in effect, prior to this other report, that there is no friend, an enveloped reportive assertion. If I say "Oh friends," I am supposing they are friends and that you are a friend. This enveloped report or observation constatation, already at work in the vocative interjection, "Oh friends," collides with the explicit, included, second observation, "There is no friend." Conversely, and here is the chiasmus, reportive as it claims to be, the recoil version must indeed entail in turn a performative address. To whom is it said that he who has friends has none? Whether it receives an answer or not, the question is ineluctable. Everything is indeed prepared to sensitize to what will always remain inevitable in it, as if someone wished the addressee of the sentence of uncertain origin, the auditor, the reader, them or her, you, all of us, to begin or end up wondering, to whom is this discourse addressed? And in what mode? It has often been noted that there is no cut and dried reportive utterance. Some primary performative value is always presupposed in it, and I am speaking to you, I am telling you that, I assure you or promise you that, I want to say something and I will get to the end of my sentence, listen to me, believe me, I am telling the truth, etc. Even if, in the recoil version, you stick to the mere assertion of a report, for he who has friends, several friends, too many friends, more than one friend, for him there are no friends, it was indeed necessary that the assertion be addressed and that the address contain some performative force. We do not know to whom Aristotle is said to have said this or that, but it is not only the reader or auditor who is entailed by the structure of the utterance. A minimum of friendship or consent must be supposed of them, there must be an appeal to such a minimal consensus if anything at all is to be said. Whether this appeal corresponds, in fact, to a comprehension or an agreement, if only on the meaning of what is said, appears to us secondary with regard to the appeal itself. The appeal is coextensive to the most reportive moment of the report. In short, there is indeed some form of silent interjection, some "Oh friends," in the recoil version. It rings in the performative space of a call, prior to its very first word. And this is the irrefutable truth of the canonical version. As if, through and despite its philological precipitation, it were calling back to its truth the recoiling of the most convincing and most probable version. What the latter wanted to say is the call, is that which will have been "Oh my friends, there is no friend." And this also holds for its Nietzschean quasi-reversal, the same chiasmus is at work. All the versions therefore inscribe the thetic kernel of a neutral declaration, no friend, one which witnesses or registers friend act, within and under the condition of an agitated scene, in the restless act of an interrogation and an apostrophe which appeals. Where are we heading? Our intention is not to suggest an exercise in reading or to play off the two great competing mythical phrases against a speech act theory, albeit reduced, as here, to its rudiments. We wish only to recall, in order to appeal to them, the two great destinies of the sentence, destinies in which necessity and destination, the law and the other, strike up an alliance. The first destiny, however it is read, in the canonical or recoil version, and whoever its author, such a sentence is addressed to someone. The fact that this is absolutely necessary does not prevent, on the contrary, it commands, that the task of determination or identification of this addressee remain unfulfilled and always exposed to some undecidability. This is analytically inscribed in its event as well as in its structure. But when we say someone, we seem to be presupposing, 1. That his gender is indifferent, neuter, that is to say, following the tradition, preferably masculine, 2. That this someone could, in a limited case, be one person, and that this only one would be enough to meet the conditions of possibility of the utterance. Now it is not possible, in any case, not for a human being, and shortly we shall show the anthropocentric implications of the utterance in question, to be neuter in gender. And secondly, another destiny or destinarency, it is impossible to address only one person, only one man, only one woman. To put it bluntly and without pathos, such an address would have to be each time one single time, and all iterability 18 would have to be excluded from the structure of the trace. Now, for only one person to receive a single mark once, the mark must be, however minimally, identifiable, hence iterable, hence interior ally multiple and divided in its occurrence, in any case in its eventness evenementialite. The third party is there. And the one qua more than one which simultaneously allows and limits calculability. This drama or this chance of a singular multiplicity is witnessed in both versions, if only in the divide, within each of them, of singular and plural. Whatever way they are read, through all the possible modalities of reading, and we are a long way from their exhaustive examination, we would need a dozen sessions at least. Both say that there is not a friend, a sole friend, some friend, no friend, both say a friend is not, Udius philos. And both declare as much against a backdrop of multiplicity, O friends, or for him who has friends. Independently of all determinable contexts, they could want to say, and both in unison, and they say so at any rate, with or without our consent, there is never a sole friend. Not that there would be none, but that there never is one. And one is already more than one, with or without my consent. And I want this and do not want it? I do not want it because the desire for a unique friendship, an indivisible bond, and I love you one time, one single eternal time, one time for all time, will never cease. But I do not want it? Montaigne said as much of the indivisible love bonding him to his friend's soul, to the soul of the other man. For he never stopped pining after the desire for multiplication lodged within the very interior of indivisibility, which proliferates for the very reason of singular indivisibility, from the moment when, in indivisible friendship, each gives himself so entirely to his friend, he cannot fail to be grieved that he is not twofold, threefold or fourfold, and that he does not have several souls, several wills, so that he could confer them all to this subject. Whatever this subject may be, and whatever to confer means, indivisibility harbors the finite and the infinite in itself simultaneously. Hence the possibility and impossibility of the calculation. Whether it is given or promised, indivisibility is immediately infinite in its finiteness. It appears as such only in the desire for repetition and multiplication, in the promise and the memory that divide the indivisible in order to maintain it. Furthermore, it is here, preeminently, that the enemy is within, in the place of the friend. Friend and enemy take up their places in taking the place of the other, one becoming, prior to the slightest opposition, the ambiguous guardian, both the jailer and savior, of the other. Canonical or recoil, both versions speak to the infinite in the none, the becoming not one of someone of either gender. This multiplicity makes the taking into account of the political inevitable, from out of the innermost recesses of the most secret of secrets. It cuts across what is called the question of the subject, its identity or its presumed identity with self, a supposed indivisibility which ushers in the accounting structure for which it appears to be designed. Indivisible in its calculable identity, it loses, by the same token, the indivisibility of its incalculable singularity, and one divides the other. We said, independently of all determinable contexts. Does one have the right to read like this? No, certainly not, if one wishes to imagine a sentence or a mark in general without any context, and readable as such. This never occurs, and the law remains unbreachable. But for the same reason, a context is never absolutely closed, constraining, determined, completely filled. A structural opening allows it to transform itself or to give way to another context. This is why every mark has a force of detachment which not only can free it from such and such a determined context, but ensures even its principle of intelligibility and its mark structure, that is, its iterability, repetition and alteration. A mark that could not in any way detach itself from its singular context, however slightly and, if only through repetition, reducing, dividing and multiplying it by identifying it, would no longer be a mark. Now this is exactly what occurs in the history of our sentence. Its entire history, from the beginning, will have consisted in abandoning of a unique context and an indivisible addressee. This will have been possible only because its original addressee, friend or enemy, but absolutely not neuter, will have first been multiple, potentially detached from the context of the first occurrence. In a way, willingly or reluctantly, consciously or not, every presumed signatory of the sentence under scrutiny also remarks this, says it, says the more than one of the addressee, the friend-enemy, more than one plus dion or the more than a plus chuon, for example, a feminine one, a feminine other. This sentence cannot be signed or incorporated, it cannot be shifted elsewhere, anywhere, without remarking this destinarency due to the more than, a, 1 plus dion ou plus chuon of destination. And this is friendship, and this is war. And however the more than a is understood, is it not the abyss of more than one? An other, masculine, or feminine, but ultimate solitude as well? Later, Holderlin, but where are the friends, and more than one of them is reluctant to return to the source, and here it happens that I am alone. Aristotle, let us call him by that name, had indeed to address, himself, devait bien s addresseur, also, had to address, himself, well. Let us not even mention the circle of his living disciples, the presumed addressees of all his philosophems and theorems. The most theoretical of each of his remarks, indeed, of the most theoretistic theoretists among them, could never be neuter. Each of his judgments, and his judgments on judgment, had to let itself be orientated towards a reader or a listener. They had to set out to convince, to demonstrate, to produce an effect. A particular addressee whose place is marked in the very structure of the utterance might not belong to the circle of immediate presence, he or she was even capable of not belonging, but also had to find himself called by an allocution, by a speech gesture which was not limited to the theoretical, reportive, judicative context. Hence no neutrality was possible around the two poles of the speech gesture, whatever the theoretical thesis posed at the time, there is or there is not a friend, an enemy, there are friends or there are not many, a few, just one, etc. This speech gesture will never allow itself be neutralized, and its saying cannot be reduced to the said, we know a priori that he was addressing, as a friend or an enemy, a friend or an enemy. Or both, we know that he was addressing both, in turn or simultaneously. This move beyond the theoretico-reportive sphere could not fail to be a project of friendship or of enmity, as one will say, or both at the same time, and a project of the corresponding political community, one of singularity or multiplicity. This is of little importance here. But such a project is irrepressible, and as old as the sentence. Will it be said, this would indeed be tempting, that beyond all the dialectics whose ineluctable experiences we multiply, beyond the fetal syntheses or reconciliations of opposites, the dream of an unusable friendship survives, a friendship beyond friendship, and invincible before these dialectics? And that it first of all stems from this evidence that Aristotle, let us call him by that name, at least asked the other to hear him, understand him, to be enough of a friend to do so, and therefore to consider him, Aristotle, as a friend, qua the friend of a promise of friendship? And even at the very moment of saying no friend? This request for friendship, this offer of friendship, this call to coming together in friendship, at least to hear, the time it takes to hear, at least to finally agree, the time it takes to agree on the meaning of the sentence, even if it were still saying, in the saying of its said, the worst in dialectics, is this saying of the said, not, then, the I love you, listen of the I love you, do you hear me? Is it not, then, this perhaps you can hear me in the night, an inflexible hyperbole of philia, inflexible not in the sense of some indestructible, rigid, and resistant solidity, but because its featherweight vulnerability would offer no foothold for a reversal of any kind, for any dialectical opposition? And if politics were at last grounded in this friendship, this one and no other, the politics of this hyperbole, would this not be to break with the entire history of the political, this old, tiring and tired, exhausted history? Temptation indeed. It is that of the book you are reading, there can be no doubt about it, but it is also the temptation this same book owes itself to resist, owes itself a time of resistance. Not to resist so as to deny, exclude, or oppose, but precisely to keep the temptation in sight of its chance, not to be taken for an assurance or a program. Again the question of the perhaps, the paradoxical conditions for an event or a decision. For not only could it never be a matter of grounding anything, above all of grounding a politics, on the virtue of a perhaps, but above all else, doomed as it may be to hyperbole, the logic of agreement or hyperbolic consent presupposes a little too quickly that the person addressing the other wishes to be heard, read, understood, wishes first of all to address someone, and that this desire, this will, this drive, are simply identical to their supposed essence. If we believe and are saying that this is in no respect true, it is not to make a case for the demoniac by allowing it to appear, by staging it or leaving the stakes of the question in its favor. But we cannot, and we must not, exclude the fact that when someone is speaking, in private or in public, when someone teaches, publishes, preaches, orders, promises, prophesies, informs or communicates, some force in him or her is also striving not to be understood, approved, accepted in consensus, not immediately, not fully, and therefore not in the immediacy and plenitude of tomorrow, etc. For this hypothesis there is no need, this may appear extravagant to some people, to revert to a diabolical figure of the death instinct or a drive to destruction. It is enough that the paradoxical structure of the condition of possibility be taken into account, for the accord of hyperbolic lovance to be possible and, in the example we have just examined, for me to hope to be understood beyond all dialectics of misunderstanding, etc., the possibility of failure must, in addition, not be simply an accidental edge of the condition, but its haunting. And the haunting must leave an imprint right on the body it seems to threaten, to the point of merging indissociably with it, as inseparable from it as its essence or essential attributes. And it is impossible not to aspire to this haunting, failing which no good decision would ever accede to responsibility, failing which nothing, no event, could ever happen. Undecidability, and hence all the inversions of signs between friendship and its opposite, is not a sentence that a decision can leave behind. The crucial experience of the perhaps imposed by the undecidable, that is to say, the condition of decision, is not a moment to be exceeded, forgotten, or suppressed. It continues to constitute the decision as such, it can never again be separated from it, it produces it qua decision in and through the undecidable, there is no other decision than this one, decision in the matter and form of the undecidable. An undecidable that persists and repeats itself through the decision made so as to safeguard its decisional essence or virtue as such. This same necessity can be translated differently, we have done so elsewhere, the instant of decision must remain heterogeneous to all knowledge as such, to all theoretical or reportive determination, even if it may and must be preceded by all possible science and conscience. The latter are unable to determine the leap of decision without transforming it into the irresponsible application of a program, hence without depriving it of what makes it a sovereign and free decision, in a word, of what makes it a decision, if there is one. At this point, practical performativity is irreducible to any theorem. This is why we have stressed the performative force which had to prevail in both versions of a sentence, which in any case, in addressing another, could not count on any assurance, any purely theoretical criterion of intelligibility or accord. It could not count on such assurance, but above all it had to and desired not to want to count on such an assurance, which would destroy in advance the possibility of addressing the other as such. To express this in the case of a telegram, I love you cannot and must not hope to prove anything at all. Testimony or act of faith, such a declaration can decide only providing it wants to remain theoretically undecidable, improbable, given over in darkness to the exception of a singularity without rule and without concept. Theoretically, it can always flip into its opposite. Without the possibility of radical evil, of perjury, and of absolute crime, there is no responsibility, no freedom, no decision. And this possibility, as such, if there is one, must be neither living nor dead. How this madness can then negotiate with what it is not, how it can be protected and translated in the good sense of things, in proofs, guarantees, concepts, symbols, in a politics, this politics and not another, this is the whole of history, of what is called history. But every time it will be singular, singularly iterable, as will the negotiation and contamination of singularity and concept, exception and rule. Furthermore, another side of the same law, the request or offer, the promise or the prayer of an I love you, must remain unilateral and asymmetrical. Whether or not the other answers, in one way or another, no mutuality, no harmony, no agreement can or must reduce the infinite disproportion. This disproportion is indeed the condition of sharing, in love as well as in friendship, in hatred as well as in detestation. Consequently, the desire of this disproportion which gives without return and without recognition must be able not to count on proper agreement, not to calculate assured, immediate or full comprehension. It must indeed desire that which goes to make the essence of desire, this non-assurance and this risk of misunderstanding. And in not knowing who, in not knowing the substantial identity of who is, prior to the declaration of love, at the origin of who gives and who receives, who is in possession or not of what happens to be offered or requested. Here, perhaps, only here, could a principle of difference be found, indeed an incompatibility between love and friendship, at least according to the most conventional meaning of these words in our culture, and supposing such a difference could ever manifest itself in its rigorous purity. If such an essential incompatibility or heterogeneity in their provenance were to be granted, despite everything claimed on the subject by those, we have referred to several of them, who derive love and friendship from the same passion, this would not mean that love and friendship cannot associate, or cohabit, or alternate, or naturally enrich themselves among those who love each other. It would mean only that friendship supposes a force of the improbable, the phenomenon of an appeased symmetry, equality, reciprocity between two infinite disproportions as well as between two absolute singularities. In the case of love, it would raise or rend the veil of this phenomenon. Some would be tempted to say that it would reveal its hidden, forgotten, repressed truth, to uncover the disproportion and asymmetry as such. The absolute despair despoir of an absolute act of faith and renunciation. But since we have evinced doubts on the possibility of these two essences ever manifesting themselves in their purity, as such, we are here dealing only with hyperbolic limits. Our objective was not to start down this path, but only to draw attention to a clue, in the canonical version as well as in the recoil version, Aristotle's sentence named philos, the friend, not the lover or the beloved, of either gender. The question of knowing if it was a loved or a loving friend was no more clearly articulated than, in its Nietzschean obverse, the question of knowing whether the person who names the enemy is the enemy of enemies, and everything would indeed lead us to suppose that he or she could very well be the friend of enemies. In other words, when one names the friend or the enemy, a reciprocity is supposed, even if it does not efface the infinite distance and asymmetry. As soon as one speaks of love, the situation is no longer the same. If one wished to translate in terms of love what Aristotle's sentence says of the friend, of friends, and, as we believe it does, to friends, such a task would no doubt be fascinating. It would take another book, but altogether more dangerous. Love, no love, loves, no love, my love, there is no love, happy, virtuous, reciprocal, my loves, there is no love, my loves, there is no lover nor beloved, of either gender. These are just a few of the translations which would be neither analogous nor homologous, above all because they would fail to name and to determine the who, lover, loved one, which, for Aristotle's sentence, was the friend, the friends. And let us not even mention the parentheses, their violence as much as their untranslatability. Here, we shall once again have to acknowledge the necessity of this zigzag which we would like to show, marks the history without history of what the French call amitié. This history does not consist in a linear succession or in a continuous accumulation of paradigms, but in a series of ruptures which intersect their own trajectories before turning back along a different one, all the mutations, all the new configurations, repeat, on the very day after they open, the same archaic motif of the day before yesterday without which they could not even come to speak their language. For another of these zigzags that we have already multiplied, we must once again return to Aristotle, where, precisely, the motif of autarky ruled the arithmetic of scarcity. As we remember, the ideal of the virtuous sage prescribes that he be independent and self-sufficient, hence able to do without others, as much as possible, few friends, the fewest possible. In an extremely simplified schema, we might say that the interpretation of this law appeals to two great logics. It is still a matter of true friendship, primary friendship, protophilia, in the Eudemian ethics, perfect or accomplished friendship, teleophilia, in the Nicomachean ethics. One of these logics can make of friendship par excellence, Montaigne's sovereign friendship, an arc or a telos, precisely, towards which one must tend even if it is never reached. No more than the absolute scarcity of friends can or must be reached, in the case of a man. In this case, this inaccessibility would be only a distancing in the immensity of a homogeneous space, a road to be traveled. But the inaccessibility can be interpreted otherwise. Otherwise, that is to say, in terms of a thought of alterity which makes true or perfect friendship not only inaccessible as a conceivable telos, but inaccessible because it is inconceivable in its very essence, and hence in its telos. On the one hand, one would thus have a conceivable and determinable telos which in fact cannot be reached, one cannot reach it and it cannot happen to us. This is a new way of interpreting, outside all context, the no friend. There is no friend, purely and simply because perfection is too difficult, and that's that. We had not yet alluded to this difficulty. On the other hand, the telos remains inaccessible because it is inconceivable, and inconceivable because it is self-contradictory. Inaccessibility would then have an altogether different sense, that of an interdictive bar in the very concept of friendship. As Obenck rightly puts it, perfect friendship destroys itself. 19 It is contradictory in its very essence. On the one hand, in effect, one must want the greatest good for the friend, hence one wants him to become a god. But one cannot want that, one cannot want what would then be wanted, for at least three reasons. One, friendship with God is no longer possible because of his remoteness or separation, Nicomachean Ethics, 8, 7, 1159-5. Presence or proximity are the condition of friendship, whose energy is lost in absence or in remoteness. Men are called good or virtuous from the vantage point of aptitude, possibility, habitus, kathexin, or in act, katenergion. It is the same for friendship. Friends who sleep or live in separate places are not friends in act, book energosi. The energy of friendship draws its force from presence or from proximity. If absence and remoteness do not destroy friendship, they attenuate or exhaust it, they enervate it. The proverb on this subject quoted by Aristotle indeed makes the point that for him, absence or remoteness is synonymous with silence. Friends are separated when they cannot speak to one another. This is aproscoria, non-allocution, non-address, a rare word appearing in this proverb of unknown provenance. Aproscoria has undone many a friendship. It is, then, not only a matter of distance between places, although Aristotle mentions this too, but of what, for him, will go hand in hand with topological separation, the impossibility of allocution or colloquium. Question: how would this discourse have handled telecommunication in general? And how would it deal today with the telephone and all the new dislocations which dissociate the allocution of co-presence in the same place? People can speak to each other from afar. This was already possible, but Aristotle took no account of it. Again, an aporia. But when one party is removed to a great distance, as God is, the possibility of friendship ceases. This is in fact the origin of the difficult question, the aporia, aporiatai, whether friends in the final analysis really wish for their friends the greatest goods, as for example for them to be gods, for in this case they would no longer be their friends, since friends are goods. 8, 9, 1159 of 5-11. No friendship with God is possible because this absence and this separation also signify the absence of common measure for a proportional equality between God and me. Then one cannot speak with this God, it is a case of absolute aproskoria. God cannot even be addressed to tell him there is no friend. One cannot, therefore, want God for a friend. 2. The other reason is that friendship orders me to love the other as he is while wishing that he remain as he is and do so following his human nature, only so long as he remains a man, ibid. In its origin and its end, in its primary sense or its culmination, friendship is still the distinctive feature of man. One cannot, therefore, want to deify the friend while wishing that he remain what he is, that he remain a man. 3. And yet, the third and undoubtedly the most radical of the reasons, the man of friendship, qua man of virtue, should nevertheless resemble God. Now God has no need of a friend, he thinks himself, not some other thing. The noesis, the thought of thought characteristic of the prime mover as well as, in the same tradition, absolute knowledge in Hegel's sense, could not care less about friendship because it could not care less about the other. Perfect or true friendship, that of the just and virtuous man who would resemble God, thus tends towards this divine autarkia which can very easily dispense with the other and hence has no relation to friendship with the other, no more so than to its death. Precisely in a development devoted to autarkia, Aristotle underscores this sort of aporia. For because a God is not such as to need a friend, we claim the same of a man who resembles a God. But by this reasoning the virtuous spoudeos man will not even think, for the perfection of a God is not in this, but in being superior to thinking of anything beside himself. The reason is that with us welfare involves a something beyond us, but the deity is his own well-being. 20. In sum, it is of God, or man in so far as he should or would want to resemble him, that one must think in saying there is no friend. But one then thinks of someone who cannot think or who thinks nothing other than self, who does not think to the extent that he thinks nothing but self. Now if man has friends, if he desires friends, it is because man thinks and thinks the other. Friendship par excellence can only be human but above all, and by the same token, there is thought for man only to the extent that it is thought of the other, and thought of the other qua thought of the mortal. Following the same logic, there is thought, there is thinking being, if, at least, thought must be the thought of the other, only in friendship. Thought, in so far as it is to be for man, cannot take place without philia. Translated into the language of a human and finite cogito, this gives the formula, I think, therefore I am the other, I think, therefore I need the other, in order to think, I think, therefore the possibility of friendship is lodged in the movement of my thought in so far as it demands, calls for, desires the other, the necessity of the other, the cause of the other at the heart of the agito. Translated into the logic of a divine cogito, of the cogito of this God, I think, therefore I think myself and am sufficient unto myself, there is no need of a friend, etc. O friends, you other men, for me there is no friend. This is how such a God would speak, if he were to come down to speak. Divine might be the word that still holds us back. Divine remains a particular truth of Aristotle's saying, as soon as friends can be addressed, as we have just verified, only providing they are men. In any case, it suffices that the concept of perfect friendship be contradictory for someone to raise his voice and say, "Oh my friends, there is no friend," under the condition of the cogito. But all thought does not necessarily translate into the logic of the cogito, and we may meet up again, on another path, with this affinity of philion, of thought, with mortality. 9. In human language, fraternity. I am meditating a work, not one line of which yet exists. It would consist in establishing the relation between the Christian dogma and the political and social forms of the modern world. Why then do they always advise us to wait for the realization of Christianity in the tomb? Are they afraid of disinheriting the dead? The Church has ceased to perform miracles, but humanity, and France particularly, have done them for her. Saint Augustine, representing the old Roman mind, comes and closes the free discussion of ideas. E. Quinet, why the dogma of human brotherhood was inscribed so late in civil and political law, in Christianity, in its various aspects, from the birth of Christ to the French Revolution 1. And in this great tradition there is not only a connected series of events but there is also progress. France has continued the Roman and Christian work that Christianity had promised, and France has delivered. Brotherly equality had been postponed to the next life, but she taught it as the law on earth to the whole world. This nation has two very powerful qualities that I do not find in any other. She has both the principle and the legend, the idea made more comprehensive and more humane, and the tradition more connected and coherent. This principle, this idea, which was buried in the Middle Ages under the dogma of grace, is called brotherhood in the language of man. This nation, considered thus as the asylum of the world, is much more than a nation. It is a living brotherhood. Michelet, the people too. This book is more than a book, it is myself. That is why it belongs to you. It is myself and it is you, my friend, I dare say. The entire variety of our work together began in the same living roots, the sentiment of France and the idea of the father country. Accept it, then, this book of the people, because it is yourself, because it is myself. By your military origins, by my industrial ones, we ourselves represent, much as others perhaps, the two modem aspects of the people, and its recent occurrence. Michelet to Edgar Quinet 3. The sacred word of the New Age, fraternity, the woman can spell it, but does not yet know how to read it. Michelet, El Amour 4. Who could ever answer for a discourse on friendship without taking a stand? The urgency of this question is no way lessened by the fact that this discourse on friendship, this de amicitia, claims to be theoretical or philosophical. Who will answer for a treatise peri filias without taking a stand, hence without assuming the responsibility of this stand, friend or enemy, one or the other, indeed, one and the other? Can one speak of love without declaring one's love, without declaring war, beyond all possible neutrality? Without avowing, if only the unavowable? Now what have we been doing up to now? We said at the beginning that citing the citation of a citation was perhaps to assume, in one's own name, the responsibility of no enunciation. Perhaps this may not even be addressing you, truly you, right here. An example of this aproscoria, this keeping silent, silence kept, this speech kept at a distance at which Aristotle said a friendship would not survive for long. Or a language at an incalculable distance. Once again it must be said, but to whom, these matters are not so simple. Am I totally irresponsible for what I said from the moment I am irresponsible for what I said? Am I irresponsible for the fact that I spoke, the fact of having spoken, from the moment I do not hold myself responsible for what I have said, for the contents of my speech, for that which in fact I have contented myself with reporting? Defined by what are commonly called conventions, a certain number of artificial signs come here to attest the following, even if I have yet to say something determined in my name when, to start off with, I pronounced, without any other protocol, "Oh my friends, there is no friend, one has the right, but what is this right, to suppose that I am nevertheless speaking in my own name?" It is then a matter of the name bome, the bearing, or the basis le port oule support of the name, and the relation to the name. The range of the name, this is the question that has been bringing all its weight to bear here. It is in effect in the power of the name to be able to survive the bearer of the name, and thus to open up, from the very first nomination, this space of the epitaph in which we have recognized the very space of the great discourses on friendship. We have not privileged the great discourses on friendship so as to submit to their authority or to confirm a hierarchy but, on the contrary, as it were, to question the process and the logic of a canonization which has established these discourses in a position of exemplary authority. The history of friendship cannot be reduced to these discourses, still less to these great discourses of a philosophical genre. But precisely to begin the analysis of the forces and procedures that have placed the majority of these major discourses in the major position they have acquired, all the while covering over, reducing, or marginalizing the others, one must begin by paying attention to what they say and what they do. This is what we wish to do and say. You hold me responsible, personally responsible, by the mere fact that I am speaking. Responsible, for example, for the decision to begin by quoting Montaigne, rather than saying something else, before saying anything at all. Holding me responsible, personally responsible, you imply, with the utmost rigor, some kind of knowledge relative to what person and responsibility mean. What is happening at this very moment? This could issue in a pragmatic type of description. Suppose I am invited to speak to you, but exactly how and by whom, finally? And who invites you to read a book, that is, to invite the word of another into your home, and to put you in charge of it, at this very moment? And how many of you are there, exactly? A hypothesis, then, invited to speak to you, while you would be alone or assembled to listen to me, then to examine me, in short, to answer me. I have already answered an invitation and am therefore addressing you who are beginning to answer me. Your rejoinder is still virtual as regards the content of the answer, but you already effect it in act through this first response consisting in the attention paid, with more or less energy, as Aristotle would say, or at least the attention promised to a discourse, whether the promise be kept or not, to whatever degree it be kept or not, infinite problems. With this distinction between potentiality and act, we are already virtually installed in the dominant code, in the very constitution of one of philosophy's great canonical discourses on friendship, the discourse of the very philosopher quoted by Montaigne, Aristotle, whose major features we are questioning, the axiomatic and hierarchy-creating power diffused by its renown. This irradiation began before Aristotle, with Plato, etc., and continues well beyond him, to be sure, well beyond Epicureanism and Stoicism, beyond Cicero, certain church fathers, and several others. But we thought it necessary to begin, precisely, by questioning the most canonical of the canonical, in this place in which is concentrated, for us in the West, the potential of maximum signification of the dominant power in its most assured authority. Will it be possible to turn or to go elsewhere, beyond or below this potential of irradiation? But even to pose this question, and precisely to suspend it on a perhaps, we risk reaccrediting, with all its conceptual machinery, the potentiality/act distinction, the one between dunamis and energia. It is never far away, in the Nicomachean ethics, when it is a matter of distinguishing between the good who, always few in number, are friends in the rigorous sense of the term, in the proper sense, simply friends, absolutely friends, plus philoi, and the others who are friends only by accident or by analogy with the first. 8, 6, 1157b 1-5, the same distinction is never far away when the issue is that of distinguishing between, on the one hand, friendship par excellence, the friendship of virtue, the protophilia of the Eudemian ethics or the teleophilia of the Nicomachean ethics, and, on the other, derived friendships, those grounded in usefulness or pleasure. Neither is the distinction ever far away when, having defined three forms of government or constitution, politeia, the Nicomachean ethics sets out three corresponding types of friendship, each of them proportional to relations of justice, 8, 10, 1160-31, and 13, 1161-10, in such a way that if man is a political being made to live in society, 9, 9, 1169b 28, and if, then, he is in need of friends, properly political friendship is nevertheless only a species of friendship, a derived one. The useful friendship demanded for concord, accord, consensus, homonoia. All these divides suppose the potentiality/act distinction, the accident/essence distinction, etc. And such distinctions would be called up here, and therefore necessarily implied or implemented, claims Aristotle in sum, by the correct use and understanding of the Greek word philia, by its very semantic constitution. By everything named friendship, by everything whose true name is friendship, as Nietzsche said in The Gay Science, para 14. Let us then suppose, concesso non dato, that one can today translate by friendship, by Freundschaft, by amity, etc., these Greek words philia, homonoia, and all those which, one following upon the next, are inseparable from them. That would amount, here, to considering the possibility of this translation ensured, and the possibility of thinking thought, qua the thought of the same or the thought of the other, in the path-breaking phrase of this transfer, train, or tramway named philia, Freundschaft, friendship, amity. Aristotle knew that this translation poses a critical problem, already from within the Greek language. His own language had to revert, in effect, to the same word, philia, for different and derived senses, inadequate to philioprot and teleophilia. The entire discourse of the two ethics on philia can be read as a discourse on language, on the word philia, its uses, its contexts, its measured equivocation, its legitimate or improper translations. Now, even supposing, concesso non dato, that these words can be translated with no remainder, the questions of responsibility remain here among us, but then how many of us are there? How is this responsibility to be exercised in the best possible way? How will we know if there is philia or homonoia between us, if we are getting on well, at what moment and to what degree? How are we to distinguish between ourselves, between each of us who compose this as yet so undetermined we? Let us therefore suppose that you hold me responsible for what I say by the mere fact that I am speaking, even if I am not yet assuming responsibility for the sentences I am quoting. Then, perhaps, you will grant me this, that as the first result of a practical demonstration, the one that has just taken place, even before the question of responsibility was posed, the question of speaking in one's own name, countersigning such and such an affirmation, etc. We are caught up, one and another, in a sort of heteronymic and asymmetrical curving of social space, more precisely, a curving of the relation to the other, prior to all organized socius, all politia, all determined government, before all law. Prior to and before all law, in Kafka's sense of being before the law. 5. Let's get this right, prior to all determined law, qua natural law or positive law, but not prior to law in general. For the heteronymic and asymmetrical curving of a law of originary sociability is also a law, perhaps the very essence of law. What is unfolding itself at this instant, and we are finding it a somewhat disturbing experience, is perhaps only the silent deployment of that strange violence that has always insinuated itself into the origin of the most innocent experiences of friendship or justice. We have begun to respond. We are already caught up, we are caught out, in a certain responsibility, and the most ineluctable responsibility, as if it were possible to think a responsibility without freedom. We are invested with an undeniable responsibility at the moment we begin to signify something. But where does this begin? Does it ever begin? This responsibility that assigns freedom to us without leaving it with us, as it were, we see it coming from the other. It is assigned to us by the other, from the place of the other, well before any hope of reappropriation allows us the assumption of this responsibility, allowing us, as we say, to assume responsibility, in the name, in one's own name, in the space of autonomy, where the law one gives oneself and the name one receives conspire. In the course of this experience, the other appears as such, that is to say, the other appears as a being whose appearance appears without appearing, without being submitted to the phenomenological law of the originary and intuitive given that governs all other appearances, all other phenomenality as such. The altogether other, and every other, one, is every bit Other 7 comes here to upset the order of phenomenology. And good sense. That which comes before autonomy must also exceed it, that is, succeed it, survive and indefinitely overwhelm it. In general, when one is dealing with law, nomos, the same good sense opposes autonomy, even autarky, to heteronomy. Here we have the epitome of good sense, the unimpeachable in its uncontestable authority. Yet this oppositional logic must perhaps be distorted, in order to prepare, from afar, the political translation of what thus must be. It is in fact a question of a what must be, and the relations between autonomy and heteronomy from the place of this what must be. In a word, and since it is good, for the sake of clarity, to multiply the anticipations and announce the heading, the point here is that of a political translation of which the risks and difficulties, indeed, the aporias, could never be exaggerated. Having made a problematic scansion appear in a sort of history of friendship, a scansion which would have introduced dissymmetry, separation, and infinite distance in a Greek philia which did not tolerate them but nevertheless called for them, it would now be a matter of suggesting that a democracy to come, still not given, not thought, indeed, put down or repressed, not only would not contradict this dissymmetrical curving and this infinite heterogeneity, but would in truth be demanded by them. Such a dissymmetry and infinite alterity would have no relation to what Aristotle would have called inequality or superiority. They would indeed be incompatible with all socio-political hierarchy as such. It would therefore be a matter of thinking an alterity without hierarchical difference at the root of democracy. We shall see later that, beyond a certain determination of law and calculation, measurement, metrics, but not of law or justice in general, this democracy would free a certain interpretation of equality by removing it from the phallogocentric schema of fraternity. The former would have been determining in our traditional, canonical, dominant concept of friendship, and simultaneously, despite the differences and discontinuities that we should never ignore or neglect, in the apparent finitism of Greek and Roman philosophical culture and in infinitist testamentary culture, particularly in its Christian form. And in the preceding chapter, we were intent on showing how the philosophical horizon of philia, with everything it supposes, of course, carries in its determination, in the very form of its finite qua horizon, the potential but inexorable injunction of its infinitization, and hence also that of its Christianization. The privilege we are bestowing here on the latter, in what is, all in all, a history of fraternization, a history qua fraternization, in particular in its revolutionary ecstasies, would be justified, provisionally, only by the role it played, in the place of the theologico-political graft between the Greek and Christian worlds, in the construction of models and the political discourse of modern Europe. Questions, then, in what sense may one still speak of equality, indeed, of symmetry, in the dissymmetry and boundlessness of infinite alterity? What right does one have to speak still of the political, of law, and of democracy? Must these words totally change their meaning? Let themselves be translated? And what, then, will be the rule of translation? A moment ago we were evoking an excessive assignation of responsibility. What does responsibility have to do with what is called friendship? We are indeed saying what is called friendship, and we stress this precaution. That again looks like a quotation, as if we had to strive unceasingly to recall that before knowing what friendship is and what we mean by this word, here and now, we must first deal with a certain use of the word friendship. Referring first to the Anglo-Saxon distinction between using and mentioning, between the gesture consisting in making use of a word and that of referring to a word between parentheses, by citing it, naming it, by provisionally suspending its use, let us say that we should first of all mention the uses of the word friendship, as well as the interpretations and experiences, for experiences are also interpretations, to which this friendship gives rise. For we should not forget that we are first speaking in the tradition of a certain concept of friendship, within a given culture, let us say our own, or at least the one from which we is staking its chance. Now if this tradition harbors within it dominant structures, discourses which silence others, by covering over or destroying the archive, a tradition is certainly not homogeneous, nor, within it, is the determination of friendship. Our main concern will indeed be to recognize the major marks of attention, perhaps ruptures, and in any case scansions, within this history of friendship, the canonical figure of friendship. To make ourselves once again more sensitive to this heterogeneity and its internal potentialities, to make it and them a springboard for a leap further out, let us return to the canonical version. Let us listen one final time. Let us listen once again to Montaigne listening to Diogenes listening to Aristotle, but translating him too, interpreting him, authorizing him. Oh my friends, there is no friend. The painful and plaintive irony of the address also speaks the certainty of a strange affirmation. The sentence, we have heard it, is launched like a sort of apostrophe. Someone in effect turns towards his friends, oh my friends, but the apostrophe turns on itself, it bears in itself a predicative proposition, it envelopes an indicative declaration. Claiming to state a fact, it also utters a general truth in the form of a judgment, there is no friend. We have already pointed out that the general truth of the fact refers to the friend, no friend, odious philos, indefinite singular, the negativity of just anyone, and seems to contradict in act the very possibility of the apostrophe, its possibility of being serious and eluding fiction, when it claims to be addressing friends, particular determined friends, not just any friends, and friends in the plural. Friends are indeed necessary, I must posit or suppose their existence if I am thus to address certain of their number, if only to tell them that there are no friends. To be sure, there is also a contradiction in the reportive utterance or in the aforementioned recoil version. And it remains. How will you affirm non-contradictorily that having some friends is to have no friend? But this contradiction is shown, denounced, objectified, stated, perhaps played out, between two meanings of the word friend or two quantities, the plural and the singular. It in no way affects the act of uttering, as would a performative contradiction. However vivacious and present it remains, this performative contradiction could still be handled as a mere piece of nonsense, a logical absurdity, indeed, in the best of cases, and if this does not distract us from the gravity of the political affair, as the playful exercise of a paradox, a pleasant fiction, a fabulous pedagogy. Yes, but provided that it really is a question of a simple performative contradiction, that is, as long as and provided that the two enunciative structures are sufficiently symmetrical to be mutually opposed and contradictory. Provided, therefore, that they make up a sentence and belong to a presently homogeneous ensemble. Now this is not necessarily the case. While its performative force sweeps up the entire sentence, while its form overwhelms and comprises within itself the alleged report, the apostrophe resembles at one and the same time a recall and a call appel, also appeal. First of all, a call, for it points towards a future. Thus one addresses friends by calling them friends. They are addressed presently in and of the future, oh my friends, be my friends, I love you, love me, I will love you, let us exchange this promise, we will exchange it, will we not? Let us recall, friendship, as Aristotle also said, seems to consist in loving rather than in being loved, a proposition whose power of dislocation, infinitization, and asymmetricalization we have not finished meditating. Listen to me, be alert to my call, to my complaint, to my expectation, understand and be sympathetic, I request of you sympathy and consensus, become these friends to whom I aspire. Yield to what is at one and the same time a desire, a request, and a promise. One can also say a prayer. And let us not forget what Aristotle says of prayer, it is a discourse, logos, but one which, in some ways like a performative, is neither true nor false. 9 We know that there are no friends, but I pray you, my friends, act so that henceforth there are. You, my friends, be my friends. You already are, since that is what I am calling you. Moreover, how could I be your friend, how could I declare my friendship, and it consists in loving rather than in being loved, if friendship were not still to come, to be desired, to be promised. How could I give you my friendship there where friendship would not be in default, if there already were such a thing? More precisely, if the friend were not in default. If I give you friendship, it is because there is friendship, perhaps, it does not exist, presently. In any case, it is not at my disposal. Let us note in passing that the logic of this call, you my friends be my friends, and although you are not yet my friends you are already, since that is what I am calling you, comes under the structure and the temporality of what we have been calling on several occasions a messianic teleiopoesis. For neither the recoil version nor the canonical apostrophe says, there is no friendship, but there is no friend. Perhaps because we have an idea of friendship and what it should be, in the ideality of its essence or the culminated perfection of its telos, teleophilia, an idea of invincible friendship in the face of all scepticisms. Perhaps it is in the name of friendship that we must indeed acknowledge, constater, that if there is friendship, if there is indeed a promised friendship, alas, there is no friend. Is that not what Montaigne means in the context determined by his most thematic intention, a context which prevails in this passage up to a certain point? Is not in reference to the common friendships, ordinary and commonplace ones, that one must sigh in complaint? These common friendships are not this sovereign master friendship, and this is why there is no friend worthy of the name, in those friendships. But if presently there is no friend, let us act so that henceforth there will be friends of this sovereign master friendship. This is what I call you to, answer my call, this is our responsibility. Friendship is never a present given, it belongs to the experience of expectation, promise, or engagement. Its discourse is that of prayer, it inaugurates, but reports, constate, nothing, it is not satisfied with what is, it moves out to this place where a responsibility opens up a future. The fraternal figure of friendship will often bestow its features, allegorical or not, Greek or Christian, on what all revolutionary oaths involve with respect to responsibility to a future. Witness the turbulent history of the word and concept of fraternity during and after the French Revolution, in and around the Republican motto, the holy motto of our forebears, as Pierre Leroux said 10, a motto which, nevertheless, does not appear in the Declaration of Human Rights, the Constitution of 1793, or the Charter of 1830, but only in an addendum to the Constitution of 1791, then in the 1848 Constitution, which at last seals the establishment of the new Trinity. But the apostrophe "O my friends" also turns towards the past. It recalls, it points to that which must indeed be supposed in order to be heard, if only in the non-apophantic form of prayer. You have already marked this minimal friendship, this preliminary consent without which you would not hear me. Otherwise you would not listen to my call, you would not be sensitive to the element of hope in my complaint. Without this absolute past, I would not have been able, for my part, to address you thus. We would not be together in a sort of minimal community, but also incommensurable to all others, speaking the same language or praying for translation against the horizon of a same language, if only to manifest disagreement, if a sort of friendship had not already been sealed, before all contracts, if it had not been avowed as the impossible that resists even the avowal, but avowed still, avowed as the unavowable of the unavowable community, a friendship prior to friendships, an ineffaceable friendship, fundamental and groundless, one that breathes in a shared language, past or to come, and in the being together that all allocution supposes, up to and including the declaration of war. Is this incommensurable friendship, this friendship of the incommensurable, indeed the one we are here attempting to separate from its fraternal adherence, from its inclination to take on the economic, genealogical, ethnocentric, androcentric features of fraternity? Or is it still a fraternity, but a fraternity divided in its concept, a fraternity ranging infinitely beyond all literal figures of the brother, a fraternity that would no longer exclude anyone? Here we are in the vicinity of the gravest of problems. It will have been understood that it is not our intention to denounce fraternity or fraternization. Of course, no one will contest the fact that all movements, Christian or revolutionary ones, for example, celebrating fraternity or fraternal friendship have universal range and theoretically challenge the limits of natural, literal, genetic, sexually determined, etc., fraternity. Michelet's gesture would be a good example, the assumption and overcoming of Christian fraternity in favor of the universal and revolutionary fraternity in the Enlightenment style, etc. The passages quoted as this chapter's epigraphs are telling in this context. So many others could confirm the force of this movement. In Michelet there is even, to be sure, this hyperbolization of the fraternity concept which extends it not only beyond all boundaries but indeed beyond all juridical, legislative, and political determinations of the law. How can one oppose the generosity of so many analogous formulas to the one cited above, fraternity is the law beyond the law? Whence, then, our reticence in keeping this word to designate a fraternity beyond fraternity, a fraternity without fraternity, literal, strict, genealogical, masculine, etc., one never renounces that which one claims to renounce, and which returns in myriad ways through symptoms and disavowals whose rhetoric we must learn to decipher and whose strategy to outwit. Is it by chance, is it in the name of a law beyond law, that Michelet couches this discourse on sublime fraternity in considerations, on the nation, the homeland, France, or womankind, of which the least that can be said is that their literalness, their literalism, does not readily brook transformation? According to what a Michelet, for example, says of the homeland, of the nation, of France, the alleged universalism of the discourse can be agreed upon only by way of the exemplarist logic in which we have recognized the profound strategy of all nationalisms, patriotisms, or ethnocentrisms. To give examples of the exemplarism we are putting into question, enunciations such as the following could be multiplied indefinitely: she France found she was herself, and even as she was proclaiming the future common right of the world, she distinguished herself from the rest of the world more than she had ever done before. Or again, the homeland is the necessary initiation to the homeland of all mankind. Or yet again, France is a religion. France has been the pontiff of the age of enlightenment. And above all, then, this nation, considered thus as the asylum of the world, is much more than a nation. It is a living brotherhood. 11. Let us not forget that this fraternity is another name for friendship. The last words of the book, whose author believes it will remain the profound basis of democracy, 12, recall this: all I have in this world, my friendships, I offer them up to her, and give to my country the beautiful name handed down by ancient France. I lay them all at the altar of the great friendship. 13. National singularity gives the example of universal friendship or fraternity, the living example, the ideal example in the sense Cicero gives to the word exemplar in De Amicitia. And this is said universally in the French language, in which what is called, in human language, fraternity, is uttered. To be exemplary, infinitely universal, French fraternity has as much need of being literal, singular, incarnate, living, idiomatic, irreplaceable, as fraternity tout court does, in order to become exemplary of universal fraternity, of being literally fraternal, that is to say, where a woman cannot replace a man, nor a sister a brother. The woman is not yet fraternal enough, not friend enough, she does not yet know what fraternity means, above all she does not know what it will and should mean, she does not understand, not yet, the fraternal promise. She knows the word well enough, but she does not possess the concept. She reads it as one reads in nursery school, she reads it without reading it. She reads it literally but does not yet have access to what it thinks in spirit, and so it is the sacred that she misses, and history and the future, no less. She can spell the sacred word of the new age, brotherhood, but cannot yet read it? Not yet. This is so well expressed. And L'amour is so replete with the love of women that one feels mean indeed in showing the slightest irony in the face of such vibrant eloquence, sometimes moving, always generous. And precisely so authentically democratic. Finally, so democratically well intentioned, and so disarming. actually more disarming than disarmed. For in the final analysis, the book claims to be the profound base of democracy, and one indeed sees that it is unprepared, for the moment, to open universal democratic fraternity to those, in truth, to those women, who would precisely, in its view, not yet be ready for it, not yet. This logic of the not yet slightly complicates matters and allows women to hope, or, at least, universal fraternity to hope, but this interests us all the more since, in the next chapter, we will again come across universal fraternity at work, in an analogous context, mutatis mutandis, in a distant relative of Michelet, but so far removed that no cousinly affinity between them would be imaginable, Nietzsche. Is not the thing all the more telling? The thing? The woman, the sister. Let us strive to be more equitable. If the thing does not allow itself to be thus classified, if it remains more ambiguous, ironic, again the woman, eternal irony of the community, as Hegel said, if the thing still leaves room for other reversals, it is not only because Michelet's l'amour exudes the goodness of the man, the husband, the father. It is not because his phallogocentrism or his androgallofraternocentrism is also an exemplary universalism, and hence boundlessly generous. Why then? In his unbounded desire to give and take away at the same time, unreservedly to demonstrate his love of woman, to whom he denies any maturity in the historical experience of promised friendship, Michelet does not fail to bestow on woman more than he takes away. For here he is suddenly ready to concede to her, in the contortion of a gesture which will immediately contradict itself, the very thing he had placed in the extreme hyperbole of fraternity, that is, being a law beyond a law. Well, then, it would be almost the same for woman, if it were not the opposite, and if it did not immediately annul itself in its antithesis. Woman is like absolute fraternity, she resembles it, like law beyond the law, justice beyond justice. She is more than just. Except for the fact that she destroys, with justice, what she thus is, what she could be, what she is without being it, pure friendship. Let us read. Having remarked, she can spell the sacred word of the new age, brotherhood, but cannot yet read it, the author of L'amour continues. She sometimes seems to be above the virtues of the new age. She is more just than just, she is chivalrous, and extremely generous. But justice transcended destroys justice itself. 14. Fraternization is always caught up, like friendship itself, in a vertiginous process of hyperbolization. There is always someone, something, more fraternal than the brother, more friendly than the friend, more equitable than justice or the law, and the measure is given by the immensity and incommensurability of this more. Thus it is refused while simultaneously given. As incalculable as that indivisible subject of which we were speaking above, the condition of possibility and impossibility of calculation, the condition of a decision which nevertheless becomes immediately impossible and of secondary importance once a subject is what it is, indivisible and identical to itself, subject to everything except to something ever really happening to it, actually affecting it. The mechanism of hyperbolization, for there is something of the mechanical and the technical in this regularity, works away at this semantics in the strict and proper sense of the term. The paradox is in this, that the strict, literal, restrained sense is not, as one might believe, what a literal sense promises, announces, or defers in the figure of the figure, in the figurative sense. The strict sense conceals the literal sense, which would be on the same pole as the figurative sense, on the opposite pole of the strict sense. Thus true fraternity, fraternity in the literal sense, would be universal, spiritual, symbolic, infinite fraternity, the fraternity of the oath, etc., not fraternity in the strict sense, that of the natural brother, as if such a thing ever existed, the virile brother, by opposition to the sister, the determined brother, in this family, this nation, this particular language. And what we are picking up here around fraternity, qua the dominant schema of friendship, transports its upsetting hyperbole into friendship, as into all its associated semantic values. What, then, Is friendship in the literal sense? Does this question still make sense? Precisely. In a rather Aristotelian gesture, will one say of friendship that, if it is caught up in the bonds of fraternity in the strict sense, it possesses only an accidental, analogical, or equivocal relation to friendship, hence to fraternity in the literal sense? The question then becomes, it returns, and becomes again, what is friendship in the literal sense? Is it ever present? What is presence for this philia-prot or this teleophilia of which we have glimpsed the aporia? What is the essence of friendship? What is a friend? What is a feminine friend? If we are not even close to an answer, it is not only owing to the great number of philosophical difficulties still awaiting us. It is not only because we have discerned the presence of this value of presence at the very heart of that which was to be defined, which the entire tradition that we have acknowledged hitherto predefined or pre-understood precisely as the virtue of presence, the truth of proximity. The friend is the near one and friendship grows with presence, with allocution in the same place. This is its truth, its essence, its mode of existence, etc. If we are not even close to an answer, nor perhaps to a grasp of the question as one of proximity, this is, in a principled, preliminary, both simple and abyssal way, because the question what is, t estin, the question of the essence or the truth, has already deployed itself, as the question of philosophy, from out of a certain experience of philion and philia. The question what is friendship, but also who is the friend, both or either sex, is nothing but the question what is philosophy. Was ist das, die Philosophie, 15. In the conference bearing this tide, Heidegger pinpoints the moment when the philion of Heraclitus philion to Sophon, having been determined as the originary accord or harmony, ein ursprünglicher Einklang, harmonia, would have become tension towards a search, a question, precisely, a jealous, nostalgic, and tense, Strabenzsuchen, inquisition, an investigation determined by Eros, the desire and tension of Orexus. 16 Thought, das Denken, would have become philosophy only in the wake of this eroticization of questioning around being. Was ist das sind, insofern es ist. Heraclitus and Parmenides were not yet philosophers. The step to philosophy would have been prepared by sophistry, then accomplished by Socrates and Plato. Guided by a vigilant reading of this interpretation, we could attempt to follow the discreet lead of an unceasing meditation on friendship in Heidegger's path of thinking. 17 In the course of this meditation we encounter, in particular, a strange and isolated allusion to the hearing of the voice of the friend, Stimme de Freunds, which every Dasein carries with it. 18 The existential analytic of Dasein, which carries, tragt, this voice within it, is, let us not forget, neither an anthropology nor a sociology, nor an analytic of the subject, the person, consciousness, the psyche or the self, neither an ethics or a politics. For all these disciplines presuppose it. This bestows on the voice of the friend, and therefore on friendship itself, an especial ontological signification. In a chapter on Dasein und read, Die Sprache, and not even in the analytic of Mitsein. This strange voice, at once both interior and coming from without, is perhaps not unrelated to the voice of consciousness, Gewissen, of which Heidegger also proposes an existential analytic, Senuendizeit, paras 57 ff. The provenance of the call, its woer, is an Unheimlichkeit, para 58, which would be sufficient to uproot all mere domesticity if it did not play a more ambiguous but spectral and always decisive role in Heidegger's discourse. The voice of the call is always felt to be a foreign voice, a non-intimate one, unvertraut, so etwas wie ein Fremdstimme, by the one of the everyday, para 57. The gender of this friend is not determined. We would thus be tempted to graft onto this reading a question posed elsewhere on the subject of the word Geschlecht and the question of sexual difference in Heidegger. 19. The sophistic moment would signify a size Zion in the thought of harmony. To heal this wound, to calm this discord or this false note in the harmony of the Einklang, to reconstitute the originary philion thus interrupted, the worried and nostalgic philosopher asks what is. It thereby becomes what it is, philosophy, as if, beneath the question what is T estin, or what is being, the beingness of being, T tuon, philosophy was implicitly asking, what has happened? What has occurred? In other words, what has happened to Philion or to originary Einklang? Why has the harmony been interrupted? Why the discord and the false note? Why has logos been affected thus, this logos which means the gathering of the one? These same questions should lead, through the thinker's Gespräch with the poet, a speech between two which always supposes some friendship, towards two types of texts, on the one hand those that address Hölderlin, wo aber sind die Freunde, in Andenken 20, and on the other hand, those addressed to Trückel, to the figures of the friend who follows the stranger, to those of the brother and sister, precisely around this motif of Geschlecht. Point 21. But the question what is philosophy, philosophy qua filiatio Yusufu, is repeated and interpreted by Heidegger, often in the ringing out of Philion as it rings in the Heraclitean sentence, Der Spruch Heraklits, Physis Kruptis thy Filii. Heidegger translates philia as accorded favor, Gunst, benevolent protection, good grace. Point 22. In Physis reigns the benevolence of what accords or is accorded, as the favorable of the favor. 23. Or again, we understand Philion as favor or solicitude too, for philia would name here the essential, reciprocal, or alternative, wechselweise, relation between rising, opening, or opening up, aufgehen, and the decline or the covering over, untergehen sich verbergen, of Physis. What does to accord mean? In what language is it accorded to be able to hear it? Qua philia, Physis accords. It is the accord in itself of harmony and given accord, but its solicitude for revelation is also accorded to the dissimulation of self, accord in itself of what is accorded in rising and what is accorded in decline, the aufgehen as well as the untergehen. And, as always for Heidegger, under the law of a logos that assembles and gathers up. The gathering, Versammlung, always prevails, even if it accords the tensions of a false note. Physis and philia, Physis qua philia, one, like the other, guards this at once generous and jealous relation to itself, as it were, it loves, in, hiding, l'ama se cacher, Kruptis thy Philion. It loves to hide and only loves in hiding, it loves providing it is hidden. The withdrawal of the sense of decency pudor here bestows movement itself, it bestows originarily, and not in the twilight of some sin, it bestows the gift of what thus couples, in order to accord them, Physis and philia, and fwine to Philion, with one another. And on the path of this fwine, to be born, to grow, to sprout up, to grow up, to mature, on the path of this generation qua Philion, one might be tempted here to retrace the genealogy of this genealogy, that of this genealogism which we have so insistently recognized in the political figures of philia, in particular in autochthonism and its phretrocentrism. Would it be so difficult to find the trace of Greek autochthonism in Heideggerian thought? No one has the slightest doubt, so evident seems the trace. Up to a certain point, we must, to be sure, account for Heidegger's concern with avoiding anachronism in this hearing of philia and Philion. Now the most serious deafness would consist, according to him, in anthropologizing, psychologizing, subjectifying Philion. Heidegger would appear to incriminate modern metaphysics for this deafness, in any case the post-Christian philosophy of subjectivity. It sometimes seems difficult to follow him along this epical scansion, especially when he excludes Aristotle from this anthropologization of philia or Philion. The subject/object opposition is no doubt anachronistic. But how can he claim that the anthropological, indeed, psychological, vantage point remains foreign to Aristotle? It is also true that Heidegger does not then speak of a discourse on anthropo or on psyche in general, but of what is called in modern times anthropology or psychology. These are the so-called disciplines that would depend on a metaphysics of subjectivity, on an interpretation of the human qua subject. This allows us to read, in the same passage, that Christianity constitutes the preparatory stage of an education of the passions, and even a psychology. The first consequence, if Heidegger is to be followed here, would be that all the discourses of friendship that we have evoked hitherto, all the post-Aristotelian treatises de amicitia, whether Roman, Neo-Roman, or not, come under a Christian metaphysics of subjectivity. And the same consequence would hold for all the politics that we have been trying to decipher. They would remain politics of psychological subjectivity, exactly as would the concept of the political from which they claim to stem. Treatises, confessions, poems, fictions, would have begun, without exception, by subjectifying, anthropologizing, psychologizing, indeed, Christianizing, philia. Now, for the Greeks there would be no psychology. No anthropological subject. Aristotle's treatise Peripsux would have nothing to do with the psychology. In its very accomplishment, metaphysics would become psychology. Psychology and anthropology would be the last word of metaphysics. Psychology and technics go hand in hand. Point 25. Whatever the status of this epical distribution and the problems it creates, the conclusion would be clear. When Heidegger evokes the friend or friendship, he does so in a space which is not, or no longer, or not yet, the space of the person or the subject, nor that of anthropo, the object of anthropology, nor that of the psyche of psychologists. Nor, therefore, that of an attendant politics. When, in a rather late text, Heidegger attempts to return to an experience of speech or of language, Sprach, sufficiently originary to precede, as it were, questioning itself, das Fragen, when he recalls that this questioning, the very moment of research, knowledge, philosophy, presupposes a certain acquiescence, Zusage, an accord given to Sprach, engaged in it, he finds again, perhaps, that agency of philion which has not yet become philosophia, a questioning tension, an eroticization of astraban, a jealous, nostalgic, mournful or curious contraction of eros. Then, against this backdrop, metaphysical subjectivization, psychologization, politicization. We have attempted elsewhere, more than once, to recognize and draw the consequences of such an archi-originary pledge preceding all questioning. When we propose here to think a certain experience of the perhaps prior to the possibility of such a pledge which must be found suspended therein, we can only raise the stakes in a Heideggerian warning against the subjective, psychological, metaphysical interpretation of philia and its polities. But our aim is to propel this movement in another direction, and here towards a thought of friendship which could never thrive in that gathering, Versammlung, which prevails over everything and originarily accords philia to physis and logos. It is perhaps in a region thus withdrawn from metaphysical subjectivity that for Heidegger the voice of the friend rings out. The issue is perhaps what we were calling above a minimal community, but also incommensurable to all others, speaking the same language or praying, or weeping, for translation against the horizon of a soul language, if only to manifest a disagreement, friendship prior to friendships. One would have to add, prior to enmity. This promise before friendships would be linked to the yes, this promise of memory that we have attempted to analyze elsewhere. The double affirmation must remain essentially risky, threatened, open. Above all, it cannot allow itself to be defined or posited, it cannot be reduced to a determined position. As such, it eludes opposition. It is therefore not yet political, at least, not in the strictly coded sense of the tradition Schmidt claims to have defined. We could, then, resituate the concept of the political. Without going back over the affinities of this concept with a certain politics, in a context dominated by National Socialism, at this precise point the attempt can in fact be made at least to discern topical differences, between Heidegger's subject and Schmidt's on the one hand, between these two poles and what we have been attempting to articulate, here or elsewhere. Against the backdrop of a sort of historical community or an affinity of co-appurtenance whose features would have to be reconstituted, Schmidt seems first of all to share with Heidegger a firm conviction: one must get behind the subjectal or anthropological determination of the Freund/feind couple. Likewise, one would have to remove all corresponding or dependent determinations, psychological, anthropological, moral, aesthetic, economic. To shed light on the affinity and difference between Heidegger and Schmidt, we must return again to some of the latter's analyses, in order to reread them differently, especially with respect to Schmidt's logic or ontology of real possibility. The specific political distinction to which political actions and motives can be reduced is that between friend and enemy. The distinction of friend and enemy denotes the utmost degree of intensity of a union or separation, of an association or dissociation. It can exist theoretically and practically, without having simultaneously to draw upon all those moral, aesthetic, economic, or other distinctions, to wit, the distinctions mentioned above, good evil, beautiful ugly. 26. The friend and enemy concepts are to be understood in their concrete and existential sense, not as metaphors or symbols, not mixed and weakened by economic, moral, and other conceptions, least of all in a private individualistic sense as a psychological expression of private emotions and tendencies. They are neither normative nor pure spiritual Reingeist Igen antitheses. 27. War is still today the most extreme possibility. One can say that the exceptional case has an especially decisive meaning which exposes the core of the matter. For only in real combat is revealed the most extreme consequence of the political grouping of friend and enemy. From this most extreme possibility human life derives its specifically political tension. A world in which the possibility of war is utterly eliminated, a completely pacified globe, would be a world without the distinction of friend and enemy and hence a world without politics. It is conceivable that such a world might contain many very interesting antitheses and contrasts, competitions and intrigues of every kind, but there would not be a meaningful antithesis whereby men could be required to sacrifice life, authorized to shed blood, and kill other human beings. For the definition of the political, it is here even irrelevant whether such a world without politics is desirable as an ideal situation. The phenomenon of the political can be understood only in the context of the ever-present possibility of the friend and enemy grouping, regardless of the aspects which this possibility implies for morality, aesthetics, and economics. War as the most extreme political means discloses the possibility which underlies every political idea, namely, the distinction of friend and enemy. This makes sense only as long as this distinction in mankind is actually present, real vorhanden, or at least potentially possible, real mogelijk. On the other hand, it would be senseless, sinwidrig, to wage war for purely religious, purely moral, purely juristic, or purely economic motives. The friend and enemy grouping and therefore also war cannot be derived from these specific antitheses of human endeavor. A war need be neither something religious nor something morally good nor something lucrative. 28. All in all, Schmidt proposes a deduction of the political as such from a place in which there was as yet no such thing as the political. Between the originary and the derived, the opposition must be rigorous and clear-cut, and this oppositional logic, on this point, is common to Heidegger and Schmidt. To deduce the political, the enemy as such must be thought, that is, the possibility of a properly political war. If there really are enemies in the ontological sense as meant here, then it is logical, Sinnwahl, but of an exclusively political logic, aber nur politisch Sinnwahl, to repel and fight them physically. For as long as a people exists in the political sphere, this people must, even if only in the most extreme case, and whether this point has been reached has to be decided by it, determine by itself the distinction of friend and enemy. Therein resides the essence of its political existence. The justification of war does not reside in its being fought for ideals or norms of justice, but in its being fought against a real enemy. All confusions of this category of friend and enemy can be explained as results of blendings of some sort of abstractions or norms. 29. If Schmidt determines the political in terms of the enemy rather than those of the friend, this is doubtless no merely inconsequential dissymmetry. As we recalled above, Schmidt relies on a necessity he calls a dialectical one. If a politics of friendship rather than war were to be derived, there would have to be agreement on the meaning of friend. But the signification of friend can be determined only from within the friend/enemy opposition. In his deduction of the political, Schmidt in fact reverts to this oppositional logic, to the friend-slash-enemy opposition, to the possibility of war rather than to the dissymmetrical fact of enmity. Here, we are heading towards a question which would perhaps concern the possibility of an experience of friendship outside or on the near side of this oppositional or polemological logic, and hence, also, of the purity that the latter seems to require. Now, although Heidegger shares Schmidt's concern with oppositional purity, it would no doubt be vain to seek in his work such a determining deduction of the political. Is this a lack, an absence suffered or desired? Is it because, moving back under this determination, towards a more originary zone, Heidegger no longer possessed the means of a determining derivation? Is it the modernity of such a determination which is in default? But where, and whose? Heidegger's or modernity's itself? And what if Heidegger, in Schmidt's very logic, had understood this properly modem depoliticization of a world in which the enemy concept loses its limits? And what if Heidegger had thought this depoliticization, nihilist, in sum, he would have said, is but the truth of politics, of the metaphysical concept of politics carried out to its culmination? Schmidt would then in this case become the last great metaphysician of politics, the last great spokesperson of European political metaphysics. Questionable or not, the issue will not be discussed here. Such a hypothesis would lack, it seems to us, neither interest nor verisimilitude, nor, precisely, promise for political thought, for politics as such. For what is not in the least paradoxical and the least interesting in the Schmidtian attempt is precisely this reactive stubbornness in conserving, restoring, reconstituting, saving or refining the classic oppositional distinctions at the very moment when, bringing his attention to bear on a certain modernity, that of technics, of war indissociable from technics, partisan war or the Cold War, wars in progress or wars to come, he is forced to register the effacement of fundamental distinctions, qua metaphysical, theologico-political, let us say, rather, onto theological distinctions. How can Schmidt be surprised? How can he bemoan the problems encountered through a reflection whose object is the friend-slash-enemy distinction, when he himself admits that our age, simultaneously produces engines of nuclear extermination and effaces the distinction between war and peace? Does he not dream of improving the instrument of a classical theory, which moreover, according to him, would never have been of great use, to adjust it to a modernity, to a modem theory of the political and a modem polemology which can perfectly well dispense with such an instrument? Schmidt can thus write: the era of systems is over. The beginning of the great epoch of the European Republic, Epocha de Europaeische Staatlichkeit, 300 years ago, saw the birth of magnificent systems of thought. It is no longer possible, in our age, to construct the like. The only thing possible today is a historical retrospective gathering up the image of that great epoch of Jus Publicum Europaeum, with its concepts of the state, of war, and of the just enemy, in the consciousness of its systematics. 30. Further on, he notes that the Cold War provokes the rupture of these axes of coupled concepts which up to now have sustained the traditional system of limits and forms imposed on war. The Cold War totally ignores the classic distinctions between war, peace, and neutrality, between the political and the economic, military and civilian, soldier and civilian, with the exception of the friend-slash-enemy distinction, whose logic presides at the birth of war and determines its nature. Nothing surprising, then, if the Old English word foe has left the 400-year-old lethargy of its archaism to return to common usage, over the past 2 decades, next to the word enemy. In an age which simultaneously produces devices of nuclear extermination and effaces the distinction between war and peace, how is one, consequently, to prevent the pursuit of a reflection whose object is the friend-slash-enemy distinction? 31. Here again, through deviations which one must refrain from reducing and which would demand patient work, Heidegger shares Schmidt's disquiet. He subscribes to his diagnosis and prognosis: the distinction between war and peace is disappearing in the technological deployment of modem wars qua world wars. A world war is no longer a war, nor is it, obviously, peace. Now Heidegger. The world wars and their character of totality und ihre Totalität, are already a consequence of the abandonment of being, Seinsverlassenheit. They press toward a guarantee of the stability of a constant form of using things up, Vermutzung. Man, who no longer conceals his character of being the most important raw material, is also drawn into this process. Man is the most important raw material because he remains the subject of all consumption. He does this in such a way that he lets his will be unconditionally equated with this process, and thus at the same time become the object of the abandonment of being. The world wars are the antecedent, Vorform, form of the removal, Besiedigung, of the difference between war and peace. This removal is necessary since the world has become an unworld, unwelt, as a consequence of the abandonment of beings by being's truth. Changed into their deformation of essence, Zeuirem unwiesen abgendert, war and peace are taken up into erring, irmis, and disappear into the mere course of the escalating manufacture of what can be manufactured, Machen von Machbarkeiten, because they have become unrecognizable with regard to any distinction. The question of when there will be peace cannot be answered not because the duration of war is unfathomable, but rather because the question already asks about something which no longer exists, since war is no longer anything which could terminate in peace. 32. That which Schmidt and Heidegger have in common, it would seem, is the credit given to opposition, not only oppositional logic, dialectical or not, the one the Nietzsche of the dangerous perhaps smiles at, not only pure distinctions, pure opposition between the originary and the derived, but oppositionality itself, ontological adversity, that which holds adversaries together, assembling them in logos qua ontological polemos. 33 Despite these affinities, one could wager that Heidegger would have considered the Schmidtian discourse as a tribute paid once again, on the part of a lucid theoretician, to a post-Christian metaphysics of subjectivity incapable of posing authentic ontological questions and carrying all his concepts to their level. Notably around these values of possibility, of actual or present possibility which play an organizing role in the concept of the political. And even more so around the friend-slash-enemy couple, a couple of subjects, a couple that finally leaves unquestioned the very question of what in the last instance a subject, individual or collective, is, and what friendship or its opposite is. The very possibility of the question, in the form what is, thus seems, from the beginning, to suppose this friendship prior to friendships, this anterior affirmation of being together in allocution. Such an affirmation does not allow itself to be simply incorporated and, above all, to be presented as a present being, substance, subject, essence or existence, in the space of an ontology, precisely because it opens this space up. The I who to which Nietzsche's statement refers in Human all too human, rough Ich, der Lebentor, would not necessarily suppose, in its grammatical appearance, the presence of such a subject, of a present being qua subject. Therefore, of a calculability of this one indivisible and identical to itself, this one to which, all in all, nothing can happen which would affect it in its being, divide it or spoil it, no decision, above all, whereby this identity to self would be called into play, nothing, then, that would not float on the surface of a substantial and unmoving autonomy. Behind the logical play of the contradiction or the paradox, perhaps the "oh my friends, there is no friend" means initially and finally this overrunning of the present by the undeniable future anterior which would be the very movement and time of friendship. Does not the sentence avow an undeniable future anterior, the absolute of an unpresentable past as well as future, that is, traces that can be disavowed only in convoking them into the daylight of phenomenal presence? A temporal torsion would thus not the predicative proposition, there is no friend, to the inside of the apostrophe, oh my friends. The torsion of the dissymmetry would envelop the theoretical observation or knowledge in the performativity of a prayer that it could never exhaust. This dissymmetry brings us back to the question of the response. How is the question of the response to be linked to the question of responsibility? And why make friendship a privileged locus for this reflection? A brief grammar of the response, or rather, of responding, will afford a preliminary insight into our reasons. We are sketching such a grammar in terms of a language, the French language, but, at least in this case, the concepts do not seem altogether limited by this language. This is not to say that they hold in general beyond all languages, syntax and lexis, but that, in this context, they appear translatable within a group of European languages which authorize us here to question something like our culture and our concept of responsibility. Suffice it to say that this grammar, however schematic, will be a little more than a grammar. One says to answer for, to respond to answer before. These three modalities are not juxtaposable, they are enveloped and implied in one another. One answers for self or for something, for someone, for an action, a thought, a discourse, before another, a community of others, an institution, a court, a law. And always one answers for self or for its intention, its action, or discourse, before, by first responding to, this last modality thus appearing more originary, more fundamental, and hence unconditional. One answers for self, for what one is, says, or does, and this holds beyond the simple present. The self or the I thus supposes unity, in other words, memory that answers. This is often called the unity of the subject, but such a synthesis of memory can be conceived without necessarily reverting to the concept of subject. In any case, without a subject qua living being, this predicate is difficult to reduce as long as the word subject still means something not arbitrarily or conventionally ascribed to the semantic history of the word. This unity is never assured in itself qua empirical synthesis. The so-called proper name becomes the agency to which the recognition of this identity is confided. Tao am assumed to be responsible for myself, that is, for everything imputable to that which bears my name. This imputability presupposes freedom, to be sure, a non-present freedom, but also that what bears my name remains the same, not only from one moment to the next, from one state of that which bears my name to another, but even beyond life or presence in general, for example, beyond the self-presence of what bears the name. The agency called here the proper name cannot necessarily be reduced to the registered name, patronymic or social reference, although these phenomena are most often its determining manifestation. The question of the proper name is obviously at the heart of the friendship problematic. Pre-Socratic philia was perhaps capable of doing without the proper name, at least without what we are calling the proper name, if it is true, as Heidegger claims, that philia is older than subjectivity. But supposing that the proper name rigorously presupposes a concept of subjectivity, nothing seems less assured. We have a real problem thinking friendship without the proper name, whether it corresponds to a registered patronymic or not. The friendship for la Boétie, as Montaigne says, was first friendship for a name. The name preceded their encounter. More precisely, this encounter or acquaintance took place long before I met him and first made me acquainted with his name, thus preparing for that loving friendship. Meditating this union, there was, beyond all my reasoning, beyond all that I can say specifically about it, some inexplicable force of destiny. We were seeking each other before we set eyes on each other, both because of the reports we each had heard, which made a more violent assault on our emotions than was reasonable from what they had said, and I believe, because of some decree of heaven, we embraced each other by our names. 34. 2. One first responds to the other, to the question, the request, the prayer, the apostrophe, the call, the greeting, or the sign, the adieu of the other. This dimension of answering qua responding to, appears more originary than the others for two reasons. On the one hand, one does not answer for oneself in one's own name, one is responsible only before the question, the request, the interpellation, the insistence of the other. On the other hand, the proper name structuring the answering for oneself is in itself for the other, either because the other has chosen it, for example, the name given to me at birth, one I never chose, which ushers me into the space of law, or because, in any case, it implies the other in the very act of naming, in its origin, finality, and use. The answering always supposes the other in a relation to self. It keeps the sense of this dissymmetrical anteriority down to the apparently most interior and most solitary autonomy of the as regards self, of interior consciousness and moral consciousness jealous of its independence, another word for freedom. This dissymmetrical anteriority also marks temporalization as the structure of responsibility. 3. Answering before, this expression seems first to modalize the responding to one and wheres before the other because, first of all, one responds to the other. But this modalization is more than and different from an exemplary specification. And it plays a decisive role whose effects we should register. The expression before marks in general, right on the idiom, the passage to an institutional agency of alterity. It is no longer singular but universal in its principle. One responds to the other, who can always be singular, and must in one respect remain so, but one answers before the law, a court, a jury, an agency authorized to represent the other legitimately, in the institutional form of a moral, juridical, political community. We have here two forms or two dimensions of the respect entailed in all responsibility. Considering the rigor, the force, and the originality that Kant confers on this concept, will we say that respect introduces a new configuration into this philosophical history of friendship whose canon we have been questioning? Let us first note in passing that these two words, respect and responsibility, which come together and provoke each other relentlessly, seem to refer, in the case of the former, to languages of the Latin family, to distance, to space, to the gaze, and in the case of the latter, to time, to the voice and to listening. There is no respect, as its name connotes, without the vision and distance of a spacing. No responsibility without response, without what speaking and hearing invisibly say to the ear, and which takes time. The co-implication of responsibility and respect can be felt at the heart of friendship, one of the enigmas of which would stem from this distance, this concern in what concerns the other. A respectful separation seems to distinguish friendship from love. Kant is undoubtedly the first with such critical and thematic rigor, to have set out to locate what is proper to this friendly respect. There is no friendship without the respect of the other. The respect of friendship is certainly inseparable from a morally good will, the tradition of virtue in the Protophilia, from Aristotle to Cicero and Montaigne. However, it cannot, for all that, be simply conflated with purely moral respect, the one due only to its cause, the moral law, which finds in the person only an example. To respect the friend is not exactly to respect the law. One can have friendship for a person, an example of respect for the moral law. One has no friendship for law, the cause of moral respect. The fundamental passage that the doctrine of virtue devotes to friendship is formidably complex. 35 Kant quotes in turn, in a slightly different form, Aristotle saying, and as if by chance, having hailed the great couples of friends, always men, only men. And in this short treatise on friendship, entitled, however, On the Most Intimate Union of Love with Respect in Friendship, there is not the slightest allusion to woman, nor even to sexual difference. As for the great couples of great men, they furnish this analysis with its only historical example, in truth a mythological and Greek one, and cue the only proper names present in it. Kant, it is true, does not fail to note that he places himself, here, in the historical and canonical space of citation. He is then held by the law of a genre, an almost literary genre, a kind of novel. Friendship thought as attainable in its purity or completeness, between Orestes and Pylades, Theseus and Pirithous, is the hobby horse of writers of romances. On the other hand, Aristotle says, my dear friends, there is no such thing as a friend. The following remarks may draw attention to the difficulties in perfect friendship, p. 148. What difficulties? And what are the schemata which, here again, impose themselves if we are to think these difficulties, to establish them in their concepts and to propose solutions for them? As always, Kant inscribes the most original and the most necessary critical signature in the lineage of a tradition. Following the Aristotelian distinction to which Montaigne also remained faithful, Kant begins by saying that he will speak of friendship in so far as it is considered in its perfection. But he confers on this perfection the perfectly rigorous status of what is called an idea in the Kantian sense. In its perfection, therefore, that is, qua an unattainable but practically necessary idea, friendship supposes both love and respect. It must be equal and reciprocal love, equal respect. One has the duty to tend towards and to nurture this ideal of sympathy and communication, Mitteilung. For though friendship does not produce happiness, the two feelings composing it envelop a dignity, they render mankind worthy of being happy. First difficulty, if it is a duty to thus tend towards a maximum of good intentions, if perfect friendship is a simple idea, how will equality in the relation to one's neighbor be ensured in the process? For example, the equality in each of the constituent parts of a like duty, thus reciprocal benevolence. For reciprocity is not equality, and the criteria which would ensure that sentiments are equally reciprocal, equally intense, or ardent in reciprocity are lacking. The intensity or force, the ardor, of love, which is united with respect in friendship, can break the equality while maintaining the reciprocity. Even more seriously, Kant asks, cannot this ardor of love, this excessive ardor in love, this very excess, provoke the loss of the respect of the other? For we come now to the major difficulty in the very idea of friendship, inherent in the contradictory character and hence the unstable balance of these two feelings which are opposed qua fusional attraction, love, and repulsion which keeps at a distance, respect. We should register here a first limit, in our view an extremely significant one. In order to describe or present this contradiction, which formally recalls the contradiction in the Aristotelian concept of friendship as we set it out above, Kant affords himself no other resource than the natural law put at his disposal by the science or metaphysics of nature, the law of universal attraction, and repulsion. It will be said that this is a manner of speaking, a rhetoric of presentation. Perhaps, but for Kant there is no other, and he devotes no critical attention to it. Even when, from this situation described in natural terms, he claims to be able to draw up a rule or maxim. He writes, "For love can be regarded as attraction and respect as repulsion, and if the principle of love bids friends to draw closer, the principle of respect requires them to stay at a proper distance from each other. This limitation on intimacy, which is expressed in the rule that even the best of friends should not make themselves too familiar with each other, contains a maxim that holds not only for the superior in relation to the inferior but also in reverse, p. 261, emphasis added. The maxim of this rule concerns, as is often the case in this analysis, the necessity of testimony, of the testimony of respect that cannot, for all that, be reduced to the outward manifestations of respect. When the superior finds his pride wounded, he may consent to not receiving testimony of the respect due him, but then this consent must last only a moment. The maxim commands that it last only a moment, in which the unmarked respect is irremediably lost, even though it may be mimicked in the outward manifestations of a ceremonial. Hence an exterior testimony of respect is needed which must be the exterior of an interior, an expression, and not a simple exteriority. And it must be capable of steadfastly resisting the ordeal of time, it must be steady and reliable, or, let us say it once more in Greek, babios. Yet with this imperative of a distance, albeit proper, as he says, Kant introduces into the continuum of a tradition, which is none the less confirmed by him, a principle of rupture or interruption that can no longer be easily reconciled with the values of proximity, presence, gathering together, and communal familiarity which dominate the traditional culture of friendship. Or at least, Kant grants the necessity of this distance, even if it never totally escaped the attention of his predecessors, a more rigorous philosophical status, and the dignity of a law with its rule and maxim. And what Kant here calls perfect friendship qua moral friendship, which he distinguishes from aesthetic friendship, is no longer in any sense of the term what Aristotle called ethical friendship, itself distinguished from gnomic or legal friendship. 36. If this respectful distance from the other was not countered by love and attraction, it ought to become infinite. Furthermore, a double objection to this distance can be leveled at Kant. 1. In the name of what moral right is the infinity of this respect owed the other to be limited? 2. Why and how should a law presented as natural, the force of attraction coming to be opposed to the force of repulsion, intervene here to limit the respectful distance? And why would this distance be presented as repulsion? The double objection would concern not only the concept of friendship but that of love as well. Why would love be only the ardent force of an attraction tending towards fusion, union, and identification? Why would the infinite distance which opens respect up, and which Kant wished to limit by love, not open love up as well? And even more so, perhaps, in the love experience or in lovance in general, as if it were necessary to say the converse, the infinite distance in love, a certain kind of coming together in friendship? And why would the moral principle be on the side of friendship, not on that of love? Would this bear no relation to the masculine model of friendship, of the virility of virtue, which, as we shall prove, is for Kant, too, the ultimate authorizing agency? This, then, is our hypothesis, and we are going to attempt to support it. It requires that we pay attention to what Kant calls the friend of man. Let us not forget that we are speaking here of virtue, of purely moral friendship, not of aesthetic friendship, which does not suppose the respect of the other. Kant is neither very gentle nor very tender with friendship. He doesn't think friendship should be tender. The friendship of Kant is not gentle, and if it were to become so, Kant would put us on our guard against it. He is quick to recall the suffering and the sacrifice, as well as the cost, involved in such friendship. Kant needs this negativity, even if it is a heavy burden to feel chained to another's fate and encumbered with his needs. Friendship must therefore not be a social security, a mutual benefit insurance, and the assistance on which the other must be able to count could never be the end, the determining ground, of friendship. Help and assistance are nevertheless necessary, but once again, under the heading of outward manifestations of heartfelt benevolence. For this inner benevolence is never directly accessible, originarily and in person, as a phenomenologist would say, but only in a presentation with the help of an outward sign, with the help of testimony. In other words, one must help the friend, not to help him, not because he needs assistance, or because that would be the principle or the end of friendship, but in order to give him the signs of friendship. Why, in sum, is Kant so suspicious of tenderness and gentleness, of teneritas amicitiae? This paradoxical movement must be correctly understood, for it sheds indirect light on the Kantian concept of love and, above all, introduces a catastrophic complication into the natural law of attraction/repulsion which nonetheless organizes this friendly doctrine of virtue. Let us first of all say it succinctly: an excess of tenderness tends towards reciprocal possession and fusion, excessive attraction, and, following this, or as a consequence, this measureless gentleness inevitably leads to interruption, indeed, to rupture. This, then, is a case, the tenderness of reciprocal possession, where attraction leads to rupture, where attraction becomes the quasi-synonym of repulsion. Too much love separates, interrupts, threatens the social bond. Following this logic, the most paradoxical consequences are unleashed or, on the contrary, never fail to become rigorously bound, to the point of strangulation. In a double bind, the natural law of attraction/repulsion is perverted into a principle of absolute disorder. Here we have, in fact, a situation in which the principle of repulsion would have to be compensated not by attraction, which would lead to a worse repulsion, an interruption or a rupture, but by repulsion itself, repulsion against repulsion, painful respect. This, too, is a situation in which the principle of attraction would have to be compensated not by repulsion, which would lead to rupture, but by attraction itself, attraction against attraction, a slightly but not too tender friendship. The enemy of morality, in any case, is love. Not because love is the enemy, but because, in the excessive attraction unleashed by love, enmity and war are allowed to take place. Love harbors hate within itself. Reciprocal possession and fusion towards which the tender one risks tending is nothing else but a principle of, non-natural, perversion at the heart of the natural law of attraction and repulsion. It could be compared to a death instinct or a demonic principle. It would end up haunting virtue. If this is indeed the case, friendship would then be at one and the same time the sign, the symptom, the representative of this possible perversion, yet also what protects us from such perversion. The evil and the remedy for the evil. Under these conditions, how could the concept of moral perfection not be contradictory? This, in any case, is the reading of these lines we are proposing, although they are couched in a rather conventional mode of moderating wisdom, as in the midst of cultivated people in a select club, they nevertheless carry a terrible message, a message of terror, news of death. Love is the evil, love can be evil's vehicle and evil can always come out of love, the radical evil of the greatest love. Abandon is the evil, abandon unto oneself or unto the other. And this begins very simply on the threshold, with feeling, with the appearance of feeling or affect in general. Against abandon, a sole response, rules, and strict rules at that. Although it is sweet to feel in such possession of each other as approaches fusion into one person, friendship is something so delicate, teneritas amicitiae, that it is never for a moment safe from interruptions if it is allowed to rest on feelings, and if this mutual sympathy and self-surrender are not subjected to principles or rules preventing excessive familiarity and limiting mutual love by requirements of respect. Such interruptions are common among uncultivated people, although they do not always result in a split, for the rabble fight and make up. Such people cannot part with each other, and yet they cannot be at one with each other since they need quarrels in order to savor the sweetness of being united in reconciliation. But in any case the love in friendship cannot be an affect, for emotion is blind in its choice, and after a while it goes up in smoke. p. 262, original emphasis. The black painting of a black-tinged passion. If one now compares this bedevilment of love, it's simply a question of turning the page, to the appearance of a certain black swan, then another landscape of Kantism offers up an unconscious to be read. And it is certainly not the unconscious of only that philosopher named Immanuel Kant. What is the secret of this black swan? Secrecy, secret. A reflection on the Kantian ethics and politics of friendship should in fact organize itself around the concept of secrecy. The concept seems to, secretly, dominate this conclusion of the elements of ethics, and to mark problematically the ideal of friendship qua communication, Mitteilung, or egalitarian sharing. In contradistinction to aesthetic friendship 37, moral friendship demands absolute confidence, a confidence such that two people must share not only their impressions, but even their secret judgments. The political stakes are obvious. Kant concludes that true friends ought to be able to say anything to each other on questions of government, religion, etc. This is quite dangerous, and rare indeed are reliable friends, those, then, who are able to renounce all public profit, all political or institutional consequence, to the possession or circulation of the secret. They are few and far between, and this cautions prudence. The existence and necessity of secrecy are hence correlative to the scarcity of which we have spoken at such length. It is owing to secrecy that it should be said, he who has many friends has none. What is rare, in fact, is not only men worthy of friendship, worthy of the secret we wish to entrust them with, but friends in couples. It should come as no surprise here if, once again, precisely on the subject of secrecy, we come across the topos of Cicero and Montaigne. A great friendship comes along once every 3 or 4 centuries, yet another implied difference with love, no. But no friendship without the possibility of absolute secrecy. A friend worthy of such secrecy is as improbable, and perhaps as impossible to find, as a black swan. A black swan, the poetic figure of this rare bird, is taken from a satire by Juvenal. Every man has his secrets and dare not confide blindly in others, partly because of a base cast of mind in most men to use them to one's disadvantage, and partly because many people are indiscreet or incapable of judging and distinguishing what may or may not be repeated. The necessary combinations of qualities is seldom found in one person, rara avis in terris, nigrox similis signo, especially since the closest friendship requires that a judicious and trusted friend be also bound not to share the secrets entrusted to him with anyone else, no matter how reliable he thinks him, without explicit permission to do so. This, merely moral friendship, is not just an ideal but, like black swans, actually exists here and there in its perfection. The black swan is found in Book 6, not Book 2. And Kant, but did he ever read Juvenal, should know that Juvenal was speaking not of a friend but of a woman more chaste than the Sabines who, with their scattered hair, threw themselves between the combatants. She has everything going for her, who could take her on as spouse? Quis ferit uxarum cui constant omnia. Let us not dwell longer than is necessary on the experiences of the betrayed secret of which Kant murmurs a confession here. Let us consider only the following three surprising subjects that do not surprise Kant to any great extent. Three oddities will in fact have been noticed in passing. 1. No one knows exactly what a secret is, and Kant doesn't know either, only an infinite intelligence, one excluded here from the ranks of mankind, could give lessons to those whose lack of intelligence prevents them from appreciating what must remain secret. For there are no secrets in nature, no one has ever encountered one there. The secret is that which one thinks croit-savoir must remain secret because an engagement has been entered upon and a promise made in certain non-natural conditions. Now to the extent that, as Kant remarks, this also depends on intelligence, no one knows absolutely in all certainty where discretion begins and ends, no one, no finite subject, by definition, ever has the required theoretical intelligence to know for sure. Kant, therefore, is speaking of a secret which he must know no one ever knows enough about, of which, therefore, one never knows anything of absolute value. The secret is not, fundamentally, an object of knowledge. It is as if Kant did not know what he is talking about. 2. If there is a problem with secrecy, on the other hand, it is in so far as there are two friends plus one, another friend, believed equally reliable, notes Kant, and to the extent that this discourse on secrecy supposes the couple's rupture. It supposes in any case that the third party, qua friend, as reliable and as equal as the other two, is already around. More than one, then, and consequently, yet another more than one, for the third party can also have a reliable friend, to whom he or she could say swear that you will not repeat what I swore not to repeat, etc. Hence nu plus one, this is the beginning of friendship, where a secret is both possible and impossible. Always the same arithmetic, always the same calculation, impossible and necessary. 3. Despite or because of this third party, the originary eruption of this more than one, and despite the disorder this third party creates from the outset, this other friend as the condition of a different friend, the black swan is the only occurrence, random and improbable, but not excluded, of an event of friendship which bestows an effective chance, in history, to the idea of moral friendship. When Kant writes, this, merely moral friendship, is not just an ideal but, like black swans, actually exists here and there in its perfection, he wants to say, I suppose, that this purely moral friendship is not only an ideal, what it first of all is, but can also, sometimes, in history, perhaps, take form in the black swan. This black swan is a brother. For Kant, it is a brother. Why? We have just spoken of purely moral friendship. It can, then, happen that this friendship actually exists here and there and from time to time, the black swan. And it is the bond between two men, with the minor but inevitable complication of the third man, and the supplementary friend of whom we have just caught a glimpse. But there is also what Kant calls pragmatic friendship, this one, out of love, burdens itself with the ends of other men, this time of an indeterminate number. Pragmatic friendship could never achieve the purity or perfection desired, that is, requisite for a precisely determinate maxim. It remains, therefore, the ideal of a wish. In the concept of reason it is infinite, in experience it is finite. In both cases, there is the rare but real uprising of the black swan, a limited but effective experience of pragmatic friendship, the taking place of the phenomenon of friendship. In history, in space, and in time, yes, friendship does happen. Hence sensibility is a part of the game. And this cannot happen except against a backdrop of what unites mankind, this effective and sensible sharing out partage whose aesthetic dimension is thus required. What happens must be able to happen. And the condition of possibility must be universal. All this supposes, then, a general or generic possibility, the possibility of what Kant calls here the friend of man. The friend of man loves the whole human race. Whatever happens, he shares in what happens to other men, through sensibility, aesthetically, says Kant. He rejoices with them when something good happens, the black swan, pragmatic and humanitarian solidarity, however insufficient it may be, and will never disturb this joy without profound regret. This very regret is the sign that he is the friend of the whole human race. But if the friend of man concept entails sensibility and aesthetic community, it also corresponds to an infinite rational rigor, that is, an idea. This is what distinguishes the friend of man from the philanthropist who is content with merely loving mankind, without being guided by this idea. Now what is this idea? Having stressed that the expression of friend of man is somewhat narrower in its meaning than one who merely loves man, al ester de philanthropen, die Menschen bloß liebenden Menschen, Kant establishes this idea. It is not only an intellectual representation, a representation of equality among men, but consideration for this representation of equality, a just consideration for such a representation. Equality is necessary. There is no equality, but there must be. For it is obligation that the soundness or justice of this consideration adds to the representation, the idea that in putting others under obligation by his beneficence he is himself under obligation. Consequently, equality is not only a representation, an intellectual concept, a calculable measure, a statistical objectivity, it bears within itself a feeling of obligation, hence the sensibility of duty, debt, gratitude. This is inscribed in sensibility, but only in sensibility's relation to the purely rational idea of equality. This is the condition for the existence of something called the friend of man, the friend of the whole race. It goes without saying that cosmopolitanism, universal democracy, perpetual peace, would not have the slightest chance of being announced and promised, if not realized, without the presupposition of such a friend. And it is a brother. The black swan is a brother, for he can appear, however infrequently, from time to time, only providing he is already the friend of man. He must belong to this race to which the friend of man belongs, who is the friend of the whole race. He must be the brother of these brothers. For just when Kant has defined in this way, in the strictest sense of the term, the friend of man, he tells us how the phenomenon of this idea of obliging equality is to be represented, as a father and brothers. Submissive and equal brothers. The men are brothers, and the father is not a man. All men are represented here as if they were brothers under one father who wills the happiness of all. This structure corresponds, with the curtness of a philosophical rigor that would have to be reconstituted in Michelet, Quinet, or others, to the secularization, in the style of the Enlightenment, of Christian friendship, the promise of which the friends of the French Revolution, and Kant must be counted a member, said that it was the implementation, achieved in history, projected as such, in any case. This friendship is quite fraternal. It binds brothers together between themselves but not with the Father, who wills the happiness of all and to whom the sons submit. There is no friendship for the Father, one is not the friend of the one who makes friendship possible. One can be grateful to him, since one is obliged to him. There is even reciprocal love with the Father, but this reciprocal love, non-equal, is not friendship. In friendship a respect that is not only reciprocal but thoroughly equal is required. This is impossible with the Father, it is possible only with brothers, with what is represented as brothers. Friendship for the one who makes friendship possible would be a temptation of pride. And the Father, who is not a brother, is not a man. Kant continues, and concludes. All men are here represented as brothers under one universal Father who wills the happiness of all. For the relation of a protector, as a benefactor, to the one he protects, who owes him gratitude, is indeed a relation of mutual love, but not of friendship, since the respect owed by each is not equal. The duty of being benevolent as a friend of man, a necessary humbling of oneself, and the just consideration of this duty serve to guard against the pride that usually comes over those fortunate enough to have the means for beneficence. 38. Let us recall that this discourse concludes the elements of ethics and belongs to a doctrine of virtue. The determination of friendship qua fraternity therefore tells us something essential about ethics. It also tells us something irreducible about the essence of virtue. It tells us its universal political horizon, the cosmopolitical idea of all virtue worthy of the name. This would be reason enough to place fundamental value on this doctrine. But this text, this presentation of the doctrine, is of import to us also because it locates, with remarkable topical precision, the place of the brother qua place. Especially qua topical place. Indeed, Kant says, all men are here represented as brothers under one universal Father. It could be said that this is merely a representation, a presentation, a manner of speaking, an image or a schema of the imagination in view of the idea of equality and in view of responding to the obligation attached to it, responding to it and answering for it responsibly. To be sure. Or it will be said, no more than those who, throughout history, have linked friendship to fraternity, everyone, let us agree, all those who have spoken of friendship, the brothers, the fathers, and the sons who are brothers, all those, at least, whose speech we remember because it managed to make itself heard, no more than them, therefore, does Kant confuse this fraternity with the fraternity called natural, strict, literal, sensible, genetic, etc. To be sure. But, on the one hand, the schema of this presentation has become indispensable. One cannot and must not dispense with it. One should no longer be able to. On the other hand, qua sensible or imaginal schema, in its very necessity, it remains linked to sensible or imaginae fraternity, to the virility of the congeneric. And this adherence has become indivisible, it is posited as such, it sees itself as necessary, it does not wish to be conventional, or arbitrary, or imaginary. Failing which, Kant could have proposed another figure to speak of human community or of the universal equality of finite beings. He could have diversified the examples to name the link of kinship. Why did he not say, for example, the cousin, the uncle, the brother-in-law, the mother-in-law, the aunt or the mother? Let us see fair play here, why did he not speak of the sister? The anthropological schema of the family is doing all the work here. It is the desire for one family. Not even for the family in general, that thing too obscure for us to claim to be able to speak abstractly about, but for one family which can speak to us of the family, invent it and afford itself the favor of a representation. A family renders this service, it renders itself indispensable and renders indispensable the rendered service. At the center of this familial schema, at the center of what can again be called oikiotes, the brother occupies the unique place, the place of the irreplaceable. In this place of the irreplaceable, a pure practical reason is welded indivisibly to an anthropology, and even, as we shall soon see, to a pragmatic anthropology. We must know that the place of the irreplaceable is quite a singular place indeed. If it is irreplaceable, as the place, as the kura, it is so as to receive substitutable inscriptions. It is the place of possible substitution. It can never be confused with that which occupies it, with all the figures which come to be inscribed therein and pass themselves off as the copies of a paradigm, the examples of an irreplaceable exemplar. Is it not from the place of this very place that we gaze over the horizon, awaiting the black swan that does not come every day of the week? A place can never be situated anywhere but under a horizon, from out of this limit which opens up and closes off at one and the same time. Is it not from off this bank and under this horizon that a political phallogocentrism has, up to this point, determined its cosmopolitical democracy, a democracy, qua cosmofratrocentrism? Up to this point, at least up until now, through countless tremors. Some of them, in the past, have been so violent that, at least up to this point, they have not even been interpreted. Their traces have still to be gathered up, registered, archived by those in charge of the management of their memory, the archons of the same family. These tremors have only just begun, for the history we have been speaking of is only several thousand years old, the time of a twinkling of an eye. But what are we doing when we say up to this point? To what perhaps can this pledge be given? France, enfranchisement, fraternity. We have just been speaking of pledges. They are here inscribed in a plural heritage, more than one culture, more than one philosophy, more than one religion, more than one language, more than one literature, and more than one nation. Among all these given pledges, an ineffaceable lock maintains this book close to France. I would not attempt to deny it. Perhaps put être is itself, as we observed at the appropriate time, a French word. No translation could do it justice. This book is not written only in French, for this would be to claim for French the exemplary privilege of translation of all other idioms, and that of remaining the only point of passage for all conversations, as if a French interpreter were claiming the exorbitant role of third-party universal translator while insisting on the rights of a sublime monolingualism. No, there is still more. It must indeed be said of this book, in the chapter now coming to a close and in the next one, that it sets itself up to work and be worked relentlessly as a carnal we meme. I understand this French termicummer in the hunter's sense of the term, where it comes down to setting up a decoy of flesh. This book set itself up to work and be worked relentlessly, close to the thing called France. And close to the singular alliance linking nothing less than the history of fraternization to this thing, France, to the state, the nation, the politics, the culture, literature, and language which answer for the name France and, when they are called by this name, answer to it. From before the time of the French Revolution, Montaigne was only an example. Then during the Revolution and in its aftermath, Michelet and Quinet were only examples in their turn, and we have and will hear other voices, sometimes breaking with tradition within the tradition, those, for example, of Bouteille, Blancot, Levinas, Nancy or Deguy. But of course at the perceptible hinge between these two chapters, and in order to let the literary or poetic legend, the moment of language, ring out again from one century into the next, we must listen to the colossal figure of Victor Hugo. He must be watched giving into the vertigo of French exemplarity, to what is most fraternally universal and revolutionary in it. Indeed, the most perceptive and most blind declarations of this visionary of Europe, of humanity, of technics, in the 20th century were dedicated to the brother. But above all Hugo wrote eloquent, generous but, alas, also symptomatic pages on the subject of what every brother owes to France. To sublimated France, to be sure, as he put it so well. But fraternity is universal only in first being French. Hugo declaims this French universality with the generous frankness that Francis Ponge associated with the Frenchness in which Hugo had already praised the values of enfranchisement. Essentially and as example, to be a brother is to be French. Above all, and naturally, if you are the eldest brother. For everything we are saying about fraternity must be said about the natural law concept which will always fundamentally have been, like generosity itself, inseparable from it. The brother concept is indispensable to anyone, Victor Hugo, for example, who would set out to think humanity as a nation. From the very moment of its embryogenesis. Let us listen. I must select or underscore, I regretfully excise the spirit from these sentences that I encourage you to read in full and in one sitting, again and again, for their own sake. It begins as follows, with France, and it is a text which begins, like Ponge's poem, with "it seems that France begins." In the 20th century, there will be an extraordinary nation. It will be a great nation, but its grandeur will not limit its freedom. It will be famous, wealthy, thinking, poetic, cordial to the rest of humanity. It will have the sweet gravity of an older sibling. The legislation of this nation will be a facsimile of natural law, as similar to it as possible. Under the influence of this motive nation, the incommensurable fallow lands of America, Asia, Africa, and Australia will give themselves up to civilizing emigration. The central nation whence this movement will radiate over all continents will be to other societies what the model farm is among tenant farms. It will be more than a nation, it will be a civilization, better than a civilization, it will be a family. Unity of language, currency, measure, meridian, code, fiduciary circulation to the utmost degree, money bills making anyone with 20 francs in his purse a person of independent means, an incalculable surplus value resulting from the abolition of parasitical mechanisms. The illiterate person will be as rare as the person blind from birth, the jus contra legem will be understood. The capital of this nation will be Paris, and will not be named France, it will be called Europe. Europe in the 20th century, and in those following, even more transfigured, will be called humanity. Humanity, definitive nation. What a majestic vision! There is in the embryogenesis of peoples, as in that of beings, a sublime hour of transparency. Europe, one with itself, is germinating there. A people, which will be France sublimated, is in the process of hatching. The profound ovary of progress, once fertilized, carries the future, in this presently distinct form. This nation to come is palpitating in present-day Europe, like the winged being in the reptile larva. In the next century, it will spread both its wings, one the wing of freedom, the other of will. The fraternal continent is the future. May everyone enroll now, for this immense happiness is inevitable. Before having its people, Europe has its city. The capital of this people that does not yet exist exists already. This seems a prodigy, it is a law. The foetus of nations behaves like a human foetus, and the mysterious construction of the embryo, at once vegetation and life, always begins with the head. 39. Let no one accuse me of unjustly incriminating the figure of fraternity, already so greatly, generously, brilliantly infused by Hugo himself with genetic rhetoric and sublimated organicism, with the supplementary accusation of phallocentrism or androcentrism. The brother is neither the universal class hospitable to women or sisters, nor a spiritual figure replaceable in its clear-cut determination, one would even say in its sexual resolution. The virility of the brother is an ineffaceable letter in Victor Hugo's text. Here is the proof. What has befallen Paris? Revolution. Paris is the pivotal city around which, on a given day, history has turned. The Commune is rightful, the Convention is right. This is superb. On one side the populace, but sublimated, on the other, the people, but transfigured. And these two animosities have a love, the human race, and these two collisions result in fraternity. This is the magnificence of our revolution. It is certain that the French Revolution is a beginning. Nescio quid magis nascitur Iliad. Take note of this word, birth. It corresponds to the word deliverance. To say the mother has delivered is to say the child is born. To say France is free is to say the human soul has reached adulthood. True birth is virility. On the 14th of July 1789, the hour of the virile age struck. Who accomplished the 14th of July? Paris. The word fraternity was not thrown in vain into the depths, first from the heights of Calvary, then from those of 1789. What the revolution wants, God wants. Jerusalem releases the true. It is where the supreme martyrdom pronounced the supreme words. Freedom, equality, fraternity. Athens releases the beautiful. Rome for the great. Paris, the place of revolutionary revelation, is the human Jerusalem. 40. Like Marx, Hugo wishes at one and the same time to swear and to abjure. He is seen at once welcoming and chasing, convoking and conjuring the spectre away. In his peace declaration, signed at Hauteville House in May 1867, during the International Exhibition, the man who had just written, "Great poetry is the solar spectre of human reason." 41 is appealing here to fraternization to put an end, once and for all, to ghosts, to phantoms, to the spectre, to death itself. And against Christ, the spectre of spectres, like Marx he borrows one of Christ's sayings to say, in sum, let the dead bury the dead. The speech of a brother. Hugo had begun by recalling that this Paris of fraternity was also the Paris of literary revolution, Paris after 89, after the political revolution, accomplished 1830, the literary revolution. This Louvre out of which would emerge equality, this Champ de Mars out of which would emerge fraternity. Elsewhere armies are forged, Paris is a forge of ideas. He had also described with extraordinary lucidity the future of telegraphy, the technology which sends your own writing in a few minutes to a place 2,000 leagues away, the transatlantic cable, the propeller in the ocean while we await the propeller in the atmosphere. He had also praised Voltaire, the representative, not of French genius, but of universal spirit, and here come the brothers to put an end to the phantom, in Greek one would say, to put an end to the phantasm. Unity is forming, hence union. Man one is man brother, man equal, man free. The immense winds of the future stir with peace. What can be done in the face of this storm of fraternity and joy? Alliance, alliance. Cries out the infinite. Why do you want to make us believe in ghosts? Do you imagine we do not know that war is dead? It died the day Jesus said, love one another. And the only life left in war was henceforth that of a spectre. Yet following Jesus' departure, the night lasted for almost another 2,000 years, the night air is amenable to phantoms, and war was able to continue prowling in this darkness. But the 18th century arrived, with Voltaire the morning star, and the revolution its dawn, and now it is the full light of day. Are you the ones attacking, Germans? Is it us? Who is to be incriminated? Germans, all men in English in the text, you are all the men. We love you. We are your fellow citizens in the city of philosophy, and you are our countrymen in the land of freedom. France means enfranchisement. Germany means fraternity. Can you imagine the first word of the democratic formula waging war on the last? Let the spectre be gone. From out of those very bodies lying cold and bloody on the battlefield springs forth, in the form of remorse for kings, reproach for peoples, the principle of fraternity. What are all these peoples doing in Paris? They are here to be France. They know there exists a people of reconciliation, a house of democracy, an open nation, welcoming anyone who is brotherly or wishes to be so. What a magnificent phenomenon, a cordial and marvelous one, this extinguishing of a people evaporating into fraternity. O France, adieu. You are too great to be only a country. One separates from one's mother, who becomes a goddess, and you, France, become the world. 42. Underscore 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 underscore. Foe, shorter Oxford Dictionary 1 in early use, an adversary in deadly feud or mortal combat, now one who hates and seeks to injure another, Old English, 2. One belonging to a hostile army or nation, an enemy in battle or war, Middle English. Juvenal, Saturday. 2, 6, 165, a bird that is rare on earth, exactly like a black swan. 10. For the first time in the history of humanity 1. We were friends and have become estranged. But this was right. That we have to become estranged is the law above us, by the same token we should also become more venerable for each other, and the memory of our former friendship more sacred. there is probably a tremendous but invisible stellar orbit in which our very different ways and goals may be included, einbegriffen, as small parts of this path. Let us rise up, erheben wir uns, to this thought. But our life is too short and our power of vision too small for us to be more than friends in the sense of this sublime possibility, erhaben and Möglichkeit. Let us then believe in our star friendship even if we should be compelled to be earth enemies, Erden/Feinde. Nietzsche, star friendship, in the gay science too. Up until now, in some, and still just a second ago, we were speaking of life's brevity. How short will life have been, too short in advance, aber unser Leben ist sehr kurz, says the friend of Stemmenfreundschaft. Up until now we have been speaking of the infinite precipitation into which an eschatological sentiment of the future throws us. Imminence, a world is drawing to a close, fatally, at a moment when, as we were saying a moment ago, things have only just begun, only a few brief millennia, and it was only yesterday that we were friends already. This is the way fraternal friendship goes. We have just had a hint that fraternal friendship is not without affinity with the history of an ascension. Not a progress but an elevation, a sublimation, no doubt in affinity with what Kant defines also as the stellar sublimity of the moral law, the starry heavens above me, the moral law within me. The profound height, the altitude of the moral law of which fraternal friendship would be exemplary, schematic or symbolic, to use Kant's technical language, according to whether the figure, the presentation, or the hypotypesis of the brother would be related to the understanding or to reason. This narrative can be told as the history of humanity. Let us be more precise, of a humanization of man that would have been reflected into fraternisation. As you will have noticed, we have deliberately refrained from recourse to illustrations to actualize our analyses or in an attempt to demonstrate their necessity today, by delving into the most spectacular news on political scenes, local, national, European, or worldwide. We have done so through a concern with sobriety. First, we do not want to exploit that which, as it were, screens out reflection by projecting itself with the pathetic and sensational violence of images onto a too easily mediatizable scene. Then again, these examples are in the mind, heart, and imagination of anyone who would be interested in the problems we are dealing with here. Such people, let us hope, will have found the path of these mediations by themselves. Lastly, the overabundance of such illustrations would have swamped the least of our sentences. Be it a matter of new forms of warfare, of what is confusedly called the return of the religious, of nationalism, of ethnocentrism, sometimes dubbed tribal so as not to put off the other person living with us, at home, upheavals of number, of demographic calculation in itself and in its relations to democracy, or to a democratic model which will never have been inscribed in the culture or religion of an immensely ever-growing majority of the world's population, unprecedented. Statistics on what can no longer even be tranquilly called immigration and all forms of population transfer, the restoration or calling into question of citizenship in terms of territory or blood, unheard of forms of theologico-political intervention on a worldwide, inter- or trans-state scale, the refoundation of state structures and international law, in progress or to come, etc., the list would be endless. All the themes broached here are, to all intents and purposes, situated at the articulation between these present-day examples and the history of problematics that we are striving to reconstruct or deconstruct. But they demand, above all, implicitly or explicitly, a new topic of these articulations. A single example, one that serves as the pretext for this parenthetical paragraph, a rigorous, critical, non-dogmatic definition of what is called today the humanitarian, with its ever more specific organizations, the accelerated multiplication of its interventions, its both continental and international scope, its complex relations with governmental and non-governmental institutions, its medical, economic, technical, militaro-policing dimensions, the new rights that this humanitarianism seeks between the usual United Nations type of intervention and a right to interfere, to invent, etc. All of this demands a conceptual and practical reformulation. But this cannot be done without a systematic, and deconstructive, coming to terms with the tradition of which we are speaking here. For example, what would the definition of humanitarian be in its unheard of forms with respect to what Kant calls, let us recall, the friend of man, a concept Kant intends to keep separate from that of the philanthropist? In what respect does the humanitarian participate in this process of fraternizing humanization that we are questioning here? Another question, what would be today, in a new system of law, a crime against humanity? Its recent definition is no longer sufficient. It will be said that the question is very old, and this is true, but it is also as new, still intact, pregnant, replete, heavy with a future whose monstrosity, by definition, is nameless. Point 3. Hence, the categorical imperative, not to betray humanity. High treason against humanity is the supreme perjury, the crime of crimes, the fault against the originary oath. To betray humanity would be to betray, quite simply, to fall short of virtue, that is, short of the virtue of fraternity. In that humanity, one should never betray one's brother. Curse or speak ill of him. Another way of saying, only the brother can be betrayed. Fratricide is the general form of temptation, the possibility of radical evil, the evil of evil. Kant reports elsewhere, another time, Aristotle's saying. In the canonical version, of course, with the vocative and the exclamation mark, mein lieben Freunde, es gibt keinen Freund. And he will tell us a story, to get us to give credence to a sort of crime against humanity. As we were suggesting a moment ago, it is indeed a matter of anthropology, and of anthropology from a pragmatic point of view. Its didactic speaks to us of appearance, of this appearance authorized and even recommended by morality. Deceptive appearance is not as bad as all that, is not always inadvisable, Kant concedes. Nature was wise enough to implant in mankind a felicitous aptitude for being deceived. Certainly illusion does not save virtue, but in saving appearance, illusion renders virtue attractive. Proper exterior appearance commands consideration, an appearance which is not demeaning to associate with, sich nicht gemeinsam machen, Kant writes, thinking again of women, of course, and adding immediately afterwards, as a first example, womankind is not at all satisfied when the male sex does not appear to admire her charms, for to which, strict as he always is, careful to select the Latin designation which will speak the law of the concept, he adds a reserve, the reserve of reserve. Modesty, pudicitia, modesty Sittsamkeit, pudicitia, however, is self-constraint which conceals passion. Nevertheless, as an illusion it is beneficial, als illusion sehr heilsam, for it creates the necessary distance between the sexes so that we do not degrade the one as a mere instrument of pleasure, zum bloßen Werkzeug des Genesis, of the other. Modesty has the virtue of saving the other, man or woman, from its instrumentalization, from its degradation to the rank of means in view of an end, here, enjoyment. Keeping us away from the technical, from the becoming technical of desire, modesty is therefore eminently moral and fundamentally egalitarian. Owing to modesty, the two sexes are equal before the law. But let us not forget that this modesty is classed under illusions, salutary appearances, in a subchapter devoted to comedy, to roles played in society, to deceit, and to mirages. Like propriety, decorum, beautiful appearance, politeness, all related themes, modesty might well be a moral subterfuge. It would equalize the sexes by moralizing them, getting the woman to participate in universal fraternity, in a word, in humanity. The modest woman is a brother for man. Let us not conclude from this that she becomes less desirable for all that. Precisely the contrary. Modesty would then belong to a history on histoire, a history of fraternization, a history qua fraternization, which begins in a non-truth and should end up making non-truth true. Is this not what Kant says immediately afterwards? He has just named modesty, propriety, and the beautiful appearance. Here is the moment when he recalls Aristotle. Politeness, politesse in French in the text, is an appearance of affability which instills affection. Bowing and scraping, compliments, and all courtly gallantry, together with the warmest verbal assurance of friendship, are not always completely truthful. My dear friends, says Aristotle, there is no friend. But these demonstrations of politeness do not deceive, because everyone knows how they should be taken, especially because signs of well-wishing and respect, though originally empty, gradually lead to genuine dispositions of the soul, Zia wirklichen Gesinnungen dieser Art hinleiten. It is indeed a matter of a history of truth. A matter, more precisely, of a trial of verification, qua the history of a becoming true of illusion. A history which is made qua the story one tells to oneself and others. History is made while the story is being told, it is made in being related. This Kantian history of truth qua the history of an error could be converted by a good philosophical computer into Hegelian software, then into Nietzschean. It's already happening, isn't it? Such a history of verification is inseparable from the history of humanization qua fraternization. As a consequence, the crime against humanity, what Kant will call high treason against humanity, consists in not taking into account a history, precisely, of this history that makes that which was only appearance, illusion, small change, Schiedmunds. We have already noted this Kantian obsession, currency qua devalued currency, even counterfeit money 5, become true and serious. The crime against humanity would be to disdain currency, however devalued, illusory or false it may be. It would be to take counterfeit money for what it is, and to let it come into its truth as counterfeit money. The crime would be not to do everything in one's power to change it into gold, that is, into virtue, morality, true friendship. To do this, as we shall see, one must leave childhood, and this is always the sign whereby Kant recognizes enlightenment. It will always be asked, of course, on which side lies the greatest deception, on the side of the person who, in the name of truth, mocks the difference between real and counterfeit money, or, and this is Kant, the person who would entrust virtue with the obligation of changing small change into gold, on pain of betraying mankind, of being indicted for high treason against humanity. Every human virtue in circulation is small change, only a child takes it for real gold. Nevertheless, it is better to circulate pocket pieces than nothing at all. In the end, they can be converted into genuine gold coin, though at a considerable loss, mit Ansen Lichem Verlust. To pass them off as nothing but counters which have no value, to say with the sarcastic Swift that honesty is a pair of shoes worn out in the dirt, and so forth, or to slander even a Socrates, as the preacher Hofstede did in his attack on Marmontel's Belizaire, for the sake of preventing anyone from believing in virtue, all this is high treason perpetrated upon humanity, einen der Menschheit Verüberhoche Verrath. Even the appearance of the good in others must have value for us, because in the long run something serious can come from such a play with pretenses, Verstellungen, which gain respect even if they do not deserve to. The emphasis is mine. Kant says nothing of the price to be paid, of this considerable loss that can accompany the becoming gold of currency, the becoming truth of the simulacrum, its verification or its authentication. Who comes off worst? What exactly would be lost? We had recalled two dimensions in the relation to the other, respect and responsibility, stressing that which, from the vantage point of what might be called aesthetic in the Kantian sense, the former owes to the spatial figure of distance and gaze, the latter to the time of speech. These two dimensions intersect in the ethics or the virtue of friendship, responsible friendship before reason, when reason makes the idea of equality an obligation. The absolute respect and responsibility of brothers before one another, but in so far as they must be respectful and responsible before the Father, this time reciprocally but not equally in either case, in a love and not in a friendship, in a reciprocal but not symmetrical love. In principle this double dimension maintains the absolute singularity of the other and that of my relation to the other. As a relation of the other to the other I am myself, as its other for itself. But the relation to the singularity of the other also passes through the universality of law. This discourse on universality can determine itself in the regions of morality, of law, or of politics, but it always appeals to a third instance, beyond the face-to-face of singularities. This is why we have been so attentive, in Kant's text, to the uprising of the third friend, and to the question of secrecy that it opens up and forever keeps from closing. The third party always witnesses a law that comes to interrupt the vertigo of singularity, this double singularity or dual in which one might see the features of a narcissism, in the most conventional sense of the term. Would we have here more than one model of friendship, more than one example as regards what Cicero called the example, the exemplar, the friend qua model and portrait, self-portrait in which I project my ideal image? If this were hypothetically the case, one of these models could find its motto in one of the Aristotelian definitions of the friend as another oneself 6 or in the legendary response of Montaigne, if you press me to say why I loved him, I feel that it can only be expressed by replying, because it was him, because it was me 7. The other model, if it be other, and if it does not deploy the traps that the first sets the other, would rather inspire particular sentences of Zarathustra, who so often addresses the friend as a brother, beginning with the address on virtue, my brother, if you have a virtue and it is your own virtue, you have it in common with no 1/8. Another model, at least as regards its form. The form of desire, to interrupt the jealous narcissism of the dual relation, which always remains imprisoned between me and me, I and me, to do everything possible to keep it from sliding into the abyss of specular jealousy. Is there a worse jealousy than jealousy of self? In truth, is there any other? Is one ever jealous of another? Jealous of someone besides one's very own brother? Who is the more than one, the supplement of the one in excess? One is always one too many around me, thus speaks the hermit. Always once one, in the long run that makes two. I and me are always too earnestly in conversation with one another, how could it be endured, if there were not a friend? For the hermit the friend is always the third person is the cork that prevents the conversation of the other two from sinking to the depths. 9. We were saying that this was another model of friendship. But is there more than one model here? And is it a matter of alternatives? Are there really two different, even antagonistic, or incompatible, structures? Perhaps they imply one another, a supplementary ruse, at the very moment when they seem to exclude one other. Does not my relation to the singularity of the other qua other, in effect, involve the law? Having come as a third party but always from the singularity of the other, does not the law command me to recognize the transcendent alterity of the other who can never be anything but heterogeneous and singular, hence resistant to the very generality of the law? Far from dissolving the antagonism and forcing the aporia, this co-implication, it is true, only aggravates them, at the very heart of friendship. The singularity/universality divide has always divided the experience, the concept, and the interpretation of friendship. It has determined other oppositions within friendship. Schematically, on the one hand, the secret private invisible illegible apolitical, ultimately without concept, on the other, the manifest public testimonial political, homogeneous to the concept. Between the two terms of the opposition, the schema, or the familial symbol, we will henceforth understand the term symbol and schema in the Kantian sense, between the sensible singularity of intuition and the generality of the concept or idea. On the one hand, fraternal friendship appears essentially alien or rebel to the residential publica, it could never found a politics. But on the other, as we have proved, from Plato to Montaigne, Aristotle to Kant, Cicero to Hegel, the great philosophical and canonical discourses on friendship will have explicitly tied the friend-brother to virtue and justice, to moral reason and political reason. The principal question would rightly concern the hegemony of a philosophical canon in this domain: how has it prevailed? Whence derives its force? How has it been able to exclude the feminine or heterosexuality, friendship between women or friendship between men and women? Why can an essential inventory not be made of feminine or heterosexual experiences of friendship? Why this heterogeneity between eros and philia? Why cannot such a history of the canon be reduced to a history of philosophical concepts or texts, nor even to a history of political structures as such, that is, structures determined by a concept of the political, by this concept of the political? Why is it a matter of a history of the world itself, one which would be neither a continuous evolution nor a simple succession of discontinuous figures? From this vantage point, the question of friendship might well be at least an example or a lead in the two major questions of deconstruction, the question of the history of concepts and, trivially, so-called textual hegemony, history tout court, and the question of phallogocentrism. Point 10 here quaffretrocentrism. These philosophical canons will have posed the moral and political conditions of an authentic friendship, and vice versa. These discourses also differ among themselves, no one would claim the contrary, and, well beyond what we have just delineated, they call for long and careful analyses. Such analyses should in particular not decide too quickly, in the name of the law, to identify morality and politics. It is sometimes in the name of morality that one has removed friendship from the separations and criteria of politics. Hence the endless raising of the stakes whose law we have attempted to formalize. This law confounds Aristotle, for example, when he attempts to place friendship above the law and politics. When men are friends they have no need of justice, while when they are just they need friendship as well, and the truest form of justice is thought to be a friendly quality. 11. But if friendship is above justice, juridical, political, or moral, it is therefore also immediately the most just. Justice beyond justice. Fraternity qua law beyond law, Michelet. In all forms of government or constitution, royalty, aristocracy, timocracy, republic, or politeia, and democracy as the least evil of constitutions, for in its case the form of constitution is but a slight deviation. 12. One sees a form of friendship coterminous with relations of justice appear. And if, in tyranny, friendship and justice play only an insignificant role, the opposite is the case in democracy where, as we have seen, the brother relation prevails. 13. It should also be recalled that justice has two dimensions, one non-written, the other codified by law. Therefore, likewise, friendship grounded in usefulness, the case in political friendship, may be moral or legal. Point 14. The oppositions we are thus recalling seem to dominate the interpretation and experience of friendship in our culture. An unstable domination undermined from within, but all the more imperious for that. What relation does this domination maintain with the double exclusion we see at work in all the great ethico-politico-philosophical discourses on friendship? On the one hand, the exclusion of friendship between women, on the other, the exclusion of friendship between a man and a woman. This double exclusion of the feminine in this philosophical paradigm would then confer on friendship the essential and essentially sublime figure of virile homosexuality. If, in the schema or the familial symbol, this exclusion privileges the figure of the brother, the name of the brother or the name of brother 15, rather than the name of the father, it would be all the more necessary to relate this political model, especially that of democracy, to the tradition of the Decalogue, notably in its Christianization, which would not be terribly original, let us admit, as well as to the rereading of the Freudian hypothesis on the alliance between brothers, after. But already before the parricide, in view of a murder all the more useless, all the more interfered with in its act by the simulacrum or the phantasm, which does not limit the effectiveness of its effects, since it bestows even more power on the dead father, and must indeed presuppose moral, egalitarian and universalist, law to explain the shame and remorse which, according to Freud, would have ensued in the wake of the crime, and then, and only then, have grounded egalitarian law qua the interdict of killing. Having stressed the problems and paradoxes of the Freudian hypothesis elsewhere 16, I prefer not to return here, despite its importance, to the reference in Totem and Taboo or the Man Moses. To sound the keynote of a development to come, and notably concerning the Christianization of the fraternal community, let us be content here with situating a comic, vertiginous, and highly significant episode in the history of psychoanalysis itself. In question is the politico-strategic strategy of the relations between Freud and his momentary Christian ally, Jung. One letter from Ferenczi says more, by itself, than any glosses, which we will not bother with here. We shall quote several passages, following the selective principle of several themes, the psychoanalytic challenge to a mutualist logic of all democratic communities, hence to filia par excellence, the dissymmetry of the analyst/analyst relation, the heterogeneity between transference, qua love, as Freud said, and all possible friendship, the irreversible transcendence of the archontic or founding agency with regard to the founded institution, the irreversible transcendence of the paternal position with regard to a fraternal community, singularly in its Christian form, the structural resistance of Christianity to psychoanalysis, the theory of the sovereign exception qua the power of the Father, of psychoanalysis, of self-analysis for a unique and therefore first time in the history of humanity, etc. The whole lot assumed with the utmost seriousness by one of the first disciples, without the slightest irony, in an address to the Father that we shall also take seriously, despite the outburst of laughter, interminable, which will rock us to the end. To the end, that is, as long as we will be saying, in reading such a letter, for example, that really, if something has not happened to psychoanalysis up until now, this is indeed typical of psychoanalysis, and that undoubtedly nothing will never happen to it, especially not in the chain of generations of its founding fathers, unless psychoanalysis itself would already have happened in this non-event, the event of this non-event, and this would be what, perhaps, we must strive to think, to live, and finally to admit. Here, then, are a few excerpts, but the whole volume should be read from the first page to the last. Dear Professor, I thank you for your detailed letter. Jung's behavior is uncommonly impudent. He forgets that it was he who demanded students from the analytic community and that they be treated like patients. But as soon as it has to do with him, he doesn't want this rule to be valid anymore. Mutual analysis is nonsense, also an impossibility. Everyone must be able to tolerate an authority over himself from whom he accepts analytic correction. You are probably the only one who can permit himself to do without an analyst, but that is actually no advantage to you, i.e., for your analysis, but a necessity. You have no peer or even superior analyst at your disposal because you have been doing analysis 15 years longer than all others and have accumulated experiences which we others still lack. Despite all the deficiencies of self-analysis, which is certainly lengthier and more difficult than being analyzed, we have to expect of you the ability to keep your symptoms in check. If you had the strength to overcome in yourself, without a leader, for the first time in the history of humanity, Ferenczi's emphasis, the resistances which all humanity brings to bear on the results of analysis, then we must expect of you the strength to dispense with your lesser symptoms. I, too, went through a period of rebellion against your treatment. Jung is the typical instigator and founder of religion. The Father plays almost no role in his new work, the Christian community of brothers. Ferenczi's emphasis takes up all the more room in it. His book Metamorphoses and Symbols of the Libido, published in the Jar Book in 1911-12, has a frightfully repellent effect on me. I loathe its content and its form, its superfluous slyness, superficiality, and cloyingly poeticizing tone make me hate it. Imagine, I still haven't finished reading it. Much further on in the same letter, Ferenczi tells two of his dreams, with accompanying drawings. Two more excerpts. Indistinct, a woman stands on a table and protects herself from the snake by tightly pressing on her dress. You and your sister-in-law play a role in this dream. 2. My younger brother, Karl, has just cut off his penis to perform coitus. I think something like, that is not necessary, a condom would have been sufficient. 17. The double exclusion of the feminine would not be unrelated to the movement that has always politicized the friendship model at the very moment when one strives to rescue it from thoroughgoing politicization. The tension is here on the inside of the political itself. It is at work in all the discourses that reserve politics and public space to man, domestic and private space to woman. This is also, for Hegel, the opposition of day and night, and therefore a great number of other oppositions. Point 18. What is Nietzsche's place in this history? And why do we thus unceasingly return to him? Does he confirm in depth this old tradition which refuses woman the sense of friendship? For the moment, not yet, as Michelet also said. Many indications seem in fact to confirm this. Beginning with Zarathustra's sentences in Of the Friend. 3 times over it is said that woman is not yet capable of friendship, deshalb ist das Weib noch nicht der Freundschaft fähig. Noch ist das Weib nicht der Freundschaft fähig. Noch ist das Weib nicht der Freundschaft fähig. These 3 times must be respected. They concatenate immediately, but what a leap from one to the next. The Song of the Friend began with the speech of the hermit, as one recalls, always more than one, always one too many, always one time one, that makes 2, and 3 will be necessary to counter the specular jealousy between I and me, etc. But the hermit is too attracted to the depths or the abyss, he is nostalgic for elevation, he is dreaming of a friend to gain altitude. This is all a matter of belief. What does the friend's nostalgia reveal? That we wish to believe in the other because we want, in vain, to believe in ourselves. This nostalgia has some affinity with the one Heidegger believes he is able to pick up at the origin of philosophical philia. It therefore fires the envy towards the other as well as towards self. We envy each other. Love would be but the attempt to leap beyond this envy. And the aggression whereby we make an enemy, whereby we make ourselves our own enemy, is only a reaction. It hides and reveals, at one and the same time, our vulnerability. The true fear, the true respect, then pronounces, at least be my enemy. Sei Wenistons main feigned. Zarathustra takes on the tone of a Blake, do be my enemy for friendship's sake, to address an enemy, to speak to him in the name of friendship. There is more friendship, and more nostalgia, in speaking to one's enemy, more precisely, in begging the other to become one's enemy, than in speaking of the friend without addressing him. There would thus be more declared friendship, more avowed community, in the canonical version of the Aristotelian sentence O my friends, than in the reportive version of the recoil, which states and registers the bottom line on the friend and on friends. Even more friendly, more declared and avowed in its friendship, would be the inverted apostrophe O enemies. If there is more respect or fear here, it is because this demand for enmity comes from someone who dare not entreat the other to give him friendship, at least be my enemy, he then says. Conclusion, if you want a friend, you must wage war on him, and in order to wage war, you must be capable of it, capable of having a best enemy. A eulogy of friendship will now follow, drawing the ineluctable consequence of this axiom. To be capable of this friendship, to be able to honor in the friend the enemy he can become, is a sign of freedom. Freedom itself. Now this is a freedom that neither tyrants nor slaves know. Therefore, it is a political translation of the axiom. The slave and the tyrant have neither friend nor enemy. They are not free and equal enough for that. With this political conclusion, Zarathustra brings up the case of woman. She is at once tyrant and slave, and that is why she, still, remains incapable of friendship, she knows only love. This thesis concerns not only woman, but the hierarchy between love and friendship. Love is below friendship because it is an above/below relation, one of inferiority and superiority, slavery and tyranny. It is implied, then, that friendship is freedom plus equality. The only thing missing is fraternity, and we are coming to that. Thus is the first of the 3 sentences engendered, in woman, a slave and a tyrant have all too long been concealed. For that reason, woman is not yet capable of friendship, she knows only love. Feminine love causes only injustice and blindness to be seen in all that is not loved. In other words, woman remains incapable of respecting the enemy, of honoring what she does not love. Incapable of such a respect, incapable of the freedom entailed by that respect, she could never have either friends or enemies as such. Only a free and respectful consciousness could ever attain to this as such, this phenomenal essence of the friend or enemy, as well as of the couple they form. Such a judgment on the subject of woman has political value. It is a political judgment confirmed by the second sentence, the one immediately following, inscribing this political condemnation in its most traditional system. Incapable of friendship, enmity, justice, war, respect for the other, whether friend or enemy, woman is not man, she is not even part of humanity. Still addressing his friend as a brother, especially in speaking in truth to him of ends and virtues, Wahrlich, mein Bruder, he regularly says, Zarathustra declares here that woman is the Uda of humanity, in any case as regards the question of loving, if not that of childbirth and suckling, the nurturing mother is perhaps human, like a cow, but not the lover that woman can be. Woman, to whom friendship still remains inaccessible, woman is not yet capable of friendship, women are still cats and birds. Or, at best, cows. Now here we see a sort of apostrophical reversal, the third sentence. Confirming what has just been pronounced on women, Zarathustra suddenly turns towards men, he apostrophizes them, accusing them, in sum, of being in the same predicament. Woman was not man, a man free and capable of friendship, and not only of love. Well now, neither is man a man. Not yet. And why not? Because he is not yet generous enough, because he does not know how to give enough to the other. To attain to this infinite gift, failing which there is no friendship, one must know how to give to the enemy. And of this, neither woman nor man, up until now, is capable. Under the category of not yet, noch, nicht, hence this up until now that we were questioning above, man and woman are equal in this respect. Up until now, they are equally late, although woman is lagging behind man. They are equal in avarice, giz, equally unable to give and love in friendship. Neither one, not yet, up until now, is one of these true brothers, these friends, or enemies, these friends qua possible enemies, those whom Zarathustra nevertheless already, starting now, addresses and appeals to, teleopoetically. This is the third sentence, woman is not yet capable of friendship. But tell me, you men, which of you is yet capable of friendship, / your poverty, you men, and your avarice of soul. Und Urangas der Seele. As much as you give to your friend I will give even to my enemy, and will not have grown poorer in doing so. One must be patient in the face of this not yet, and meditate in all due time the up until now positioned on the threshold of this dissymmetrical gift. For it extends also to man, but first and foremost, again, to Zarathustra's brother. He bears the future of a question, of a call or a promise, a complaint or a prayer. In the performative mode of the apostrophe. There is no friendship as yet, it has not yet begun to be thought. But, in a sort of mourned anticipation, we can already name the friendship that we have not yet met. A threshold naming, we are saying here, on the threshold, that we already think that we do not yet have access to friendship. May we have it one day. Such is the exclamation mark, the singular clamor, of this wish. This is Zarathustra's "O my friends, there is neither friend nor enemy." The end of the song rings out in a still more singular way. For is not what has just been repeated, doubled, parroted, perverted and assumed also the gospel message? Is it not, more precisely, that which commands us to love our enemies as universal brothers, beyond our own family and even our own biological, foster, uterine, or consanguine, brothers? Yes and no, we shall have to return to this. Here now, after the raising of the stakes on the Christian heritage, is the re-implementation of the Aristotelian heritage, around the opposition we have already encountered between the friend and the companion. Fundamentally, that of which man will have been capable up until now, at least up until now, is certainly not perfect friendship, telia or protophilia, only comradeship. Now comradeship must be surpassed. but given that it can be surpassed only in giving infinitely to the enemy, which Aristotle never said, the Gospels must be played against Aristotelian virtue and against Greek friendship par excellence. This is enough to discourage anyone wishing to establish a reassuring historical scansion, that is, a decidable and clear-cut one, to make this strategy coherent. It would be better to give up the idea immediately and think up different ways of doing history or the historian's profession. For that which thus defies the tranquility of the historian is a strategy of friendship, a war for friendship. Friendship is now the stake of these endless strategies. And must not one think, or at least approach, this other history, hence this other friendship, to leave comradeship? Comrades, try again. Zarathustra is speaking of friendship also to historians and theologians, and this is the end of his song: there is comradeship, may there be friendship. Es gibt Kameradschaft, mag es Freundschaft geben. Since this es gibt and this geben immediately follow a definition of friendship by the gift, for the friend as well as for the enemy, wie will ihr dem Freunde geht, das will ich nach meinem Feinde geben, it can be supposed that the there is, es gibt, or the may there be, mag es geben, give themselves only to the extent of the gift. The gift is that which gives friendship, it is needed for there to be friendship, beyond all comradeship. But as woman has not yet attained to friendship because she remains, and this is love, slave or tyrant, friendship to come continues to mean, for Zarathustra, freedom, equality, fraternity. The fragile, unstable, and recent motto, as we have seen, of a republic. Unless it appeals to a friendship capable of simultaneously overwhelming philosophical history, Aristotelian, as we have just seen, and Enlightenment fraternity qua the sublation releve, we have seen enough signs of this, of Christian fraternity, three friendships in one, the same, in sum, with which one must break. Another song leads us onto this path, one that begins shortly after of the friend. Of love of one's neighbor, von der Nächstenliebe, seems to oppose friend to neighbor, and blatantly to the neighbor of the Gospels. In truth, it does not oppose friend to neighbor, it wishes to raise it above the neighbor, and this in the name of the far off and of the future. The neighbor is believed, like his name, to be close and present. Friendship is a thing of distance, a thing of the future, hence do I exhort you to love of your neighbor? I exhort you rather to flight from your neighbor and to love of the most distant, Femstenliebe. Zarathustra thus addresses brothers not yet born, his brothers to come but supposed already to be prepared to hear him where they are as yet still incapable of doing so. And this is why they must be spoken to. Ready to hear, they will be ready when they have heard. This teleopoetic word accomplishes the gospel word in perverting it, it sets it awry and denatures it, but in order to keep its promise. If this gospel word promises spiritual fraternity, beyond milk and blood, but owing to other blood, to another Eucharistic body, this is the whole question, and Zarathustra does not fail to take it up. If the word of Christ thus promises the true filiation of brothers of the Father who is in heaven, is this not in terms of a love of neighbor which prescribes, as does Zarathustra, the love of one's enemies? One becomes a brother, in Christianity, one is worthy of the eternal Father, only by loving one's enemy as one's neighbor or as oneself. Here we have the profit of a sublime economy, an economy beyond economy, a salary that is transformed into the gold of non-salary. Let us cite here only Matthew, aware nevertheless that we are on the brink of a work of infinite reading. You have heard the commandment, you shall love your countrymen but hate your enemy. My command to you is, love your enemies, pray for your persecutors. This will prove that you are sons of your heavenly Father, for his sun rises on the bad and the good, he rains on the just and the unjust. If you love those who love you, what merit is there in that? Do not tax collectors do as much? And if you greet your brothers only, what is so praiseworthy about that? Do not pagans do as much? In a word, you must be made perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. 19. Does not Zarathustra also entreat the friend to come around to an absolute gift that breaks with the ruse of this sublime economy? Is not the friendship for his brother qua neighbor and son of God still in search of the pure gold of an infinite wage? Does it not still seek, to pick up once again the Kantian motif that we evoked above, the best exchange rate for virtue? In any case, it is in the name of the friend who bestows that Zarathustra advises against the love of one's neighbor, but a wageless, unrequited bestowal. The gift he then names must also belong to the finite world. One would thus have to think the dissymmetry of a gift without exchange, therefore an infinite one, infinitely disproportionate, in any case, however modest it may be, from the vantage point of terrestrial finitude. From under its horizon without horizon. For we have just suspected infinitization itself of being an economic ruse. A certain guilt is denounced in the same song, and it would be like a Christian seduction, the love of one's neighbor as the maneuvering hypocrisy of a perverse seduction, a stratagem to mislead the other towards oneself. You cannot endure to be alone with yourselves and do not love yourselves enough, now you want to mislead your neighbor into love and gild yourselves with his mistake, und yucca mit sanum irdum vergolden. Such a finitism would then revert from Christian to Greek, if we could still rely on this distinction, which we are doing less and less often. I do not teach you the neighbor but the friend. May the friend be to you a festival of the earth and a foretaste of the Superman. I teach you the friend and his overflowing heart. But you must understand how to be a sponge if you want to be loved by overflowing hearts. I teach you the friend in whom the world stands complete, a vessel of the good, the creative friend, who always has a completed world to bestow. And as the world once dispersed for him, so it comes back to him again, as the evolution of good through evil, as the evolution of design from chance. May the future and the most distant be the principle of your today. In your friend you should love the Superman as your principle. My brothers, I do not exhort you to love of your neighbor, I exhort you to love of the most distant. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Point 20. 3 remarks before interrupting, as we must, these songs. They concern the gift, the Superman, and the spectre. 1. The gift. This friend of the most distant belongs to the finite earth, to be sure, not to the world of Christian hinterworlds. But far from limiting the gift that he perhaps then gives, his finitude infinitizes it. Zarathustra's friend, this friend to come, this friend of the far removed, does not give this or that, in just any economy, in which the virtuous would still want to be paid. 21, he gives a world, he gives all, he gives that in which all gifts may appear, and like all gifts, this gift of the world must nevertheless be determined, it is this world, a completed world. A friend who does not give you the world, and a world which, because it exists, has form and limit, being this world and not another, gives you nothing. To think this friendship, which would be neither Greek nor Christian, this gift would have to be thought as the gift of the world, and above all, but above all, as gift of a finite world. 2. The Superman. To be sure, he is awaited, announced, called, to come, but, contradictory as it may seem, it is because he is the origin and the cause of man. He is the originary, Ursach, cause of man. Man is called, and called into question, by his cause. His cause is naturally beyond him. With regard to this friend promised, announced, hoped for, always following the same thrust of the messianico-teleiopoetic perhaps, the friendship against which these men and women were judged up until now, and judged incapable, owing to a lack of humanity, precisely, and of liberty, well, this very friendship, this friendship to come, would still be too human. At the very least it deserves its name friendship, and properly human friendship, only providing it lets itself be transfixed by the expectation of the Superman to come. But to come as cause or origin, that is, as immemorially past. This is the only possible experience of a most distant that remains approachable only in being unapproachable. Fundamentally, all the concepts of a friendship of presence and proximity whose anthropological, anthropocentric, or humanist character we have been emphasizing hitherto would be situated and delimited here. Even if this anthropocentrism were also, sometimes, anthropotheological or ontotheological, the profound structure of the concept would not be modified. Its center of gravity would remain as close as possible to proximity, in the present of the closest. 3. The specter. In a passage that we were reading above 22 and precisely in Human All Too Human, Nietzsche, as it were, had resurrected phantom friends, those who have not changed while we have been transformed. These friends returned as the phantom of our past, in sum, our memory, the silhouette of the ghost who not only appears to us, phantasmata, phenomena, phantoms, things of sight, things of respect, the respect which returns and comes down to the spectre, but an invisible past, hence a past that can speak, and speak to us in an icy voice, as if we were hearing ourselves. Here, this should be exactly the opposite, since it is a question of the friend, of the Superman whose present friendship urges the arrival. Not the past friend, but the friend to come. Now what is coming is still spectral, and it must be loved as such. As if there were never anything but specters, on both sides of all opposition, on both sides of the present, in the past and in the future. All phenomena of friendship, all things and all beings to be loved, belong to spectrality. It is necessary to love means, the specters, they are to be loved, the spectre must be respected. We know that Mary Shelley brought our attention to the anagram that makes the spectre in respect become visible again. And here we have the sentence addressed by Zarathustra to his brother. Here is what the song of love of one's neighbor promises him, the friend to come, the arrivant who comes from afar, the one who must be loved in remoteness and from afar, the Superman, and it is a spectre. Higher than love of one's neighbor stands love of the most distant man and of the man of the future. Higher still than love of man I account love of causes and of phantoms, die Liebe Zeusashen und Gespenstern. This phantom that runs along behind you, my brother, is fairer than you, why do you not give it your flesh and bones? But you are afraid and you run to your neighbor, p. 87. A spectral distance would thus assign its condition to memory as well as to the future as such. The as such itself is affected with spectrality, hence is it no longer or not yet exactly what it is. The disjunction of spectral distance would, by this very fact, mark both the past and the future with a non-reappropriable alterity. Point 23. Thus, at least, spoke Zarathustra. We have refrained from substituting Nietzsche's name for his, as if, from one ghost to another, it never came down to the same one. Things are already unattackable and inappropriable enough as they are for each ghost. Neither should one rush to consider a single one of Zarathustra's sentences as gospel. Having commanded them to be capable of facing the enemy, of respecting, fearing, honoring him, having recalled that a humanity in default of an end also defaults itself, is itself lacking in humanity, Zarathustra demands of his disciples that they leave him, repudiate me, be ashamed of the one who perhaps has deceived you. For the man of knowledge must not only love his friends, he must also be able to hate his enemies. This is the immense song of the bestowing virtue, in whose end, in a neo-evangelical scene, Zarathustra addresses his brothers to promise his return. Then, after the separation, after the repudiation, another love, friendship itself, will be possible. Zarathustra swears, invites, bids, demands the oath. Now I bid you, nun hisichuka, lose me and find yourselves, and only when you have all denied me will I return to you. Truly, with other eyes, my brothers, I shall then seek my lost ones, with another love I shall then love you. And once more you shall have become my friends and children of one hope, and then I will be with you a third time, that I may celebrate the great noontide with you. All gods are dead, now we want the Superman to live, let this be our last will, one day, at the great noontide. This is only the end of part 1. To relaunch it, it will become the epigraph of part 2. The entire path of this abyssal altercation with Christian fraternity had begun, as we will recall, with the evocation of the hermit. As Zarathustra is also addressing another brother to come, but one who is already listening to him, there would be, among all the tasks that thus assign themselves to us but which, alas, we have to give up pursuing, an ancient and new history to relate and to make, from this point of view, of Christian fraternity, not only its theme, its concept, and its figures but its orders, fraternities as institutions. An analogous and equally urgent investigation would deal with the figure of the brother in Arabo-Islamic culture, and with the Muslim brothers. Faced with this task, our shortcoming has no avowable justification here. Let it nevertheless be clear that we believe in the gravity of the obligation which the limits of this work oblige us to shirk. We have insisted sufficiently on the indefinite recoils of the discourse and strategy of Zarathustra in order not to be convinced in advance that the history of the brother in the Bible and in the Quran, as is the case in the history of orders called fraternities, contains in itself, here or there, in one fold or recoil or another, reason enough for finding ourselves beside Zarathustra or his disciples rather than in a posture of confrontation. Let us hold at least to this evidence. These songs of Zarathustra are also songs of mourning. He is taking leave, he asks to be repudiated, he will return, and the returning ghost who promises his brothers that they will then be his brothers or friends is indeed a testament, this is my body offered again to them. As if there were no interminable mourning other than the mourning of the brother, and as if the friendship we have been speaking about would dry up after this impossible mourning, only by deferring it can this friendship begin to mourn. There is no possible introjection or incorporation, this is the canon of friendship. Successful, a death without remainder, or an ideal death, the mourning of the brother would run too great a risk of allowing the father to return. This is what, at any price, the brother's conjuration desires, anything but the return of the father. What we have hitherto been calling friendship, the one conjured away by Zarathustra as well as the one in the name of which he bids his brothers to come, one friendship against the other, but one along with the other. As if friendship were playing against the love of the father. And as if the scene could be framed thus, without a woman. Let us backtrack for a moment. If the great canonical meditations on friendship, Cicero's De Amicitia, Montaigne's on friendship, Blancot's Elamitae, for example, belong to the experience of mourning, to the moment of loss, that of the friend or of friendship, if through the irreplaceable element of the name they always advance in testimonial order to confide and refuse the death of the unique to a universalizable discourse, my friends, there is no friend, Aristotle Montaigne, but what has become of my friends? Villain, wo aber sind die Freunde, Holderlin, if by this token they simultaneously found and destabilize, if they restore, because they threaten them, a great number of oppositions, singular/universal, private/public, familial/political, secret/phenomenal, etc., and perhaps all oppositions, can it be said that the relative invariance of this model is itself fractured and fractures itself se fracture el meme, and opens onto its own abyss? Going back over all the motifs that we have just touched upon, the ethics and politics of friendship, death, the name, fraternity, etc., reconsidering all these oppositions, could we not discern two major ruptures in what, for sheer convenience, would be called the history of friendship, whereas a certain friendship might very well, we have seen so many indications of this, shake up the most traditional concept of historicity? And how are they to be related to the double exclusion of the feminine, the exclusion of friendship between a man and a woman and the exclusion of friendship between women? The categories of not yet and of up until now make this assurance tenuous. It might well urge us to stop speaking simply of exclusion. We have attempted to show that the Greco-Roman model, which seems to be governed by the value of reciprocity, by homological, immanentist, finitist, and rather politist, concord, bears within itself, nevertheless, potentially, the power to become infinite and asymmetrical. Montaigne, whom we are reading here as an example of a canonical paradigm, undoubtedly inherits most of these features. But when he breaks with the reciprocity and discrete he introduces, it seems to me, heterology, transcendence, dissymmetry, and infinity, hence a Christian type of logic, he infinitely surpassed me, I would have entrusted myself to him with greater assurance than to myself. For the very writings which antiquity have left us on this subject seem weak to me compared to what I feel. He also accomplishes the so-called Greek model of friendship. That which ensures the mediation or the solder, in any case, a certain continuity between the two times, that which also relates to the exclusion of woman, if only in the form or the pretext of not yet, is the brother, and, more precisely, the name brother and the brother's name. We have quoted, without bringing them into comparison, two of Montaigne's declarations. One praised the name brother, the other the brother's name. Let us recall them. One spoke the name brother in its genericity. The name of brother is truly a fair one and full of love, that is why La Boétie and I made a brotherhood of our alliance. 24. The other spoke the brother's name, in its singularity. Montaigne, speaking precisely of the testamentary piece that forms the starting point of On Friendship, enunciates in 2 steps the incredible time of the name. The name ensures the fraternal solder in that it precedes, as it were, the encounter with the friend and bestows on friendship a force and an effort which imparts existence to it prior to its existence, as it will also allow it, by the same dismembering of the surviving stans survivants, to exist after it has existed. Owing to the name, friendship begins prior to friendship. Owing to the name, friendship survives friendship. Friendship always begins by surviving. One might just as well say friendship is never there, it's as simple as that. Nor the friend of which, from this point of view, there are none. As we were saying, Montaigne enunciates this in 2 steps. One first as the heir or legatee of the friend, with death on his HPS. This is all I have been able to recover of his literary remains, I the heir to whom, with death on his lips, he so lovingly willed his books and his papers, apart from the slim volume of his works which I have had published already. Yet I am particularly indebted to that treatise, because it first brought us together. It was shown to me long before I met him and first made me acquainted with his name, thus preparing for that loving friendship between us which as long as it pleased God we fostered so perfect and so entire that it is certain that few such can even be read about, and no trace at all of it can be found among men of today. 25. 2. Next, when he does have to admit, but who, in the urge to quote a saying which seems to carry an ineffable singularity beyond the name, will have noticed it, that the because it was him, because it was me goes beyond all my reasoning only by virtue of the name, owing to the name. The name is the cause of everything in this friendship. The time of the name is what bestows this force of approach, this power of proximity or of union which defies discourse, the name against the discourse, before and after it, the name qua force, affection, mediation, these nameless concepts, without common names, which speak the effect of the proper name. As in the passage quoted just a moment ago, God is named in the place where this name is so mysteriously active. Only the name of God and some decree of heaven can account for this reason of the name, for these effects of the name. Of the proper name, of course, and of a famous name, which comes more easily to men than to women, to brothers than to sisters, to sons than to daughters. The seam which joins them together. If you press me to say why I loved him, I feel that it can only be expressed by replying, because it was him, because it was me. Mediating this union there was, beyond all my reasoning, beyond all that I can say specifically about it, some inexplicable force of destiny. We were seeking each other before we set eyes on each other, both because of the reports we each had heard, which made a more violent assault on our emotions than was reasonable from what they had said, and, I believe, because of some decree of heaven, we embraced each other by repute, and at our first meeting, which chanced to be at a great crowded town festival, we discovered ourselves to be so seized by each other, so known to each other and so bound together that from then on none was so close as each was to the other. p. 212. Concerning what is of import to us here, the 2 features of the name must undoubtedly be held together. On the one hand, the name constitutes the very structure of the testamentary survival stance, hence of a certain speciality, the name survives a priori, if this can be said, its bearer and the person to be called, before and afterwards, beyond presence. But this general and structural feature is also enframed a raisonné, in a certain history, as the chance of filiation, of the inherited name, as well as of renown, and Montaigne speaks as often of the proper name as of the renown which brings this legendary name to the cognizance of the friend to come, thereby giving birth to friendship. Under the two forms of this enframing, inheritance of the name and social renown, this history leaves less chance to the woman, to the daughter, to the sister. We are not saying no chance, but less chance. When one speaks of hegemony, that is, the relation of forces, the laws of structure are tendential, they are determined not, do not determine, in terms of yes or no, hence in terms of simple exclusion, but in those of differential force, more or less. It is fitting here to emphasize the impossibility of a sheer exclusion in order to account for effects of repression, hence for returns of that which should not return, symptoms and disavowals that this very law can produce and reproduce, never failing in fact to do so. Hence one can no longer speak here of a simple fracture and say that it is Judeo-Christian. Nor that it depoliticizes the Greek model, nor that it shifts the nature of the political. Is another event then produced when, with Nietzsche or Blanquat, we come to call the friend by a name which is no longer that of the near one or the neighbor, and undoubtedly no longer the name of man? The words rupture or interruption, as we have just confirmed, are not sufficient for the determination of what occurs with Nietzsche, especially given the authority with which the brother still dominates all the reversals. Consequently, as we suggested at the beginning, we cannot and should not elude this other question, of all that which, in our time, responds to the event of which Nietzsche was at one and the same time the signatory and the witness, the cause and the effect, might we say, following certain signs that would lead us to believe it, that in some places of thought, for some, few in number, it is true, an unprecedented rupture will have taken place. Or rather, an unprecedented thought of rupture or of interruption as the place of friendship. We are obviously thinking, as we also indicated at the beginning, of Blanquat, Baudelot, and everything radiating around their work without their wanting, for all that, to become its center or source, which in fact they are not. We would wish neither, on the one hand, to efface the singularity of their name, of their names, of their thought, their work, above all their friendship, another person would say, of the friendship of this legendary pair of friends of the century, to which, Kant would add, a third reliable friend came to join them, already in fact being there from the very beginning, Levinas, and the fact that these three knew each other to different extents is of little importance, nor, on the other hand, would we want to capitalize around them all the original thoughts linked to them or to which they themselves have referred, expressly or not. The remaining question, about which it can be asked what is left once these questions have finished ringing out, is one whose novelty we will keep in the very form which Plato gave it in Lysis, at the moment of his leave-taking following his failure, not what is friendship, but who is the friend? Who is it? Who is he? Who is she? Who, from the moment when, as we shall see, all the categories and all the axioms which have constituted the concept of friendship in its history have let themselves be threatened with ruin, the subject, the person, the ego, presence, the family and familiarity, affinity, suitability, oikiotes, or proximity, hence a certain truth and a certain memory, the parent, the citizen, and politics, polites and politeia, man himself, and, of course, the brother who capitalizes everything. The stake of this question is, of course, also political. The political belongs to the series, even if it is sometimes placed in the position of the series transcendental. Is it possible, without setting off loud protests on the part of militants of an edifying or dogmatic humanism, to think and to live the gentle rigor of friendship, the law of friendship qua the experience of a certain humanity, in absolute separation, beyond or below the commerce of gods and men? And what politics could still be founded on this friendship which exceeds the measure of man, without becoming a theologium? Would it still be a politics? What happens politically when the who of friendship then distances itself from all these determinations? In its infinite immanence, let us listen to Blancot, the who exceeds even the interest in knowledge, all forms of knowledge, truth, proximity, and even as far as life itself, and the memory of life. It is not yet an identifiable, public, or private I. Above all, as we are going to hear, it is someone to whom one speaks, if only to tell him or her that there is no friend, but of whom one does not speak. This, no doubt, is why Blancot must prefer the vocative and canonical version to the recoil version. We have to renounce knowing those to whom we are bound by something essential. I want to say, we should welcome them in the relation to the unknown in which they welcome us too, in our remoteness. Friendship, this relation without dependence, without episode, into which, however, the utter simplicity of life enters, implies the recognition of a common strangeness which does not allow us to speak of our friends, but only to speak to them, not to make of them a theme of conversations, or articles, but the movement of understanding in which, speaking to us, they reserve, even in the greatest familiarity, an infinite distance, this fundamental separation from out of which that which separates becomes relation. Here, discretion is not in the simple refusal to report confidences, how gross that would be, even to think of, but it is the interval, the pure interval which, from me to this other who is a friend, measures everything there is between us, the interruption of being which never authorizes me to have him at my disposition, nor my knowledge of him, if only to praise him, and which, far from curtailing all communication, relates us one to the other in the difference and sometimes in the silence of speech. Point 26. Consequently, if the testament or the epitaph remains the place of a de amicitia for our time, all the signs of orison find themselves, if not negated or inversed, then at least suspended in a non-negative neutrality. Such a neutrality calls into question not only our memory of the friend, our thought of fidelity, but our memory of what friendship has always meant. And yet we do sense that this discreet violence accomplishes an injunction which was already working away at the legacy of this tradition, and was being demanded from within our very memory. On the death of the friend, the measurelessness of the movement of dying, the event of death reveals and effaces at the same time this truth of friendship, if only the truth of the far-off places of which Zarathustra spoke. Oblivion is necessary. Not the deepening of the separation, but its effacement, not an enlarging of the caesura, but its levelling, and the dissipation of this void between us where once developed the frankness of a relation without history. In such a way that at the present time that which was close to us has not only ceased its approach, but has lost even the truth of extreme remoteness. We are able, in a word, to remember. But thought knows that one does not remember. Without memory, without thought, it already struggles in the invisible where all falls back into oblivion. This is the place of profound pain. It must accompany friendship into oblivion, p. 329. Oblivion must faut elubli. Friendship without memory itself, by fidelity, by the gentleness and rigor of fidelity, bondless friendship, out of friendship for the solitary one on the part of the solitary. Nietzsche already demanded this community without community, this bondless bond. And death is the supreme ordeal of this unbinding without which no friendship has ever seen the light of day. The book has as its epigraph these words of Georges Baudelais. Friends to the point of the state of profound friendship in which a forsaken man, forsaken by all his friends, meets in life he who will accompany him beyond life, himself lifeless, capable of free friendship, detached from all bonds. The moment when the hyperbole seems to engage with the greatest risk, with respect to the inherited concept of friendship and all the politics that have ever spun out of it, Greco-democratic or Cristiano-revolutionary, is when the without sharing and the without reciprocity come to sign friendship, the response or the responsibility of friendship. Without sharing and without reciprocity, could one still speak of equality and fraternity? We are again quite close to Nietzsche, although we are already invited to think a proximity of the distant to which Zarathustra called us, he must have had to suppose it to teleiopoetically and always under the neutral and non-dialectizable law of the pa step or not and the x without x. And yet, to the proximity of the most distant, to the pressure of the most weightless, to the contact of what does not reach us, it is in friendship that I can respond, a friendship unshared, without reciprocity, friendship of that which has passed leaving no trace. This is passivity's response to the unpresence of the unknown. Point 27. How could such a response ever translate into ethical or political responsibility, the one which, in the philosophical and Christian West, has always been associated with friendship? The preceding pages respond, admirably and from within the same logic, to this question of responsibility. As in the passage we have just quoted, they are written to and inspired by the figure of Levinas, the other great friend, the other unique friend, in a friendship of thought which is not exclusively one of thought. If this language seems impossible or untenable with regard to the common sense of friendship, where it has commanded all the canonical discourses we have mentioned thus far, it is also because it is written in terms of a writing of the disaster. The disaster is less friendships, for friendship, than one without which there is no friendship, the disaster at the heart of friendship, the disaster of friendship or disaster qua friendship. Star friendship, Sternenfreundschaft. Without being able to do justice here to these immense books, in particular Elamitai or the writing of the disaster, let us fall back, under the sign of friendship, admiration, and unmitigated gratitude, to several passages in which what is most enigmatic, if not most problematic, in friendship receives the keenest attention. Let us do so in 3 steps, taking up 3 questions: 1. The question of the community; 2. The Greek question; 3. The question of fraternity. 1. The question of the community. It will be asked what common can still mean as soon as friendship goes beyond all living community. What is being in common when it comes to friends only in dying? And what is it that renders this very value of the common valueless for thinking friendship, if not, fundamentally, this testamentary structure that we have constantly seen at work in all the great discourses on friendship? In order to think this call to dying in common through separation, Blanchot decides he must undo or suspend the gift, the very generosity of the promise which, according to Nietzsche, remained the essential feature of the friend to come. Here, we are no longer in affinity with Nietzsche, with one Nietzsche, in any case, for there is always more than one. Friendship is not a gift, or a promise, it is not generic generosity. Rather, this incommensurable relation of one to the other is the outside drawing near in its separateness and inaccessibility. Desire, pure impure desire, is the call to bridge the distance, to die in common through separation, p. 50. Whatever can be thought of the gift or the promise from which such a friendship would free itself, from which it should indeed abstain, whatever can be thought of this duty or this possibility, it is true that in translating gift and promise by generic generosity, in associating them so closely, nothing could be less self-evident. 28. Risks are avoided, notably the political risks which, as we have pointed out, return incessantly: naturalization, the genericity of genre, race, gens, the family or the nation, and return, more precisely, with the features of fraternity. But once the necessity of all these neutralizations has been honored, the outside drawing near in its separateness, pure impure desire, once it has been clearly pointed out that the common is not the common of a given community but the pole or the end of a call, the call to bridge the distance, to die in common through separation, the whole question remains: what is being called the call, and what is being called common? Why these words again, when they no longer mean what they were always thought to mean? When they still mean what they were believed not to mean, a meaning to which a memory, another friendship, ought to awaken them again. The question is not only the one which brings on semantic vertigo, but the one which asks what is to be done today, politically, with this vertigo and its necessity? What is to be done with the what is to be done? And what other politics, which would nevertheless still be a politics, supposing the word could still resist this very vertigo, can this other communality of the common dictate to us? This type of question envelopes another. If, through the call to die in common through separation, this friendship is born beyond being in common, beyond being common or sharing, beyond all common appurtenance, familial, neighborhood, national, political, linguistic and finally generic appurtenance, beyond the social bond itself, if that is possible, then why elect, if only passively, this other with whom I have no relation of this type rather than some other with whom I have none of the sort either? Why would I call this foreigner my friend, for we are speaking of this absolute foreigner, if only the neighborhood foreigner, the foreigner within my family, and not the other? Why am I not the friend of just anyone? Am I not, moreover, just that, in subscribing to such a strong and at the same time disarming and disarmed proposition? There could never be any appeasing response to this question, of course. But the hypothesis can come up that, if this is the way things are, it is because the friendship announced in this language, the one promised or promising without promising anything, is perhaps of the order neither of the common nor of its opposite, neither appurtenance nor non-appurtenance, sharing or non-sharing, proximity or distance, the outside or the inside, etc. Nor therefore, in a word, that of the community. Not because it would be a community without community, unavowable or inoperative, etc., but simply because it would have nothing to do, with regard to what is essential in that which is called friendship, with the slightest reference to community, whether positive, negative, or neutral. This would, perhaps, mean that the aporia requiring the unceasing neutralization of one predicate by another, relation without relation, community without community, sharing without sharing, etc., calls on significations altogether different from those of the part shared or held in common, regardless of the sign, positive, negative, or neutral, assigned to them. This desire, pure, impure desire, which, in lovance, friendship or love, engages me with a particular him or her rather than with anybody or with all hims and all hers, which engages me with these men and these women, and not with all of either and not with just anyone, which engages me with a singular who, be it a certain number of them, a number that is always small, whichever it is, with regard to all the others, this desire of the call to bridge the distance, necessarily unbridgeable, is, perhaps, no longer of the order of the common or the community, the share taken up or given, participation or sharing. Whatever the sentence constructed with these words, affirmative, negative, neutral, or suspensive, it would never be related to what we persist in naming with these well-worn words, lovance, friendship, love, desire. Consequently, if there were a politics of this lovance, it would no longer imply the motifs of community, appurtenance, or sharing, whatever the sign assigned to them. Affirmed, negated, or neutralized, these communitarian or communal values always risk bringing a brother back. Perhaps this risk must be assumed in order to keep the question of the who from being politically enframed by the schema of being common or being in common, even when it is neutralized, in a question of identity, individual, subjective, ethnic, national, state, etc. The law of number and of the more than one which goes all through this book would not be any less crucial and ineluctable, but it would, then, call for an altogether other language. To the Greek question. Despite the infinite distance separating his thought of friendship from what we have called, all the way to its hyperbolic paradoxes, the Greek model of friendship, and no doubt from the very idea of a model, why does Blancat see fit, at one moment, to praise Greek philia, the exalted virtue it demands and which is found only in a few of us? Why is it precisely when he too is speaking of philia as a model, Blancat's term, that he quotes in turn Aristotle's sentence in its canonical version, "O my friends, there is no friend"? But this time, having taken account of everything we have just heard, the "there is no friend" can and must become laden with the newest and most rebellious of significations. There is no longer a friend in the sense of what the entire tradition has taught us. And yet, a certain heritage is still affirmed, reaffirmed, providing it is still capable of being enriched. We shall first read this passage, but its sheer existence indeed attests to, rather, confirms, the fact that no actual rupture is possible, determinable, even advisable, even from the greatest distancing, and that the history we are referring to is not articulated in this way. In question again is a sort of epigraph. Here are the last pages of Michel Foucault as I imagine him, 29, a text first written for a journal, the day following Foucault's death. Asked about his projects, Foucault suddenly exclaimed, "Oh! First I'm going to concern myself with myself." His comment is not easy to elucidate, even if one considers a bit hastily that, like Nietzsche, he was inclined to seek in the Greeks less a civic morality than an individual ethic permitting him to make of his life, what remained of it for him to live, a work of art. And it was thus he would be tempted to call on the ancients for a revalorization of the practices of friendship, which, although never lost, have not again recaptured, except for a few of us, their exalted virtue. Philia, which, for the Greeks and even Romans, remains the model of what is excellent in human relations, with the enigmatic character it receives from opposite imperatives, at once pure reciprocity and unrequited generosity, can be received as a heritage always capable of being enriched. Friendship was perhaps promised to Foucault as a posthumous gift, beyond passions, beyond problems of thought, beyond the dangers of life that he experienced more for others than for himself. In bearing witness to a work demanding study, unprejudiced reading, rather than praise, I believe I am remaining faithful, however awkwardly, to the intellectual friendship that his death, so painful for me, today allows me to declare to him, as I recall the words attributed by Diogenes Laertes to Aristotle, "O my friends, there is no friend." Instead of giving in to the indecency of the cold reading of the rhetorician which would uncover the sublime calculations imposed on this extraordinary declaration of friendship in mourning, instead of analyzing the writing of a so painful fervour which still submits to the obligation of weighing each word on the scene, the concession, the parenthesis, the perhaps, the strict qualification of an essentially intellectual friendship, etc., let us limit ourselves to 2 points. One, first of all, the theme is indeed that of the Greek model. As it seems hardly compatible with the thought of friendship which Blanquat, in Elamitae and elsewhere, especially in the writing of the disaster, had carried to the extremity of an uncompromising and, at the same time, gentle rigor, the entire effort, not to say the painful torsion, of this epigraph will consist in emphasizing above all, 1. The aporias which make this Greek model scarcely readable, enigmatic if not objectionable, and, 2. The necessity, by way of consequence, of not receiving this heritage, in any case not without transforming it or enriching it, no doubt to the point of contradicting it at the heart of its contradiction. As this unconditional allusion to an exalted virtue which he, in sum, promotes, this exalted virtue that a few of us have recaptured, is, in Blanquat's work, undoubtedly a hapax. The eulogy of the model of what is excellent in human relations can only be immediately blurred, complicated, neutralized, with the enigmatic character it receives from opposite imperatives, at once pure reciprocity and unrequited generosity. Since everything Blanquat has thought and written elsewhere on friendship should lead him to wish not to inherit from this model, the allusion to a heritage which is nevertheless necessary or indisputable must take place under the condition that the heritage be enriched, always capable of being enriched, and, since the heritage has opposite imperatives, let us understand enriched by the very thing it is not or which it excludes from within itself. For what else could ever enrich one, if not what one is not, what one does not have, what one can neither have or have been? The Greek model of philia could never be enriched otherwise than with that which it has violently and essentially attempted to exclude. 2. Does the formal structure, this time formal more than thematic, does the composition, not to say the rhetoric, of these 2 pages not confirm this profound indecision, as if one could neither inherit nor not inherit what is left for us to inherit, the heritage of a culture, the heritage of a friend? Of course, it was necessary to speak of the Greek affair, notably because Foucault, for whose memory this text preeminently wants itself to be and describes itself as intended, was working on it before his death, and although Philia remains strangely marginalized, not to say left in silence, in his last works, at least those published to date. But what is literally retained, in a declaration which means to bear witness to a work rather than to a person, in bearing witness to a work, for a work for which the question is not partisan praise, for it demands study, unprejudiced reading, rather than praise 30, that which is kept in what finally is such a problematic heritage, this cumbersome model of Greek philia, is a reported sentence, and one which says what? That there is no friend. The testimony of friendship, of intellectual friendship, is declared in the form of a sentence recalling that there is no friend, which neutralizes the declaration of friendship, pluralizes the address, O friends, and leaves the Greek model to put itself, by itself, into question. All by itself, this is what the model does best. Blancat keeps the address. He does not speak of the friend or of friends, he speaks to Foucault, but to a dead Foucault to whom he thus declares, presently, posthumous gift of a friendship perhaps promised, and in the plural, O my friends, there is no friend. What is thus declared presently to Foucault, today allows me to declare to him, that is, the intellectual friendship to which Blancat believes he is remaining faithful, is thus accompanied, without accompanying itself, following a colon, by a time of remembrance, I recall. But a time of remembrance which recalls, no doubt out of modesty and reserve, less the friend than the saying attributed to Aristotle which says there is no friend. The incredible audacity of this as Tandis K, following a colon, opens a solitary subordinate clause, it suspends the entire declaration in an epoche of this intemporal time which is suited to mourning but also annuls in advance everything that could indeed be said in this saying and declared in this declaration. A colon, will an act of punctuation ever have unfurled a veil of mourning in this way, suspending even the logical sequence, letting only contiguity appear, the contemporaneousness of two temporal orders simply juxtaposed, without an inner relation between them? Will one ever have punctuated with more rigor, economy, reserve, even leaving open the hypothesis, but let us not dwell on this here, that there, perhaps, no one is around for anyone any longer, and that this is indeed death, this dying of which Blancat has complained, so often, so profoundly, not that it is fatal but that it remains impossible? Like friendship, perhaps, I believe I am remaining faithful, however awkwardly, to the intellectual friendship that his death, so painful for me, today allows me to declare to him, as I recall the words attributed by Diogenes Laertes to Aristotle, O my friends, there is no friend. This is shown, performatively, by the fact, attested here, that this friendship could not have been declared during the lifetime of the friend. It is death that today allows me to declare this intellectual friendship, as may thanks be given to death. It is thanks to death that friendship can be declared. Never before, never otherwise. And never if not in recalling, while thanks to death, the friend recalls that there are no friends. And when friendship is declared during the lifetime of friends, it avows, fundamentally, the same thing, it avows the death thanks to which the chance to declare itself comes at last, never failing to come. Without seeking to conceal it, it will have been understood that I wish to speak here of those men and women to whom a bond of friendship unites me, that is, I also want to speak to them. If only through the rare friendship I am naming, which always occasions in me a surge of admiration and gratitude. To my knowledge, among the aforementioned, those who cite Aristotle's quasi-citation, always in the canonical version, there is, besides Maurice Blancat, Michel Deguy. In a more Roman tradition, a Latin quotation, whose path he has not indicated to me, Deguy concentrates on the Aristotelian reminder, against Plato, of the singularity of this friend. Let us cease speaking of friendship, of the eidos of friendship, let us speak of friends. This is the enormous vein, the inexhaustible topos of the quarrel Aristotle believed it was necessary to pick with Plato's ghost. Now here we have what is happening to us today with the ruin which affects us and which we have adopted as our theme. This collapse of the friendship concept will perhaps be a chance, but, along with friendship, the collapse carries off the friend too, and there is nothing fortuitous in the fact that the sudden burst of this chance at the heart of the ruin is still linked, in what in our time is most untimely, to literature, to the literary community, of which the unavowable community also speaks. Is not literature today, in the saturation of a geopolitical process of a becoming worldwide mondialite, the very thing which remains intolerable to the intolerance of the theological political systems for which, the idea of democracy having no unconditional virtue, no speech can elude the space of theological political authority? Absolute theologization qua absolute politicization. For it is above all a question of poetry and literature in the pages D. Guy devotes to O amid May, and the word literature is the only word, along with friendship, or with the singularity of this one, that he wishes to underscore. O amici me. If a certain Latin tradition is to be believed on this subject, O amid me, sicut Aristoteles diceris solidus est, nullus est amicus. It is under the heading of friendship that Aristotle undertook to ruin the capital letters of Platonism, and called to the witness stand the ousiaprot, this man. O my friends, there is no friend. 31. Under the sign of the capital letter in ruins, where friendship should give way to friends who henceforth no longer answer the call to the witness stand, a narrative could follow, for it would be a question of narrative, signed by someone who presents himself, with all due irony, as a reader for a major publisher, the same one, as a matter of fact, which houses the great work of Bertoli and Blancot. The narrative would be prepared only to tell stories of the monuments and ruins of friendship. Such a hypothesis is handled, poetically and philosophically, through a number of themes which have appeared to us, up until now, to embody the enigma, sexual difference, misogyny, and the monastic order of brothers. What is thought of love can be said in favor of friendship. The alibi allows one to speak of the amiable. There are two conditions conducive to the firing of the spirit, that of the muse, Principia of Eros, and now libido, and sexual difference forces poetry to cry out its adieu. A single being is absent and everything comes alive. The second is the womanless condition, outside of difference, and this is the monastic flame up of the spirit, philosophy, which sometimes takes flight from out of a little misogyny, which can be misandrewed in the community of women, the free and asymmetrical relationship of the most generous, again from out of a dying in common, singing over dying together, and lastly, above all, the war of friendship between family and literature. Most men will have existed only through and for their families, when men live and die in being loved, commented on, at times a little deplored. Among the despairing attempts to exist beyond the family, writing, or, loving, which carries off, alters, adulters. Of the other, an other, truly other, ravishes, it is a god. And see how, as soon as they are torn away from the family by love, they found a family. Unless they die in loving, loving to die, Tristan and Juliet, this is the choice left them by literature. Remember, says the conjugal quarrel, that we are not of the same family. And this is why we have never really spoken of the same thing. 3. Lastly, fraternity. What can the name brother or the call to fraternity still mean when one or the other arises in the speech of friendship which, like that of Blancot, at least in his Elamitae or the writing of the disaster, has so radically delivered itself from the hold of all determined communities, all filiation or affiliation, all alliances, families or peoples, and even all given generality, if only by a gift, a promise, a generic generosity. We have already noted that allusions to fraternity are rare in Blancot. But for this very reason, for this reason as well, these allusions are worth dwelling upon. Besides the brief, obviously affirmative, connotations we have already examined in the unavowable community 32, a particular generous declaration of friendship addressed to the Jews and to Judaism requires us to question what it says or does not say of the friendship of which Elamitae speaks. It is obviously the Nazi persecution, which was in operation from the beginning, unlike what certain professors of philosophy would wish to convince us of, to have us believe that in 1933, when Heidegger joined, National Socialism was still a proper, suitable doctrine, not deserving of condemnation, which made us feel that the Jews were our brothers and that Judaism was more than a culture and even more than a religion, but, rather, the foundation of our relationships with the other autrui. 33. I shall not hazard an interpretation of this definition of Judaism, although I sense both its highly problematic character and its imposing necessity, which is of course unquestionable, from the moment one decides to call Judaism the very thing one thus defines, a question of a circle with which we cannot here engage again. Putting aside, then, what is most difficult in this definition, but supposing, precisely, that Judaism is the foundation of our relationships with others, then, and this will be my only question, what does brothers mean in this context? Why would autrui be in the first place a brother? And especially, why are brothers? Whose brothers? Who, then, are we? Who is this we? Reading this sentence, and always in view of the admiring and grateful friendship which binds me to the author, I was wondering, among other questions, more than one, why could I never have written that, nor subscribed to it, whereas, relying on other criteria, this declaration would be easier for me to subscribe to than several others. In the same vein, I was wondering why the word community, avowable or unavowable, inoperative or not, why I have never been able to write it, on my own initiative and in my name, as it were. Why? Whence my reticence? And is it not fundamentally the essential part of the disquiet which inspires this book? Is this reserve, with respect to the above definition of Judaism, insufficiently Jewish, or, on the contrary, hyperbolically Jewish, more than Jewish? What, then, once again, does Judaism mean? I add that the language of fraternity seems to me just as problematic when, reciprocally, Levinas uses it to extend humanity to the Christian, in this case to Abbot Pierre, the fraternal humanity of the Stalags confidential agent who, by each of his movements, restored in us the consciousness of our dignity. The man was called Abbot Pierre, I never learned his family name. 34. It is rather late in the day now to issue a warning. Despite the appearances that this book has multiplied, nothing in it says anything against the brother or against fraternity. No protest, no contestation. Maligning and cursing, as we have seen often enough, still appertain to the inside of the history of brothers, friends or enemies, be they false or true. This history will not be thought, it will not be recalled, by taking up this side. In my own special way, like everyone else, I believe, I no doubt love, yes, in my own way, my brother, my only brother. And my brothers, dead or alive, where the letter no longer counts and never has, in my family and in my families, I have more than one, and more than one brother of more than one sex, and I love having more than one, each time unique, of whom and to whom, in more than one language, across quite a few boundaries, I am bound by a conjuration and so many unuttered oaths? Where, then, is the question? Here it is, I have never stopped asking myself, I request that it be asked, what is meant when one says brother, when someone is called brother? And when the humanity of man, as much as the alterity of the other, is thus resumed and subsumed? And the infinite price of friendship? I have wondered, and I ask, what one wants to say whereas one does not want to say, one knows that one should not say, because one knows, through so much obscurity, whence it comes and where this profoundly obscure language has led in the past. Up until now. I am wondering, that's all, and request that it be asked, what the implicit politics of this language is. For always, and today more than ever. What is the political impact and range of this chosen word, among other possible words, even, and especially, if the choice is not deliberate? Just a question, but one which supposes an affirmation. If my hypothesis must remain a hypothesis, it cannot be undone with a pledge. the pledge of a testimony irreducible to proof or certitude, as well as to all theoretical determination. If one wishes to retranslate this pledge into a hypothesis or a question, it would, then, perhaps, by way of a temporary conclusion, take the following form: is it possible to think and to implement democracy, that which would keep the old name democracy, while uprooting from it all these figures of friendship, philosophical and religious, which prescribe fraternity, the family and the androcentric ethnic group? Is it possible, in assuming a certain faithful memory of democratic reason and reason tout court, I would even say, the enlightenment of a certain Aufklärung, thus leaving open the abyss which is again opening today under these words, not to found, where it is not longer a matter of founding, but to open out to the future, or rather, to the come, of a certain democracy? For democracy remains to come, this is its essence in so far as it remains. Not only will it remain indefinitely perfectible, hence always insufficient and future, but, belonging to the time of the promise, it will always remain, in each of its future times, to come. Even when there is democracy, it never exists, it is never present, it remains the theme of a non-presentable concept. Is it possible to open up to the come of a certain democracy which is no longer an insult to the friendship we have striven to think beyond the homofraternal and phallogocentric schema? When will we be ready for an experience of freedom and equality that is capable of respectfully experiencing that friendship, which would at last be just beyond the law, and measured up against its measurelessness? Oh, my democratic friends!